Hello and welcome to the Games Done Quick Hotfix, and welcome to Out of the Box, where we believe that if you can watch it, you can run it. My name is Tree, and we have a special double feature for you here on Out of the Box tonight. Satan herself is taking the night off to take care of some other things, so we're going to have a nice, cozy night full of RPGs. As you can see over here, we've got Legend of Mana, we've got Pokémon Puzzle Challenge. Okay, that's not an RPG, but we can still make this work. These RPGs are cozy, right? Give me a sec, let me get my notes. All right, one of the RPGs is Paper Mario, but what if the villain was capitalism? That doesn't sound as cozy as I was expecting. And we're going to start the evening with, okay, this is one of my favorites. I really do love Legend of Mana. This is Legend of Mana Remastered, the quest line where we sacrifice ourselves to save a group of people from extinction as a race. You know what? That doesn't sound terribly cozy either, but the runs will still be amazing. And to take us through our Legend of Mana Remastered Jumi % run, let's hand it over to Michaeling.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, this game's got good vibes, but some serious content. So, character-wise, language-wise, English is not the fastest, but we're here for a good time, and possibly a slightly longer time. Technically, the guy is faster by like one text box, maybe, so I don't care. The classic name for the character is you, but since we are here, why not do this?
Yeah, see, it's you.
Yeah.
All of you out there watching.
And
Funny,
course,
I was going to suggest as we start talking through our characters when we get into the run that chat might be playing the role of little cactus.
The screen is mixing confirm buttons in a way that I don't enjoy. So it's like, this is the confirm button for when you're in the Switch interface, but this is the confirm button when you're not in the. Just keep doing it. It's like it's
yeah.
not.
So we might have had a version change relatively recently as we were talking
There
through.
we go.
Excellent. All right.
And then we immediately back out again because I put A instead of B. All right. So in Legend of Mana, you can pick any of these that doesn't gray out. Obviously, you can't play in the middle of the ocean. There's not enough land. But you can.
But what if I wanted to play as Aquaman?
Sadly, that's not an option. Although you can get some pretty heavy water maps, right?
True.
But we have picked this one because of some characteristics.
Yeah, we're actually already getting into, this is a really deep system in the game casually that also has a lot of relevance in the speedrun, the land creation system.
Yeah.
They like
to call it the land make system.
Yes, you're right.
And other things. All right, so time will start in a few moments. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right, so as we mentioned, the land make system. We decide where all of the areas go. We have a plan, and that plan is to put the mailbox here. I will hold down the L1 button because that skips a very pretty animation for every land placement, and we learned about that a couple years back. We're just like, oh, yeah, like you've always been able to hold L1 to skip this. Even in PlayStation, we just never get it.
Right. It turns, when the game was being QA tested, they decided they didn't want to have to watch all the cutscenes over and over again to make sure every artifact could be placed on every tile.
Right. So this is the story. This is a separate land. Like, this is Fadiel, which is not the land of Secret of Mana, like the main Mana universe.
Yes, this is the very first Seiken Densetsu spinoff.
Yes, it is. As opposed to Seiken Densetsu 1, the Final Fantasy spinoff.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So,
technically it's the first spinoff from the Mana series, but it's not the first Mana spinoff.
Right. Like we're going the other direction. Right.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Yes,
I'm always down to rules lawyer these things.
Right. But this is the plot of the game. The mana tree burned down 900 years ago. The power of mana has waned, and basically nobody lives their life like fully out. Right. Like, just like, there's no magic left. There's just very little magic left in the world. And the mana tree's like, hey, right, like, bring me back. I can provide you everything that you are missing. That is
there's lots of whimsy, but no magic.
Yes.
Hi, little cactus. Bye, little cactus.
Hi, little cactus. We will see them talk briefly. Gotta do a menu. Menu is, that's our equip. We switch, we spin, we keep, defend, we put on our first special technique, and we talk to this Sproutling. Did you know that? I did, in fact, know that.
I did know that.
All right, so we got some color blocks. We are...
Time to head to Domina.
What was mostly irrelevant in the game, we are effectively an artificer. And what that means is that, as the game will show you, press the Y button, grab the color blocks, move them over here, and place them. And this is how every single area in the game works. Adjacency determines mana levels, the order in which they are placed, like if this is placed first, second, third, as well as their distance from your home determines both the contents of shops and the difficulty of monsters. So we will want things to be placed as early as possible and as close to possible if we're going to be doing them a bunch. And as far away as
in
possible,
a casual context,
if it's a shop.
True. In a casual context, this also, or in certain categories of speedrun, it also dictates things like what events are available in the game. There are, and I'm sorry, there are 67 numbered events. There are technically 68 events because the last one doesn't get an entry. But to be able to do all events in the same save file requires very specific selection of parts of the map and of orientation of all of the artifacts next to each other. So it's not, something that...
Yeah, it's not super tight. Like you can... Right, but
there are several valid configurations.
There are a number of things that are just very much just like the order really does matter. So yeah, we met this guy. We learned his name is Elazul. And we're going to ignore him in a second. We're going to go teach some bandits a lesson with Niccolo, the cat who ran into us on the way out of the bar. This guy, whatever his name was, leaves. There's our first splash screen. That's our party join noise. We're going to go to Tipo, and that guy's going to show up again. Yep, over here. Oh yeah, up there, right? The sprites are here directionally. Take me with you. I refuse. All right, good talk. We're not going to remember his name in like 10 or 20 minutes. So this is where Tipo lives. Tipo is this magical animated teapot that speaks with a British accent.
Yeah, see, there may not be much magic left in the world, but at least the magic is going into whimsical things like animating a teapot person.
It's true.
I can't complain.
There is magic. It's just, one character puts it as, right, if mana comes back in the world, I'll have to teach my students real summoning. Right, like it's just like look, right, like it's like the world is soft and weak right now, and that means it's safe and comfortable, right? Like if you bring back mana, like we're gonna have to know how to throw down for real. And that's
right,
why I'm not gonna bring back mana.
The concept of strength invites challenge.
Mm-hmm. Right, so the wheel it's a $50,000 worth of artifact, or 50,000 lucre worth of artifact. And so we head there and we find out, we've been seeing the movements kind of from the side, like what kind of game is this gonna be, right? So we're gonna run by
first traversal zone.
And we're gonna run into here, and this is a brawler. These are brawler semantics. Look at the color of the bars. Look at the fact that lanes clearly matter. This is a brawler. If you didn't key to that before, I am telling you now, Legend of Mana is a brawler.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be not unfamiliar with it if you played Secret of Mana or Trials of Mana.
Sure.
But
you see Rabbites here, right? Like some of the enemies look a little different than they did, right? Like on the Super Nintendo, but some of them, those are the buzz bees, right? Like the annoying bees from around Gaia's navel, right? Like down there. These are Lullabuds, who definitely look a little more PSX era graphics than they did back when they were basically just flowers. That's Dana. Say hi to the cat girl. She's in a different category. This is an ST. You have a bar at the top. When it fills, you can use STs. Of course, the Chobun Hood walked out of range because Chobun Hood is a jerk. Yes, that's a Chobun Hood. All right.
Yep. Thankfully, they don't have lock-on targeting quite as much as they used to.
They do not, no. All right, there are 3 kind of what they call the PSX plunge attacks, what this calls master moves, but they're quarter circle forward, back forward, and double tap with your heavy attack button. Brawler semantics.
Yeah. And it's nice that they made knowing that there'd be even more combat in this game than in some of the other Mana games, it's nice that they made it so that, like, in Secret, your main way to power up was to hold down the attack button for an extended period of time, which slowed you down, which made your combat a little more tactical. But that's not what as you keep intimating, that's not what they're going for here. Fast-paced combat.
All right, so here are the bandits. They want cash. We're gonna give them candy. They're gonna be mad about that. These guys are crazy for money. Niccolo, the merchant, can't stand guys that are crazy for money. Welcome to Mantis Ant. They got a glow up, and yeah, this is Mantis Ant on the PSX. So the enemies also have SPs. It's not great. I would prefer that not happen. Okay.
The idea that Niccolo thinks of himself as a fighter is very silly.
Cute. Yeah. Okay, so you hear these honks. You are able to cancel the weight on a hammer on an attack. Did he grapple? He did. Niccolo, that means I can't hit him when he's grappled. You're slowing me down, buddy. So those honks are me using an unbound button to cancel the hammer's post-swing lag and do it again. This is, attack canceling, and it is very important when your weapon is as slow as the hammer. Why would we choose a slow weapon? Because it's very powerful, and we have a couple of things that really care about the top-level power of your weapon, not the speed at which it swings. So yeah, we brought Niccolo, we took care of the bandits. He's gonna give us these things for the discount of 3,300 lucre. We don't have 300 lucre. He's gonna give it to us anyway and take all our money. There is not a choice involved here.
I got 6 lucre and an extra stick of gum. Will that work?
That's what's enough. The game just gives it to you. So we saw 2 artifacts there. Artifacts are, I kind of hinted at, they're the things that make new lands. All right, and that was Niccolo's Business Unusual. The end. All right, first quest down. We're back on the world map. We have some more stuff on that plate. I will refer to it as a plate because that's one of the game's terms for it in some saber or another. We'll place the flame here. We're gonna go to Gato Grottos. We're gonna do one of the least loved quests in the game because you have to do it in every category, no matter what. And it basically, and it doesn't involve any real combat or anything other than just talking to NPCs. This is the Flame of Hope. So this nun, this Sproutling's having some trouble with their life. Their tummy hurts. Why does the plant thing have a tummy? I'm not sure, but definitely hurts. And Sproutling just can't handle it. Off they go.
I mean, to be fair, if I didn't know why I had a stomach, but I knew my stomach was hurting, I would also be very concerned.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. So we're speedrunners. We know where the Sproutling goes. And it's a Popo bug, which is kind of like a big centipede thing. There's art for it. It's disquieting if you're not a centipede-style bug lover. Rubens could have done with that. And that person had a name, right? Like maybe that name is relevant in the future. Maybe Rubens, Ruby, Red, like maybe that's Rubens. I don't care.
Yep. And, to go along with our friends El Azul and a couple of other people we might meet later.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And yeah, so we get this slow pan down. Not much I can do about it. And this is the temple, super relevant in the fairy category. This is basically the main place to go for fairy category. This is just a side trip here. So yeah, the Sproutling is here talking to some nuns that have a bit of a Buddhist mindset. Just get the small childlike plant to, focus and meditate, and it'll be fine. It's not gonna work.
No, find your center.
Otherworldly pain will vanish. But
exactly. Embrace nothingness.
Embrace nothingness. Yeah, the mind controls everything. No. Bye. Good talk. So this
And
is
even if there's not a ton to enjoy about the gameplay of this particular quest, it does give us a great opportunity to talk about both the aesthetics and especially the soundtrack of this game, which are both just absolutely incomparable. This is a Yoko Shimomura soundtrack. And for some context, this is right in between Parasite Eve and the first Kingdom Hearts.
Yep, this is Yoko Shimomura, right? Like, not at the height of her power, but definitely at the...
Dang close.
Dang close. And yeah, the remaster, she did do the sound direction for it as a composer, right? Like for the remastered soundtrack, which is what we're hearing right now. Here, the Rubens refuses to peel off the leaf and hurt the guy slightly to get the bug, even though it's a cure-all for his girlfriend. And the nun's like, "You're too soft," right? Like life involves doing some things that might hurt some people, right? Like that is the nun's position, and right, like, and Rubens is just like, "But I don't want to hurt other people. I don't want to interfere with other people's lives." This is Mouse, the detective. They're not great. I refer to this as, of course, the not so great Mouse detective. They do, however, get angry.
Inspector Boyd, perhaps a bit closer to an Inspector Clouseau type.
Yes, a Clouseau or Zenigata. If you're
yes.
the Lupin
Very
fan,
good.
Very much.
You're not
very
wrong.
Much a Zenigata. Right.
Yeah, with the glasses and the big pipe.
Yep, definitely got some Zenigata eyes. All right, so the nun and Rubens are still here. And the nun's like, "Okay, I'll go get it. You don't care about your girlfriend in Geo. We didn't mention where the girlfriend was." And suddenly this interaction starts to go sideways. I don't want to interfere. I don't want anybody to interfere in my life. Just leave me alone. Never.
Oh, game recognized game.
Jewels that lose their sparkle must be dealt with. Honey closer and I'll kill him. I want to see some tears.
That really escalated quickly.
I want to see some tears. Cry for your life. And he says he can't. And then the nun's like, "Okay, goodbye, Ruby Knight." He takes a gem from him. And vanishes. Just in time for Zenigata to show up.
We're just going to call him that now, aren't we?
I mean, he's Boyd. He's the not so great Mouse detective. He has plenty of names, but this is one character-specific thing. Take those stupid sticks out of your hair. That's a little longer than take off that stupid hood. You don't chase him. You talk to Rubens one last time. You learn his girlfriend's name is probably Diana. And he's dead. And a splash of crystalline red. Yeah. This is part of the Jumi arc that we'll be doing. But everybody has to do this plot all the same, just because this land is kind of in the way of doing the other things you need to do. We're up into the prayer hall. All right, so Sandra, the jewel hunter, said she was going to steal the Flame of Hope. Thought she was after the torches, but was after Rubens' core. You tell him he'll help because that's the fastest way to things. He is very grateful, in all caps. And he's going to search everywhere we've already been, and we're going to head off to a new section of the town. But first, we have our first shop. This game does not have a ton of menuing, but it does have some, and it's mainly around skills and shops. We got a clear feather? We probably got enough money then. We're trying to sell to 300. We got it. Buy a hammer. Select hammers. Go into the menu. We're going to optimize. Equip the hammer. We're going to go to skills. We learn counterattack at the end of the last boss fight. All right. So counterattack is the first counter technique. We aren't going to be using it, but we do want to level it up. The way that things work in this game for skills is that every normal fight you do with a skilled equip is worth 1 skill point. Every boss fight is worth 4. If you get to a certain level of skill points, you get to learn, in various skills, you get new techniques. So we have equipped defend, so we could learn counterattack. We have equipped counterattack, so we can learn counterstrike. That is the plan there. Additionally, this is the same system that determines whether you get STs of any sort. Similarly, you need levels with skills, but you also need fights with the weapon in question. So that's a suitably not complicated, but operationally not that complicated thing. where you want to keep moving your skills around so you learn stuff. The highest level special techniques require high levels in 4 different skills. So yeah, that's a lot of skill learning. But we did it. We went through the caves. We ignored the obvious leaves. Now we're here. For some reason the Sproutling's here, and the nun just bodies him and takes the Popo Bug. Zenigata has caught up.
Yeah, that was better than usual. That was only like 3 lines of dialogue before before he showed up.
The nun was actually hot and also has a grappling hook. Bye.
It happens more often than you'd think, at least in video games.
Yeah. And yeah, she took the Popo Bug, so a lot of the Sproutling's like, yeah, I'm happy now. Zenigata's mad that the Sproutling is happy because somebody died. That's what Boyd does. Anyway, please take these artifacts. Ancient Tablet, Torch of Coral. Why did he have those and give us to us? I don't know. But he did give them to us. That's great.
You're now one of my associates. I will call on you later to help me solve this mystery.
He wishes. All right, so we're going to re-enter Gato because every area has an unlock quest. And that quest is the first one you'll do when you go there. And once you've done that, you can place stuff next to it on the map. Unless it's a town, you can always place stuff next to towns. But also, we want to do Niccolo's Business Unusual Part 2. And it involves going to that waterfall we just saw. So we're going to have to go through the caves again, and it's going to kind of suck. And oh, wait, no. Actually, you just get to go to the waterfall. And all right, here he is. If you don't leave this screen, the quest will never progress. You could sit here forever. You must leave the screen and come back. Then, in roughly 4 cycles around the room, something will happen.
Look, a watch Niccolo never gathers.
Yeah,
exactly.
Piccolo using his instant transmission. Sorry, Niccolo. I said Piccolo because something of instant transmission. It's a fairy. I'm picking green balls.
Really?
What are you doing? You're talking to a fairy. What fairy?
I don't think so.
Not everybody sees fairies. Get the artifact broken doll. That is why we did this. Not the money, not the green ball, the broken doll. Because we want to place the doll, and we want to do it, and we want to place it right here. So you may note that I have 5 artifacts now. You may note I only got 1 from Niccolo there. That is because if you have 3 or more artifacts on your plate, the game will not give you both artifacts if there are 2 to be had. And that means that we are spending down here to only have 2 on our plate, so we get 2 in the next area. In the meanwhile, I'm placing things that don't matter far away, I'm placing things that do matter closer to home, and I'm placing things earlier rather than later. Welcome to the junkyard. This is a junkyard filled with toys. And by toys, I mean former magical soldiers that were used in wars. Also toys.
The colorful, cute aesthetic is purely coincidental, we assure you.
Yeah, that particular doll, the Inferno doll, is kind of mad that we're an artificer, even though we're not that kind of artificer. So for courage, this is a Lost Woods situation where if you go the wrong direction, even though it seems like you might be going the right direction later, you're not.
While we get through this area, do you have time for a question from chat?
Sure.
Awesome. So we've got someone asking about the nature of RNG in this run, because they did mention they're aware of the land make system and how certain quests only appear with certain elemental spirits. So like, to what extent are we controlling for RNG with where we place artifacts, what days we do quests, those sorts of things? Are there still elements in the speedrun that involve a certain amount of RNG?
There are, but not related to those systems. The systems that we just talked about, land make, days of the week, all those are very controllable, and they don't really have an RNG influence. There are other parts of the machinery, right? Like enemy AI. Enemy AI basically seems to work like Golem AI in this game, which is to say, it understands ranges and moves you would do in those ranges in a probabilistic sense. And you can sometimes kind of figure out how enemy AI works in that space. This was a boss fight. Thanks for all of the worthless money. That's not worthless. I guess we're still getting Tome of Magic and Moon's Mirror. That Moon's Mirror is key. We really wanted to place that as early as possible because we go there twice. Anyway, no, RNG's not really a thing because of those pieces of the system. Those pieces of the system are fixed in how they influence. You know, enemies have different mana types associated with them. If you have their enemy types in a land, they are weaker. If you have their actual types, they become stronger. Right.
So these are all things you can route for that essentially make the route. And does that route end up changing between the original and the remaster here, or?
No, the machinery for the routing stays the same between them. In that sense, there are RNG factors, but it's the routing stuff is deterministic. So this is a very nice splash. We have to see this cutscene no matter what, but we're doing it now because it skips half of the next quest we're going to do. There are a couple of places where we will abuse the game keeping track of either actors or places in its internal quest state. We haven't met this girl yet, but we will. But later.
It's fine. She seems busy.
Yeah, she seems busy staring at that tower. It's fine. All right, so we placed Moon's Mirror. We went in. Now we need to place the Tome of Magic. Geo, that's very important. We're going to put it 2 away from home. Touch of Coral, completely irrelevant. We're going to put it next to Geo out of the way because we're never going there. Medallion, the jungle, completely irrelevant to us. We're putting it out of the way. All right, good talk. Let's go back to the caves. So this is where Elazul wanted to take us. This is Rachel gave us the egg to go here. This is the Lost Princess, but because we visited the tower, we're in that half-beaten state where these teleporter guys are around, these boinks, and they boink you to where their tail lives in the level. So that speeded us up. However, here's some RNG for you, if you like RNG. It is technically fastest if these guys drop an axe for us, rather than us going on with our hammer. So we try to get an axe out of them. And we got an axe out of them. There's a better axe and a worse axe, and I don't really care which one it is, although it would be nice if it was the Earth Splitter. It's the Earth Splitter. That's the better of the two. Life is great. Okay, because we didn't have to extra grind, I'm going to have to menu again. But you can see my previous weapon was 18. The Earth Splitter is 31. That is a significant increase. And it did take we don't have access to Blammo right now because we don't have a hammer. But speaking of weapon power, right, like we're doing these spins, they don't care about weapon speed, just power. So there's Counter-Strike, just in time. This is the boss. We use it a lot in this category, but we really, really, really want it for this fight because this fight kind of sucks. The fight has a lot of HP and some fairly slow STs. This is doing the other possible first boss, really, aside from Mantis Sand. Bonk. It does 8 times your weapon swing and damage. Doing base bait.
Yeah, you can see those.
Yep. Almost.
Tried for the one cycle.
Tried for the one cycle, didn't happen. It's fine. Rude. All right.
I mean, I appreciate that, at least casually, that the game's iconography and the visual are very clear about when you can and can't attack. Like, when the enemy is doing their ST, they blink, which means they are not vulnerable.
Additionally, you have the same visual language. You are vulnerable at both sides of your ST usage, so you have that same blink. And I started that combat with that same blink, right? So that the games think, here's Elazul, who we ask who he is despite having been introduced to him 20 minutes ago. We forgot his name, whatever.
Look, I'm just trying to show interest in the things that you care about. I'm not going to tell you I've met Elazul already. You tell me about him.
And Elazul's like, she's after your core. Because we're dumb, we're going to say we don't know what a core is because nobody's told us yet. You could probably deduce at this point what a core might be. But
after what happened in
what happened to Rubens,
right.
Pearl, Elazul.
Rubens, Elazul, yep.
We get
Thanks, GDQ. You've done a lot for me.
Yeah, she's a very cute blusher. All right, that's it. We got the axes. Well, that's great. All right, so now we're gonna go do Tea Time of Danger. Yes, that's the name of the quest. It's right next to home because we're doing this early, and we don't want to get, we want the boss to be as weak as possible. This boss attacks faster than we do, and it's, hey, look, it's the Onion Kid, the Onion Knight. He actually introduced himself as an Onion Knight.
It's true.
So
there are more than a few references or explicit pulls from the Final Fantasy series.
Yep.
We were actually talking in the green room. Yeah, we were talking in the green room about some save game bonuses if you have other things on your PS1 memory card when you play this game.
Yep, there are 3 of those that come to mind. I don't know if there's another one that I've forgotten. So yeah, the plot here, not that we know it, is that that teapot from that Niccolo was trying to scam with the wheel has become lost in these. This is the Malboro. It's exactly what you think it is, which is to say it's a status monster, and we hit it with the axe. We learn flying saw blades. We will not equip flying saw blades, but that is how you learn STs. Right, the same way you learn skills, just by using the weapon at the same time. All right, so yep, Tipo is lost in the ruins. Flower keys. These guys should really say that they are the key. They are the gates, because the gates that are closed are the positions they are in. So we move the upper right hand gate. We move the upper left opening to the upper right and so now we can go through here. All right, so the flower keys are the reverse. We'll come back to that flowerling later. Megalithic structure. This is not the only place in the game that has some sort of Mesoamerican vibes, as well as Nordic vibes. This game is a bit of a mismatch of cultures. Although Trials of Mana also had kind of some similar Mesozoic vibes in some of their areas as well.
Oh yeah, no, each starting area in Trials is meant to be evocative of a different time and place, and it does a very good job of that.
Yeah. Psychokinesis activated. Great. What does that mean? Game doesn't tell you, as this is a 1999 RPG of the kind where you talk to everybody after you do anything all the time. We're gonna move that flower key back so we can get back to megalithic structure. And the flower keys actually are very nice. Those ones in the middle can hard block your movement. The game allows a certain amount of flipping through NPCs to solve for that, but it's not necessarily fast at it. All right, Chest Knights. Yeah, just like in Secret of Mana. They're ghosts, they have laser beams. What could be different about them? And they basically only drop money. All right. Next, a succubus. Actually drops a decent hat that we don't need, probably won't see. It does have the confused status, which works basically as it does in Secret of Mana, which is it reverses your controls. Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I love the reverse controls debuff in any game that it appears in, because once you've played the game enough and you have the muscle memory, basically doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. Exactly.
That ate mummy, grabbed and threw me, gave me a rotten meat, which I don't need. In some categories, you actually want to see that drop. In the longer categories, there's a quest that requires that you get 8 random things, and rotten meat is one of them. But yeah, we found Tipo. Give that bloke a good watering. Also, there's a bat, a blood-sucking bat. Okay, bye, Tipo. It's gonna take you like 5 seconds to leave the room while this bat keeps biting me. Fine. It's fine. This is Count Duvula. Why Duvula? Because only the blood of the peaceful dove will quench my thirst. Hey, buddy. I will not let you cast magic on me. I would love it if you try to attack me. Like that. Bonk. Bonk. Go for 3. All right, go for 4.
Yeah, if I remember right, her Japanese name is basically transliterates or can be translated as pitch and blood.
Yeah.
So, a little on the nose, perhaps.
Yeah, here we get Count Duvula, right? Which is, still a quality pun. Well, Loy, why didn't you fetch me? Tipo, you had an adventure. Isn't that great? And he was like, no, it isn't.
Go on to adventure. I'm a teapot.
Oh, dear me.
I'm extremely fragile.
I'm extremely fragile and filled with water. I don't want to.
Fragile both physically and emotionally.
Yeah.
You know what? Mood,
yeah. Yeah, that's Tipo for you. All right, so great. We got Key Time of Danger done. We're gonna head this way. We're not gonna go into Geo yet, but we go here just because it is convenient for what we're about to do, which is we're gonna place the Stone Eye, and we're never gonna visit the lake.
Just to the point of how complex the event tracking and some of the things that you can do that would interrupt things in a way you don't expect. Somebody in chat actually mentioned that if we talked to Pearl before going to that last land and doing our quest, we actually would have ended up skipping this quest.
Yeah, it's a mess, but like you kind of have to do like all this stuff to get where you want to go in this route. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. We get the Dud Bears, so which were introduced in this game and have now escaped to other games. This is Monique. This is a lamp shop. She needs to sell 6 lamps. Her boyfriend.
We can help with that, probably.
Possibly. Her boyfriend is a poet of love and also a centaur. And he'll sell those 6 lamps for her. Here begins our beautiful love story. Spirit's Light. All right, so great, wonderful. What's the plan here? I'll buy my share, but you should go sell yours. Okay, well, I don't have 3,000 lucre, so we're gonna have to sell them. All right, so the only NPCs I see around are Dud Bears, so we're probably gonna have to sell them to Dud Bears. But Dud Bears don't speak common; they speak Dud Bear language. Ready to learn Dud Bear? All right, dub, dud, duba, duda, duba, boo boo, guga, da, ba, da da da, boo ba ba ba, ba ba, da da, gak, and bub. All right, you got it?
Yeah, I flipped. So the last time I had to do one of these was I learned the ham language when we did a Hamtaro run on here a few weeks ago for our non-binary people celebration. So I just flipped over to the next page and started writing the Dud Bear language down. I'm all good.
Great. All right, so we have to sell these Dud Bears. They are fixed. There's a Dud Bear that wants you to say no once and then yes twice. There's a Dud Bear, this one, which wants you to say yes 3 times. And then there is Dud Bear that wants you to say no twice. And the one that's no twice is the funniest to me because it's like you hate music, right? Like no, like no. You hate life. No, and you're like yeah. It's like oh we're friends now. I can sell you a lamp. Yeah, the Dud Bear language actually does. We used to use this money, like, Gilbert doesn't care if we use the money to buy stuff. We used to use this money in that category, and in some other categories we do use it. This one we don't actually need to. We have routed it so that this isn't the town that has the weapon we need. So great. We sold all the lamps. She has the money. Gilbert and her are going to go outside and talk about their dreams and their future together. And we're going to listen.
Gilbert over here. I can show you the world. And
yeah,
she's just like,
he's got a dream.
Yeah,
she's got a dream.
I guess I could go outside.
So yeah, Monique is like, you could sell your lamps to anybody, and she's like, yeah, actually, like my lamps kind of are artisanal. You should have Dud Bears do the dirty work. It's like, actually, I kind of enjoy making them. We could even commission a famous designer. It's like, it's fun to gather the odds and ends. We'll be rich before we know it. But the money isn't great, but what I get out of my work is what matters. And he's like, don't you have dreams? And she's like, have you been listening?
I feel like we're not having the same conversation here, my friend.
And then he's like,
you know what? You're right.
Yeah, our dreams don't match up, right? Like, so yeah, bye. And Gilbert heads off to take a bunch of L's from various women in quests that we aren't going to do. Gilbert takes a lot of L's in this game, and is in fact one of the side characters that you can have take the biggest L. If you screw things up, he does actually die.
Yeah.
But you really have to try.
Yeah, for now, we speed run New Romance into Breakup. Yeah. That was pretty dang quick.
It wasn't even a new romance. Like, they're childhood friends, right? Like, this is, like she's the childhood sweetheart, but also he doesn't really... He's got stars in his eyes, right? And he's a bit of a Lothario. Right. There's another word I would use. It's more modern, but it involves the word boy and a word that I'm not going to be saying on GDQ. This is another way of kind of telling you what Gilbert's all about.
I don't know why you wouldn't say play. That's weird. I feel like we do that a lot around here. Exactly.
All right. So Drowned Dreams is next, but first we got to place some stuff. We have to place the Sand Rose. We have to place the Trembling Spoon, which is the underworld, which we won't be going. So that's out of the way. We're going to place the Rusty Anchor, which we totally care about. And we place it exactly at this distance and exactly at this position so that we can buy the hammer that we want. All right. And so this is Popota. Welcome to Popota Harbor. It's not exactly on the water, but it's close enough for government work. All right. And so we have to do the unlock quest for Popota. And there's two Mr. Modis
to be
here
fair,
on the same screen.
Our options are at the water's edge or in the water. So we had to pick one of them to be, water adjacent.
Yep. All right, so there's a ghost. The Mr. Modis that are running the inn are spooked. We are going to take out them with that problem. Honest, no lie. Up here, though, is the shop. We have the money. We don't. All right. Last practice run, I actually had the money straight up. All right, gold hammer. Yes, thank you. Oh, great. We get the iron pot, too. Lucky. All right, that's it. That is the entire menuing for the run. Oh, wait, no. I forgot one thing. We have a hammer now. Get to put blammo back on. And we do want blammo. All right, now we're done with menuing for the run. It's all fighting game from here and talking to people from here on out. Or all brawler and talking to people from here on out. Yeah, so talk to that guy. And then we go back to the hotel and we'll meet Fish. And the Fish is kind of a jerk.
And to be clear, this is a game that can have an awful lot of menus. There is the ability to synthesize various equipment and items. There is the ability to recruit pets using the fruit that you make in your yard, make better weapons, make instruments that go along with things. There is an awful lot to this game around the periphery that probably comes more into play in a category like Platinum Percent or All Events, but...
Yep. And yeah, like I mentioned all the skill stuff, right? Like that's all menuing. So we're going to ask about Basket Fish 3 times here. Obviously, they expected you to ask about the ship and the ghost as well, but then Boyd says you're very thorough. Very thoroughly learned about Basket Fish. The mermaid and the dancer, we can confirm that they do not have blue eyes. We cannot see the soldier. He's wearing a metal helmet. So we send Boyd off after the soldier, only to find out that the soldier's this way and he went the completely wrong direction. And there's Gilbert, too. Just hanging out and, seaside.
Taking his mind off things for the beach vacation.
Yep.
Who amongst us, really?
With some penguin pirates. Those are seafaring, warm water penguin pirates. Walking around there. We don't interface with them in this category anymore. But there are a couple of quests that involve them. All right, hotel lobby, great. All right. Still have a ghost problem. All right, there's Thoma, and it's Boyd. And Boyd's with the police. There's his card. Boyd didn't give us a card. You're kind of miffed, Mr. Thoma.
He just kind of presumed your association and assistance, whereas he actually explicitly asked for it here.
Yeah. All right, talking to Boyd doesn't get us anywhere. We have to talk to Thona here. I don't know about anything they don't. Boyd flatters him a bit.
Say, you're very wealthy.
Yeah, you're very wealthy. It's called the Blue Eye. You must see that jewel. No. Revanche. I want to see Blue Eye too. Okay. The Fish is a lot obsessed. The Fish paid 50,000, paid 1 wheel's worth of lucre to be in that hall alone with her.
If we didn't know what the translation between those things is or the association, you wouldn't know if a wheel's worth was a lot or a little. But in this case,
it's a lot. So yeah, this is what the Blue Eye shows us. It shows us that guy's brother's ship appears to have been set upon by a siren and sank. And so now Thona knows. Boyd has disappeared. Oh, it's the ghost. Hand me the Blue Eye.
Just don't curse me.
No, ghost could run. Wait, Boyd, what? Weren't you just
Boyd.
here? What about the Blue Eye? The ghost came and took it away. What? Ghosts aren't real. You were just there. It was the jewel hunter disguised as Boyd.
I thought Boyd showed up suspiciously early this time.
All right, there's the artifact pirate's hook. We do not care. That is Drowned Dreams. Fantastic. All right, we are almost to actual Jumi quests, but we have to do one more trick. The trick is we have to go to the desert. This, I mentioned, feeding the game by messing with its state, by putting actors and lands in specific states. We are going to put Cathinja, one of the teachers at the magic school, in this desert for the foreseeable future. We do this because if we don't, the unlock quest for Geo involves her, Gilbert, and talking to 12 different characters and making the correct choice in each of their dialogue sets, which is a lot of stuff to do when you don't need to. So instead, we go here, we lock Cathinja in place, and we leave. All right. Problem solved. We do not have to deal with Cathinja and Gilbert's side quest there. Right. Back to the Tower of Liares. Pearl is here again after a brief visit to the caves. She's back. Here, where she was waiting, and that is the Jumi splash screen. We are doing a true Jumi quest thing here. Pearl bumps into us because she's clumsy. Of course, she's clumsy. I have to go. You try to stop her, and she doesn't listen. She heads into the tower. All right. Welcome to the Tower of Liares. We go here twice. It is a long climb. Plenty of combat. But it is just a climb with a bunch of combat.
Okay. While we do that, if you want to tell us about your history with Legend of Mana or the Mana series in general, both casually and as a speedrunner. I know you mentioned that this category was what got you into this game.
That's right. So,
any particular reasons why?
So I played Legend of Mana in the long ago on PlayStation. I got into the tempering system back when we didn't have a good translation or mechanical understanding of the tempering system because it was all only documented in a Japanese Ultimania. And so, right, like that was, a big thing. In college, I had a roommate who erased my 200-hour save, so I made another 200-hour save.
Sounds about right. So,
a number of years ago, like probably 2019, 2020 area, saw Legend of Mana and Jumi percent being done, and I'm like, this is the story that I liked the most at the time, right? And so that, and then seeing some people do all event stuff is kind of like, yes, like I do like Legend of Mana. I do enjoy kind of celebrating like the game, a game that is, I think, deserves more eyes on it. At the time, it didn't have a HD remaster, right? Like it was just one of the PSX games from the Summer of Adventure that people, it would be less remembered than all the others if the third wasn't Threads of Fate / Duprism, which is even less known than Legend of Mana. Good game, but definitely not a game that many people know compared to the third Summer of Adventure game, Chrono Cross.
Right. The only reason I know Threads of Fate is because I used to subscribe to OPM, so I had the demo disc that had Threads of Fate on it.
Right. But yeah, so I mean, Legend of Mana, right? Like it's, I played Secret of Mana. I mean, all of us of an age did so, right? But yeah, no, Legend of Mana, it was a little tough going the first time I played through, but I kind of fell in love with it, and the Jumi story is part of what made me fall in love with it. These are Mad Mallards.
Mad Mallards.
Yeah. And now that we have a heavier hammer, you can kind of see the damage that we're doing in terms of like enemy health bar movement just be much higher, right? Because we have a much more powerful weapon at this point. But yeah, no, that's kind of how it happened, right? RPG Chick, I think, was the one who was doing the Jumi percent run at some point in the past, gotcha. And then the bunch of people did, and this was all back in PSX era, and like I had the disc, and so I could do this, this thing. And then all of a sudden, we're watching a Nintendo Direct, and the words "white against black, I'm home" appear. And those of us that have played the game are just like, no way. There's no way Square's gonna pick Legend of Mana to get an HD remaster before name a dozen properties. But they did. And part of it was because they put out an anime later that year. Right, like doing the surrounding the Jumi art. But yeah, suddenly it was available everywhere. And
to their credit, they've gotten to a number of others in the time since. Shout outs to the Star Ocean HD remasters. Those are great.
Saga Frontiers. Right.
Where's our Parasite? Oh, well, I know that why they can't do Parasite Eve. The license for that just isn't available anymore. But
oh, really? That's rough. So yeah, Elazul's up here. He wants us to go along. We refuse. He runs off at a light speed that he ran off that faster than the original PlayStation 2. There's a couple of cutscenes where the NPCs just move out at absolutely blinding speed. So yeah, Pearl's facing somebody we don't recognize at the top of this tower in the Room of Fate, and then we're fighting a giant mechanical centaur beast. And it would be nice if he swung at me a couple of times. This, and like this, and not do that. All right, and it's the lightning. Right, so I'm trying to switch the blammo so it goes past his invul time like so, and ta-da. You won't see me use STs a lot in combat because they have that lag time on them, but using them as defense and offense, well, that's just for real estate.
You're not wrong. The best defense is more offense, especially when it's not capped by attack speed.
Yeah. So Elazul comes back, starts lecturing Pearl about wandering off. And Pearl's just like, but I just need, like, I can almost remember my amnesiac history stuff. Please, just like, don't make me leave super fast. And it's like, okay, fine. You take her down here. And then we get shovel talked by Elazul, which is cute. Elazul thinking he could take us is cute.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we didn't have blammo, it might be close.
Yeah, we have counterattack.
Oh, yeah, fair. You know what? Never mind. Forget I said anything. This
is a secret tool that helped us later. We jumped down 6 floors. It's okay though because we comically deform as sprites, and so it's fine. Even Pearl could do it without getting hurt.
I didn't know our bones could squish, but they can, so that's a happy coincidence.
There's a couple of attacks I refer to as deforming attacks, and they basically remove you from functionality and the physics engine for the time they're happening, which is a problem if you're trying to, attack somebody.
Fair.
So they are my least favorite attacks to be hit with. The mummy that throws you as one of them. There's a couple of things that can. There's a seal-like enemy that can bounce you on its nose, which is.
Oh gosh, yep, I remember.
Which is exactly as bad as it sounds in terms of time loss. Right. There's a couple of those. There's a squish thing that some enemies do. Elazul has one of them against enemies that pushes them, and while the enemy is being pushed, they cannot be hit. Because Elazul is deforming their sprite. It's not great. And yeah, we saw Niccolo grabbed the Banasant again, right? Like just kind of locking that sprite so we can't interact with it anymore. So you might see stars appear above the enemies at some points. The spin move without an attack is meant to just kind of dizzy enemies. It has a balancing factor where if you dizzy 5 enemies with it and they're inside of your range, you dizzy as well. But the attack radius is just a hair larger than the dizzy yourself radius. So you will see me try to position so that I'm hitting them with the edge of my spin if I'm going to try and spin them many times because keep me from getting dizzy. So another kind of like this is very techie things, right? Like that save time over a long run. It's the Jewel Hunter. She gives us a card. I'm coming to take your core. Clods who lose their sparkle must be punished. Yes, Clods were the name for these before Steven Universe. Not sorry. Jewel Beast 1 is here. You know what Jewel Beast 1 is really good for? Tapping into your counterattack. This guy's gonna push me. Hate push. And I hate getting offline. Just... Alright, got him. Alright. That push can very quickly turn you dead. If it hits you multiple times.
Yeah, you can get carried. You don't necessarily have the luck of being bounced off the attack like we were that time. But
yeah,
again, a really good opportunity to point out how, especially when you are speedrunning and trying to get your attacks in as efficiently and quickly as possible, make sure the enemy hits you so you can counterattack. You do play this the combat in this more like a brawler.
Yep. Yeah. And then this is Pearl kind of angsting about the fact that like Elazul's looking for other Jumi, and like, what if he finds someone that's better than me? She says, I hope he never finds one. Pearl's not having a great one out here. Looking Glass Tower. There's Pearl's full art. Right. So Pearl gave us a frozen heart. It's not hers, it's somebody else's. We're gonna place that down over here. We do need to go there once. All right. Now the Jumi quest proper. What time are we at? This is where
we're at about a little under 53.
Okay, that sounds right. All right. So this is where the Jumi quest line begins in earnest, right? Like we've done a bunch of prelude stuff. We've done the tower thing with Pearl that kind of leads into, right, like she's a bit amnesiac.
Yeah, met our main characters.
All right, we
might have lost one of them. Yep. He was important, but...
But now we're actually going to get into, like, we're talking about Elazul's trying to find Jumi, right? Like, well, what if we went and talked to Elazul? Well, he was going to go find some Jumi.
Good luck.
Right, he tries to say, like, you should stay away, and, like, you're like, come on, buddy. So we go here. Elazul pings, and Pearl runs into us because she's clumsy. Yeah. Are you going somewhere? Yeah. You want me to stay here? Yeah. It's not fair. It's too dangerous, right?
I mean...
It's dangerous here too, buddy. Stay at my place. Yeah. Now we're talking.
It's fine. You can hang out with Little Cactus.
Yeah, the baddie we caught because Elazul's just doesn't have any place for her to stay. All right.
Look, Little Cactus isn't much for conversation, but he's a great listener.
He's a great listener. Yeah, something we don't get to interact with in this category is Great Cactus, but we're gonna have to put Great Cactus aside for a moment. It's Aura Day, which is the day we want to be on Geo. Geo cares about the days of the week. Unlike Seiken Densetsu 3 or Trials of Mana, there are 6 days. There is no Mana Holy Day. And because Kathinja isn't here, we see these characters instead. And a summoning circle / plate of stained glass and a girl with green anime hair. All right. All of these kids are on strike from going to school. If Kathinja were here, we'd have to deal with that. We don't. Classroom's empty. Makes it really easy to get to Esmeralda. And she's a Jumi. I gotta study today.
She doesn't have to be named Esmeralda, but you know, it helps to make it more clear.
It does. We don't know what her sisters are named. So I don't know if there is as, we get all the easy names. All right. So we needed to be the next day. Thankfully, we have the Cafe Sorry Carl, and the Cafe Sorry Carl will let us advance time without leaving to the world map. It's great. It's Gnome Day. She wanted to see us on Gnome Day. Let's go back to the library and meet her. Normally, so this is something that's, as speedrunners, we kind of chew through this quickly. In normal play, you can imagine coming to Geo multiple times over the course of your playthrough, right? And so you'll interface with these day relevant quests, right? Like kind of off and on, right? Like she is telling you when to see her next, right? Like she's not leaving you without direction, right? But at the same time, right? Like you're doing a lot of stuff in a random order, talking to a lot of NPCs, right?
Yep. It's fine. I'll just go do some golem making and pick some fruit, and then I'll come back.
Exactly. Right. So like normally you would do a number of these quests, normally. So yep, they both ping as Jumi, and the Lucky Clover starts without a Jumi splash. Whatever, game. Make a choice sometime. All right. Shout out to Black Mage in the background there. All All right. Hey, sorry, Carl. I will stay till morning. Sure. All right. We have to advance things.
I've got to kick you out in the morning. Yeah, that's how inns work.
It's not even in. This is just a cafe.
True.
And that, by the way, that's another thing. This, like that sort of like, you know, fruit and stuff kind of bowls thing there for kind of like a breakfast vibe. Very, again, big Central South American.
True.
And very much a fit as to, you know, not.
I guess if he's letting you stay overnight and kicking you out in the morning, it's almost kind of more like a hostel.
Yeah. All right. And so yeah, she's here and nobody else is here. I advanced the time to Dryad Day because I know that the principal is also stuck in the desert. We didn't see him, but he's stuck there. So it's a little, right? Like I could have done it the previous day, but that teacher still exists. And sometimes that teacher decides they want to be annoying. All right. Well, we mismenuyed that one. Stay. It's all right. Now it is Undine Day, the other day that she's in the library. There's Black Mage up there on that pillar. Right. Now, we ran away from the Jumi City. Lorena, the only one who could heal, was kidnapped. Too risky without healing, everybody scattered. Nunzak's been looking after her, instructing her in magic. Elizal, you already have a guardian. Mr. Nunzak says that would be too timing. Fixing guardians aren't lovers, you know. The safety of one guardian's enough for a knight to wear it. Far more capable than you know. Anyway, with exotic hair pipes like those, she can't fail.
Infallible logic, truly.
Yeah. Oof. Elizal is gone.
Okay, bye, Elizul.
Bye. My sisters have been drawn by our core. Great. All right. Thankfully, as you know, we're speedrunners. We know exactly where the cores are. One of them's in the principal's office. And if the principal is not locked in the desert and you're not on Dryad Day, he's kind of annoyed. She asks if she's a thief. You say so. She takes it as the teasing/joking tone that it's meant. And we head off.
And because you don't have the ability to electrocute her like the shopkeeper in Link's Awakening.
Yep.
Or change her name to Thief permanently.
So this jewel shop person is Alex. You can see Alex if you go in the shop in Gato Grottos during Flame, she's there. She runs this shop. She'll give you Jumi lore. She sells gemstones, which can be used in tempering.
Tempering, a whole separate system, weapon improvement. If you want to do what is essentially endgame content for this game, or if you're running one of the longer speedrunning categories, you said there's essentially an inflection point for longer categories where taking the time to learn and then perform weapon tempering, in some cases with some special items that can be obtained in unusual ways, makes the run faster.
That's right. The longer categories tend to get to temper. Platinum actually tempers a bunch because you have to learn every special technique in Platinum, and that means you have to fight with every weapon. So it ends up tempering, not deep tempering, right? You can temper all the way to a max power weapon, and it takes hours. Hours in the interface.
Correct.
But wait, for the speed runs, obviously that's nonsense. But yeah, no, this game has plenty of complicated systems in its depths. And you mentioned endgame content. This game, you might have seen sort of like similar kind of like harder difficulty stuff in other Mana games, but this is the one that has Nightmare mode, which is plus 30 levels to everything, and then No Future mode, which is, it's not strictly everything is level 99, but it's close. A few early things end up not being level 99, but the vast majority of things end up being level 99. Right, so that is when you say endgame content, right? Like that's what you really need, because in a first playthrough, the best weapon you can buy is like 50 power, and that's more than enough to get the job done. You can temper something more powerful, but you don't really need it. For speedrunning, of course, as is appropriate and optimal, we make choices.
Yep, and there's some special content to this version of the game that technically existed in the original, but you would have had to have an actual physical peripheral to use that content to the PS1 version. You want to tell people about that?
Yeah, so there was a couple of things that were hidden behind a Pocket Station game attached to this game. A couple of pieces of gear or pieces of tempering material that you couldn't get without it. So in the US, that was just not an option. They reintroduced that in the HD remaster for everybody, as they intended the HD remaster to be kind of like the definitive version, right? It has 9 languages. It has Ring Ring Land, which is a game you play with your pet. Because we mentioned there's a pet system. All right, so what are we gonna do? This guy's the Jewel Hunter's after us. We split up. Of course, we split up. No matter what you do there, she splits up.
Let's split up, gang.
Let's split up, gang. All right. So we head up, and immediately Zenigata's like, Esmeralda's disappeared. Well, you can go get Elazul here. You don't need to, so we don't. But you can go in the shop and tell Elazul, and he's like, ooh, I'll help. Elazul ends up behaving like you did get him here. He feels that he failed Esmeralda. So we got Diana. And then, can I save Esmeralda? If you say you'll try, it's not good enough. You have to say no matter what to teleport you downstairs into the arena. And it's Jewel Beast number 2. Hi, Jewel Beast number 2.
Hey, what can you say? Confidence is important.
It is.
Especially when you're trying to, save the world or...
Offline there. There we go. One more game. All right. Good. Any fight that doesn't have an ST is a good one, basically. If you don't die and they don't ST, then you can't ask for better. Level ups take 5 seconds to let you out of the fight no matter what. Which is why you might have seen me, for example, in that case, are just stuck in the fight where other fights would end instantly. Yep. Sandra. Bye, Esmeralda. We are a top tier knight. Honest. Did a great job there.
Well, yeah, we're good at fighting. We're not so much good at catching.
Yeah.
The enemy has to challenge us. If they don't want to fight, we're not going to force them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Chad also mentioned the statues of main characters that are available in some places.
Yes, and there were a couple of SD3 characters in that room. Dylan, a couple others. This is a good place for a stop.
Perfect.
If the game was running a little slower, it would have been when we were doing the Denny's stuff, but...
Sure. Okay, we'll take a brief break. Take a few minutes to take care of yourselves, get up and stretch, unshrimp. I know I'm guilty of needing to do that. Get yourself a drink or a snack if you need, and come right on back for more Legend of Mana. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Here on Out of the Box, it's time for more Legend of Mana Remastered with Mecha Link. Let's get back into it.
All right. Oh, yep. Pearl's hanging out. And that is...
Having a nice nap.
Yeah, nice nap. Lucky Clover is completed. Great. All right. So, that's great. But what we really need to do is enter home again. And so...
cool. We're going to check in on Pearl?
Not exactly. So Elazul's here. Elazul's saying, did Pearl come by? You have to tell him not yet.
What do you mean not yet?
What do you mean not yet? All right, so then Cosmo starts. It's like, this letter means that she's been kidnapped. Let's, go outside and look around. So go back to the world map. And this is something I wish they had not kept from the US version. There are a couple of things, but this is the big one, is this cutscene that tells you that you need to go to Mecha Caverns. In the US version, it drops back into the zone you were in. In the Japanese, it doesn't.
As opposed to leaving you here.
As opposed to leaving you on the map. Yep, it just, wherever you see that scene from, it drops you in every single time. And obviously, in the PSX version, that was even more annoying because it took even longer. Because PlayStation loads are a thing. All right. But before we go to the caverns, we have to go over here. And we're going over here for another actor/place quest thing. We don't need to keep Kathinja away anymore. This is the principal. We still kind of want him gone. But also, we're going to need the desert. Not because we're going to go to the desert, but the game needs to believe the desert isn't currently busy and filled with children. I'll explain that when we get there. All right. So, back to getting Pearl. So, you'll see here, you'll see a duck show up. There are 8 special kind of like humanoid, meta-human, they're referred to, pets that you can only get with the right mana levels. That duck is one of the 8. We just so happen to make that available here. But yeah, that's another one of those things where it's like, do you want to get all the the pets, right? I mentioned that sometimes if you do quests, you might only get 1 artifact instead of 2. The metal that you get depends on the level of the level of the land. So like, you want to maximize the number of times you can get the best metal from the quest, then you need to make your map look like this, right? So there's a lot of old game pack stuff about, right, like old game pack stuff about like, here's how you make an optimal map and such, right? So the land make system does stuff. It's not, again, it doesn't like really prevent you from playing the game, but like if you want to do like a single play 100% type thing, you're probably going to need a fact.
Yeah, I remember the old ASCII art charts back in the day.
ASCII art charts, yep. But yeah, we found them. We found Pearl. She's not dead yet. We found right, like, and like Sandra's like, stupid girl, haven't you remembered your purpose yet? Hell, this one's great. Let Pearl go. Do I look like the sort of woman who'd listen to you?
I mean, that's a surprisingly strong line.
That is a great line. Then she cards him to do a little minor core damage. And again, this is all for the purpose of trying to get somebody, a Jumi, to cry. And well, that weird guy's here. We just talked to him. Lord of Jewels. Pointless to hurt each other. Can't stand this girl. Jumi can't cry. You're right. We lost our tears long ago. You lost something, but it's not tears. Still don't understand. Fine. She's gonna kill you both. I don't need the power to heal. Just give me the power to fight. And 1 Pearl Power makeup later, Black
One magical transformation later.
Do you really wish to do battle with me, Sandra?
Like, if you like some of the transformations in Parasite Eve, we actually have our own versions here.
Yeah, it's Jewel Beast 3. These Jewel Beasts actually have different elemental weaknesses, and in the like the bestiary in the game, they're legitimately, like, they are called Jewel Beast 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. All right. Casually, Black Pearl is enormously powerful because so between the characters at the top of the screen, there's that little lightning bolt. If you're near another character, you both get a buff of some sort, and different characters give different buffs. Black Pearl's buff is your ST gauge fills completely. In a casual setting, that's absurd, because you're just gonna ST all the time until the enemy is dead. In a speedrun, STs are slow. But yeah, like, she's really, 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 really powerful. Best ST in the game. So yeah, the Jules teleports us out. Elzo's sleeping in our bed now, which I guess we haven't been sleeping in it, so whatever, I guess.
It's true. We just hung out at the cafe for the last, like, week. So
yeah, exactly.
The bed was definitely still open.
All right. So there's a quest trigger that's been waiting at home this entire time, and we've avoided it because we haven't actually gone back inside. Normally, you're supposed to go back inside, tell Little Cactus about your day, maybe interface with any of the NPCs that have moved into your house, maybe save back in PSX where you had to save in specific places instead of saving anywhere like you can in the Remaster. And we're going to go up and down the stairs 6 times because that's what it takes to get Elazul to get out of bed.
Hey, it's some days for me.
Yeah. right.
I could run up and down my own stairs 6 times and then immediately go back to bed.
Yeah,
So
if we ran up a 7th time, he'd be gone. We don't know. This is the mail carrier, Amulet. Little Sorcerer's Quest. Usually you see that way earlier. There's a bunch of pumpkins. They're very scary. They're on the far west side of Domina, and we're going to ignore that for a moment. Like we've ignored
I think this is
else.
typically considered to be quest number 2.
Yeah, it's generally done, right? It's generally happens after you visit home again for the first time. All right, so that's that. Now we're going back to Tower of Lieres. Because, of course, Pearl, going off on her own, ends up in Tower of Lieres. Okay. Did I actually count to 6 correctly? I did. Will I come with you? I have to say yes. Unfortunately, 2 girls. Up we go. It's Lieres again. It's the exact same thing, except that there's no boss at the top. I'm trying to think what are things that we didn't touch on yet.
Yeah, actually, somebody in chat significantly earlier mentioned STs being something from the Saga Frontier series, which I, not being terribly familiar with the Saga series, much to my detriment, I would say. But yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Although, as we mentioned, the idea of the bonus items, the Easter eggs from some other Squaresoft games, Saga Frontier actually is one of those games that has a bonus item.
Yeah, the Haishashoran from Saga Frontier 2 is in this game. If you have, on the PSX, if you had a Saga Frontier save file, you got access to an optional boss that would give you the Haishashoran. That's available now without that, because I don't think they'd even released the Saga Frontier remaster when this came out, so they couldn't even have done that if they wanted to. And yeah, there's a Chocobo Racing tie-in, which absolutely they couldn't possibly keep. That game has not been re-released.
They did a new Chocobo Racing sometime back, but not
Chocobo Racing proper. Yeah, and
right.
and yeah, I mean, Saga Frontier and the Saga systems in general, the Saga Frontier class has a lot of skills, right? Like skills that combo with each other. I wouldn't, and they have a similar-ish learning situation where it's like you do these things to learn these things, right? So there are definitely some similarities there, right? But yeah, this particular kind of breed of things is very different, and it's very different from the Mana series in general. But yes, there is some similarities between the kind of Saga Frontier class, tech sparking. Right, which that line of Saga games landed on, and then carried forward into like Emerald and all the other kind of later Saga games, Unlimited Saga, etc. Right, kind of leaned into that same sort of skill usage tech system. So similarities for sure. It's the same house after all. This was all Squaresoft back then. Yeah, you see Elizul do one of his pushes and takes that well out of my ability to hit them with the first set of spins, and gets blown up.
Unfortunately, also provides them an extra target for their attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, just a lot of ways that having an NPC around just kind of steps on your game. I actually haven't talked about wiggle running, have I? Wow, that's so. You may have noticed that I've been moving around a little oddly in places. You might have, planning to stick back and forth, basically. So in combat, even a casual player will recognize that, you take a long step and then a short step in combat, and it's not fast to move linearly. Right. But if you change your direction, right, like you're always doing the long step, right? Like it's like I'm doing a long step to the upper left and doing a long. So in battle, like, even casual players often figure out that you need to wiggle in battle. What is not typically found by a casual player is that it's even faster to wiggle your movement on the overworld. Not a ton faster, but like even like say from the top of the screen here to the bottom. Right, like it is a noticeable, like, quarter of a second speed increase, right? Like 3 beats becomes 2 and like 2.5 beats, right? If you just kind of go top to bottom straight versus wiggling, right? And over a long speed run, that sort of thing matters. So I don't, it's not necessarily,
Absolutely.
it's not necessarily something I do perfectly. The general guideline is if you look like you're floating rather than walking, if you're stuck in that kind of animation, that walk step, or if you hear no footsteps, right? Like, 'cause the footstep happens when you actually land your foot from the first
Switch
step,
from one to the other. Yeah.
Right. So if you don't hear your footsteps on the ground and or you look like you're just kind of like slightly gliding over, right, like the ground, then you are successfully, more or less wiggle running, right? And it's easier to do that from left to right than it is to do kind of going up and down. Additionally, you can, I sometimes when I'm doing, I don't have to interact with anybody, I'll move the controller instead of the stick, in a very kind of modern Tetris style. But yeah, we go to the top of the tower. Black Pearl's trying to get Pearl to shed tears, give her life to be the Clarius. And yeah, it's very unlikely to get Pearl with Black Pearl with a no ST scenario, but yeah, counters work very well on human-sized enemies, by and large. It just happened to also work really well against the Jewel Beast, thankfully. But against human enemies,
just because of the size of where the attacks come from. With the Jewel Beast, it's the pincer, the head.
Right. Yeah. So this is a funny. Whenever you do an HD remaster of some sort, take that into account when you're doing your examine your cutscenes, because sometimes the character appears off screen in 4x3 and on screen
but not in 16:9. Whoops. It's like watching old movies in different mats.
Yep. There's a couple of places in the game where the camera scans, right, to lock you in place for the cutscene, and 4x3 it has to go farther. Right?
That makes sense.
And so in this version, it doesn't have to go as far. So for example, the scene where Monique and Gilbert are talking, right? You go as far to the left as you can to keep the panning from happening, right? But
I see.
In that one, you basically didn't see any panning at all, right? And you didn't really see any panning at all because of the 16:9 screen, right? Just we're already here, right? Additionally, this game has auto run. In the original, you walked during every cutscene, and that meant that you moved back to your position after a fight much slower. That's not the case anymore. Alexandrite. So right, you don't have to be as on point, and you end every fight exactly where the cutscene starts you, right? So yep, we're gonna do that thing we've been doing. It's diddle time.
Yeah.
All right, that's all the diddle we get in this category. Unfortunately,
That's fine.
Back.
Oh.
All right, we're gone.
If you want to learn to play the organ for yourself, you may have to get a copy of Legend of Mana Remastered.
Yep. Yeah, diddle is one of the best tadpoles in gaming. And here's Bud and Corona, or Lisa, as it was translated in English. Yes, it's a beer reference. Yes, it's on its face. Bud and Corona. All right, but yeah, now it's time to beat up some children. It's fine. And this is why we like to spin if we can, because even the children understand that they don't want to be on the same line as me. Lisa. There we go. All right. Yeah, they also have magic. We haven't really seen anything even try to use magic against us, which is fine. It's not that good anyway. All right, that's Little Sorcerers. This is required for the Doomy category because they appear in the end of story. Oh wait, look, it's another card. Where's it gonna throw us? Geo, that's where we were going anyway. Great. Well, maybe not so great.
I'll say, too bad it can't actually drop us off there instead of putting us back where we were.
Nope, it forces us right back in here. All right, it's fine. In longer categories, it is actually routed that you use both entries of Domina on this one, because the shopkeepers in the front, in the shop that's in the front area, the wife and the husband alternate days. So to advance a plot revolving around their child, you need to talk to the woman in the marketplace, and then you need to talk to the man upstairs, right? And so like that day advance actually gets you where you need to go if you route it correctly, which is kind of fascinating. Anyway, it's Diana, and now she's stoned. So Rubens was in Gato, and Diana was stoned, but when we met her, she wasn't stoned, and yeah, I don't know what they're doing here. But here, Pearl lets us know, Jumi turns into a rock and creates 3 keys of themselves, and it's kind of a ceremony. Right, you find the keys of their heart. So we're off to find the keys of Diana's heart. And they're thankfully all in Geo. It's Salamander Day. Here. All right, key number 1. It's on the way out.
It's a key.
The key of pride. 2 more. Pearl pinged twice because there are 2 more keys. Right, we're gonna head up to the school, and we're gonna go back in the principal's office, and he's not gonna be there, which saves us a couple text boxes. You can go in, you can get the key, and she'll be like, "Can we take this?" And he's like, "I didn't even put that key there. You can have it. This is the key of hate."
Why are people putting things in my office? Get out of here.
Why
Take
did the
key with
magical
you.
key appear in my office? But it's still extra text boxes. The real reason we did that was to free up the land. You literally can't progress if the desert is busy. All right, and then the 3rd one was in here in this music/weapon shop, Lester's harp. The text after this one, if it's not complete, is the longest. So that's why we do it last. Because that's all 3 keys. Pain.
Chat realizing that keys and hearts might have been indicative of where Squaresoft was going.
Yeah, couldn't possibly end up doing it. Right, we have to talk to Christy to find out that she moved to the basement. Otherwise, you can't actually get where you need to go, because she did, in fact, move into the basement. Time for exposition. So Diana asked the jewel thief to kill her because she was just like, this will end the Jumi race. Like, we're done, right? I'm ready to be done, and we're done, right? That's why the keys to her art are so negative. But then she's like, oh, I need to give you guys some exposition. So I'm gonna have to turn myself into a rock and wait for you to unfreeze me so I can give you the exposition instead of dying to the jewel thief. So yeah, like this is, right, like this is where we learn like Florina, right? Like as long as she cries, the Jumi are invincible. She's the only one that can cry at the moment, right? And then this is like, why does she have to have all of her tears, you know, squeezed out of her to protect all of you, right? And this is like, she's like, hey, why don't you cry? Or like, just like none of the Jumi are able to cry. And then Diana gets what she asked for. Bye. Diana tells you to find Black Pearl, and then she's done. And Elazul is so mad, he breaks his hair accessory, and it comes back a moment later. See what Diana left. A green gemstone that turned purple. If you want to cut us loose, do it now. And this is Elazul doing his, like, I shouldn't have got you involved act. But yeah, we learned a bit more about what's going on here, right? Like, Lorena has healing tears. Right, like it appears that they were using her to stay alive in a war.
Yeah, she is essentially a sin eater for the remainder of the Jumi people. Mm-hmm. She is both their totem and their, like, she has to suffer so nobody else does, which yeah certainly seems unfair.
Yeah. Black Pearl was her guardian, and then there was like a changing of the guard situation where Sandra became her guardian. And like that's what precipitated these events, was like Black Pearl's like, yeah, like Florina's down for this, right? And Alex is like, she shouldn't have to be. She's like Florina shouldn't have to be down with keeping all of you alive with her tears. I disagree. So yeah, this is Florina is having terrifying dreams. She's supposed to be safe here. Belle the witch. We will talk to them later. There's a couple times in the game where you can answer the question of who are you with the name Chumpy. Chumpy apparently is the name of someone famous. Duel will be like, oh yeah, Chumpy. I've heard of Chumpy before. There is a zone in the game which is named after your character when you walk into it. It's like one of the screens in the first area. If you say your name is Chumpy, it's called Chumpy. Like the area is called like Chumpy Road. If you tell them their name, it's your name road. Funny weirdness. All right, this is a lot of basket fish. I don't want to talk to any of the basket fish. This is why we needed to have the desert free. It can't put the dream in the desert if there's a bunch of children running around. This is an opportunity to talk to little cactus. The desert is the home of my soul. I like desserts too, but I can't live in a pudding. Nope.
Not with that attitude.
Not with that attitude. All right, so we continue to let Dream Niccolo bounce us around. And here we get dream exposition about Black Pearl and Elazul. And Pearl. And them kind of thrashing about what it means to be Jumi, what it means to be protecting people, right, etc., right? This is a dream sequence, but it's relevant. You do have to talk to Elazul here. I failed to protect my guardian, which again, you didn't. I did. Marauder was my problem, not yours, buddy. Yes. All right. This dog is a important plot character for a couple of reasons. And a group of dud bears and a weird human worship them as a god. So surely when you talk to them in the dream, they have words to say. They don't. It's just a dog. They just worship a dog, a normal dog. Another minor bit in the game that's just like you only understand it if you played more of the game.
True.
And yeah, Elazul has that blink sword, and they're like, and this is like that. This is where Nunzak's words come home. Black Pearl sees herself as protecting the entirety of the Jumi race. And Nunzak's like, that's not a thing you can do. We do not want to take this deal. Like, you can walk around all day for all I care. Because this is the direction we actually need to go. We're going to spin our way through winning this. And we're going to fail at getting the right distance on the Scorpion, and it's going to die. All right, and then we head in here. We ignore that chest like we've ignored all the chests. Yeah, this is Bedlight Orbit. We get a little bit of Bedlight Orbit before we get Pain the Universe here. And then, yeah, this is us getting an inkling of what Sandra's plan is. Which is, to try and save Florina. The girl will be here soon. Try to hang on. I don't need help. Whatever you say, buddy. All right, it's the last Jewel Beast. It's Jewel Beast 4. There's only 4 Jewel Beasts in the bestiary.
Well, that's a relief.
Yeah, it is. Getting a little one note. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes it decides that that's a block instead of a counter, and I hate it every time. We didn't fight anything here, so our ST bar isn't full, so we can't even counter ST. We're lined up. Again, game. There we go. Good. One more time. There we go. You dare. All right. And as you can see, like this is a source of variance in the game, right? We were talking earlier about what's variance, what's not. Enemy actions are one of the largest sources of variance in this game, and specifically boss actions, because ultimately, if you plan for the enemy fights right, right? Like, you just don't have a problem. You spin them all down, and that's life. But the boss is very much the RNG can decide that you're going to eat multiple STs or not. And there's mitigation around that, but you can't control them. You just can't. A lot of the variance in the run, as a speedrunner, is how many STs does the boss pull off. And various categories, that is better or worse. Not every category are the bosses all quite as one note as Jumi's pile of jewel beasts. All right, that is the last event before the final event of the arc. So we have to go home to advance the quest one last time. And then we'll be off to the final piece of the Jumi storyline. You have to advance we've gone back home a couple of times in ways to force advance the Jumi storyline. This is the one that's kind of the most galling. It's just kind of like, there's no reason for me to go all the way back home to go to Domina to go back to Geo, which is what's about to happen. But that's what you gotta do, because that's how it's coded.
I mean, you're playing the game, you're going to do that sooner or later.
Sooner or later, exactly. All right. That is the Preacher. All right. Do we know how to play music? We do! All right.
Yes, we do. Wow, fascinating.
Yeah.
Yes, there are several variants of this song. Let's learn to play the organ. And if you come here at the beginning of the game, your character will not know how to play the organ.
It is very likely your character will play a halting version of that song. I don't know of the exact mechanics there, but it's not as linear as you do it repeatedly and you learn it, right? Like, this isn't a butts.
Right, it's not the Final Fantasy. Yeah.
Yep. All right, so they used to sell Jumi cores in this shop. The door is rusted shut. What door? What door?
The door in your mind.
Nope, wait, there is a door. Huh. But he can't follow you in. Abandoned jewelry shop. You immediately run into Pearl being clumsy, because of course you do. Everyone else's place looks abandoned. Nobody knows who Alex is. It's like time is warped here. Something's wrong. Oh man, I wonder where we could possibly need to go in here. Oh wait, it's the box. The box that the fluoride is in. Florina's box. It's
exposition. We're going into the box. We don't do that around here.
It's true. We're into the box.
Highly irregular, but I'll have to allow it.
We'll leave later. This is the final. This is the okay. Like this is what's actually happening here scenario. Florina's able to heal Pearl's amnesia status by bringing forth Black Pearl. Well, it had become the Mana Stone. Is that the Mana Sword? Did you give El Azul the Sword of Mana? And she's like, no, it's just a sword that some nomads had. They could see it in the past. Like, it's just a sword. It's a good sword. It's 40 power, but that's weaker than the hammer that we're using, so I don't care. And she's like, oh, like, Knight, you don't get to ask questions. And then Flora's like, I think we have the same question, so go ahead and ask it. How did Pearl come into being? Tell us. Florina's ready for the truth. And we get a flashback. A flashback where we can't see either of the characters. The right one is very obviously Pearl. This is Pearl basically being like, after a century of service as the Clarius, right, like, you get to change. Right. And like, this is a very, we're just like, the new Guardian. I trapped her inside Pandora's box. Trapped her, there's no other way. We must speak to Diana and elevate a new Guardian. Right, like, and Andrew's like, no. Like, if our survival comes at the cost of other people's lives, right, like, it's not worth existing. You're just a puppet. You've lost your sparkle, you've forgotten how to cry, you've forgotten how to care. Alex, cards, Black Pearl, and Teardrop Crystal starts. Alex, again. And Elazul comes and finds Pearl amnesiac in the desert after the fight. Pearl was born from your desire to shoulder the burden of being Clarius. Lori's like, so now you gotta stop Alexandrite. And Pearl's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill her. Lori's like, no, you don't have to kill her. Please don't kill her. And then, oh, also, Elazul, because you're a new Jumi, you weren't involved in all this stuff, so like, don't get involved. You
came into this prophecy through a side door.
Yeah.
How about you help us out a different way instead?
Yeah, and so like Black Pearl and Lori and I are both kind of like you can stay out of this, but Pearl is much less invested in that because they're still not exactly the same being. Technically, the fastest route is to take Elazul because Elazul, Pearl has to do her transformation sequence before each boss fight, which takes time. But I'm taking Pearl because it's better, but she's cooler, and I like the way the plot gets explained better with Pearl around.
Understandable.
Since we're doing a bit of a showcase here, I'd rather have the one that makes more sense plot-wise. Also, the way that Pearl reacts in the final sequence is actually really good for her character. But all right, we leave Geo. It is time to place our 18th artifact. You must place 18 artifacts to get access to the mana tree. That is our 18th. That is why we were placing a bunch of artifacts that we didn't go to. Both because they gave us extra count for the eventual placement of Popoda, but because you actually just have to place 18 total no matter what. All right. Welcome to what is almost the best music in the game. And
I can respect it.
And a whole bunch of little fights. Get these gemstones, which function as keys in this area. We got a sapphire. And there's a topaz. And we're going to do this. And what we're going to try to do is not forget to pick up the gems after we do any fights. Because it's very easy to walk out of the room without grabbing the gem. And that's bad. Don't do that. All right, let's go, lesbians. Thaco's Gate. And we see Pearl's transformation sequence. She rejoins the party. Because, yeah, she transforms and has to rejoin the party, so both of those things end up having to happen. I told her it was the last Jewel Beast. I was kind of right. This is Jewel Beast 2 again.
Well, you're technically correct.
Yeah.
The best kind of correct.
Yep. I was blocking that, or I was countering that. Sure. Oh, got you. All right. But yeah, we will in fact have to face 3 more Jewel Beasts. We have to face Jewel Beasts 2, 3, and 4 again. As I mentioned, each Jewel Beast has different elemental properties, so like they are technically different. To open the gate, we have to put in 2 jewels, and they have to match what the gate wants. That is it. We actually got the 2 first try. Very nice.
Hey.
At least makes the route around the rest of this level clean. We just need to go to everything and kill. We need to get all of the gems again because the next lore has 2 new gems and needs 3. So we're gonna need at least 1, possibly 3 from the previous floor. You guys are just annoying me here. I'm just going to blammer you out because they got away from me and I am done with it. Okay, yeah, level up. Can't leave the fight. All right. emerald. So the second tier is 3 pedestals with as many as 6 gems that you have access to. The last floor is 4 with 7. Now, there's only 1 extra gem on the floor. So now, if you do this floor and you get all the gems, you have 4. You go up to the next floor that needs 3, and you have 6, you end up with 3. You get the diamond on the top floor, and then you have 4. And you only need 4. So if you're lucky, and that's 2.8% chance of lucky, you don't have to backtrack after the second Sappho's Gate. 2.8% of the time.
2.8% of the time, it works every time.
That's right. The other kind of like Jumi skip is the diamond is a boss-ish. And so like you can try and skip diamond, right? You get all of them, you backtrack, but you don't fight the most HP heavy fight, right? Like, and you hope that you don't need the diamond. That's more likely, right? This is the source of RNG that makes this run, that has historically made this run less appealing to, like, from a speedrunner point of view. Right? Just like, great, you have some hard RNG at the very end, right? Like where 2.8% of the time you get to improve your PB, right? If you'd ever hit it before, right? Not the greatest experience as a speedrunner. This is also the longest of the main quest categories. Like fairy and dragon are both shorter. But as I mentioned, Jumi's the one that I love, so Jumi's the one that I run most. Yes, some people, that's just not a thing. It is recently the case that there is a patch. The speedrunning SRC boards are allowing you to patch such that there is, like, the gems always work for this to take that RNG piece out of runs. Right, like nice. On the SRC boards, right?
I did see there was a thing in the SRC board that said gem mod. So
yeah, that is
thank you for explaining what that is.
Yeah, it is a very recent thing. There's 2 big sources of variance, and it's drops. I got the axe early, right? But there's some categories where it's not like, oh, like you get this weapon and then later you buy a weapon and you're fine. It's like, no, like in those categories, a terminal weapon is a drop, and if you don't hit it first try, and that's in your PB,
that's a free time loss.
Yep. So that is, and so there's a patch for that, right? And then there's a patch for the Jumi thing, right? That's a very recent development. I haven't been in a speedrunning community that's kind of done that per se, so it's new to me too. We'll see how it goes. It's an interesting, right? Like, again, right? Like making something that is just pure RNG. There's zero execution in it, right? Like there's execution in trying to reduce the risk in fights and trying to keep STs from happening, right? Like there's stuff you can do, right? Like to manage the fights better, right? But there's just nothing you can do about these, right? It's just, do they give it to you or not? 2 of them. All right, well, that's red, green, and aquamarine. So this is amethyst.
The mummies.
The mummy, 8 mummies, whichever. And then pinned me in the corner so I couldn't keep from dizzying myself, which is terrible because you actually dizzy yourself longer than the enemies get dizzied when that happens. Spiral Claw. Funny side story. I mentioned that there's some things about the US version that I would prefer they not have kept. The Spiral Claw is evidence of one such thing. In the original Japanese version, the Spiral Claw and other claws are legitimately used in the speedruns because they have real power. Like, they're actually decent. There was a mistake made when bringing this over to the US. They swapped the properties of cloth to make it so that cloth is good at cutting. gloves are not good at cutting. So a cloth glove went from reasonable to stone garbage. And so that was kept in this version of the game. So because of that transposition of data, right? Like there's they have a table of all this data and they transposed it in the code. That's just the way it is.
That's just what they brought across. Yeah.
That's what they chose for their definitive version is that, right? Like the correct Ultimania Japanese, obviously correct because why would a cloth have slash damage as its primary highest number thing? Just will never be fixed. Right? That's just where we live now. And actually, I don't need to go this way because we got it was red and green on the bottom floor. We can just go back the other way, which is good, right? Because it could easily give you red and blue on the and then you have to go to the farthest one away on both sides, right? So that's another way that even if you're not going for kind of the god, the god game of Mastermind, right? It can still slow you down.
Still seconds here and there,
yeah, it can still
and then having to do that across several floors
to walk farther, right?
Right.
But yeah, there is a conceptually optimal route even beyond the 2.8, and like I said, the patch takes all of that away, so it can focus on execution. Which again, I think I've not been a community that's done that. I think that's interesting. I don't really have an opinion on it because it kind of happened while I was at Gen Con, so I was not involved. I'm not a mod, and I wasn't involved in this discussion. Right. But
do you think you'll try it for yourself?
Probably. I have a PB in me. In practice, I threw away 4 minutes this morning, and I still got a PB.
Wow.
So there's another good PB in me, and maybe I do it with the patch just because, just to kind of solidify that. There is another place in the game. This is the Golem, remember Golem from Secret of Mana? It's this guy.
Yep.
Right?
Kilroy and Golem and all them.
Yep. There's another one in the game. It's in the lake area. We skipped them in this category. Skip into basically every category, although not my meme category. My meme category extension. There's a couple ways in this game that you can get things between save files. They're not glitches. They're just kind of the way the game works. And you can sell items on the same memory card, right? From game to game. That was the idea. And that mechanic is still here. So obviously, you save the game, you put something on the shop, you go with another character, you grab it from the shop, you reload the save on the previous character, and ta-da, you've duped an item, right? They made it so you can't do that with the same character. I can't make a copy of my own save file and sell myself another thing, right? But you can sell it to another file, right? And it's actually easy to make a ultimate weapon that only costs 4,000 or 5,000 lucre. If you know what you're doing, and I do know what I'm doing when it comes to tempering.
Yep, and it'll show maximum numbers. It'll be 999 on the weapon equipped screen, but it actually is even more powerful than that.
Yeah, the system display is not built for ST. We hate it. It's gonna be the drill or the beam. That feels like beam, and it was gonna move back. This plane was gonna miss. There. You got me. Jewel Beast 4 masquerading as Jewel Beast 7, and.
Jewel Beast what?
This is Jewel Beast 4 as Jewel Beast 7.
No, I was referring to fake shock to the idea of there being more Jewel Beasts after this.
Yeah, this is truly the last base Jewel Beast. Pearl messed with us a ton in that fight. Unfortunately, and even Pearl can mess us up. Even Black Pearl can mess us up. We do have all of the gemstones here, so we're not going to be playing games this last game of Mastermind, except for, of course, the game of Mastermind that we'll be playing. So let's see what would have been, what could have been here. Okay, so yellow is relevant. There we go. Diamond wasn't needed, which means that if we had tried to go for the 2.8%, it would have missed. The 2.8% with that would have been amethyst, diamond, Topaz and Sapphire. So yep, this is where, if you hadn't picked it up yet, Alexandrite, they're the same person. And Blackbird's like, yeah, I'll come to kill you. And she's like, that's not gonna happen. Now we find out what the Lord of Jewels does. And Pearl sees it coming. Oh, it can. He has the power of a black hole. Everything he swallows fuses. He has swallowed 998 cores, and it takes 1,000 to get what he needs to save Florence. A lapis lazuli, the person you don't take. And this is the thing where Black Pearl gets indignant about Elazul. Like, that doesn't happen, right? Like, that's where it's like, oh, right? Like, Black Pearl and Pearl are bearing something mentally here. This is Lord of Jewels 999. He is a jewel beast, but he's not a jewel beast. He has a teleport. He has a dodge. He has STs. He has a block. He has a deforming attack. I despise this nerd. And I can't even counterattack him very well. So we just... There's Pearl using Evade, which is a tech you can have access to if you want. Alright, no STs. Annoying, but no STs. I'll take that in a Lord of Jewels 999 fight any day of the week. The teleport wasn't great, though. Alright, well. And that's Alexandrite. It will be Storm 1000. She commits to, we're going to genocide the Jumi race to save Florina because the Jumi race didn't care about Florina to begin with. Welcome to the final battle of this arc. We will fight Lord of Jewels 1000, aka the giant space whale. His hitbox is kind of trash. He has
eat your heart out, Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Where Self did it first.
Yeah, this is... That said, Pearl behaved quite nicely.
We got two hammers.
Yeah, exactly. Pearl behaved quite nicely there. Yeah, Pearl knows what the correct weapon is, and it's a hammer. And this was like, again, you know, PSX era, like this was a CD digital thing that ran much slower. You can see there that kind of like it dispelled itself fairly quickly. That scene runs much slower on PSX, and that's one of the things that the translation, like the HD version of it. And here we are. There are 2 Jumi left, and your character cries a tear. And we were warned. We were warned. Music here is peak. The story, like, and the other translation was solid, where like it was you know, the first translation, the English translation, it wasn't societal boundaries, but it was very much like caring for others right. Beside yourself. The retranslation nails it down so hard you cannot miss it, right? Like, transcends societal boundaries. The Jumi lost the ability to care about anyone but themselves, and in doing so, almost wiped themselves out in the conflict. And it took somebody caring about them radically to save them and teach them what that meant. And when you talk about like the theme of the Legend of Mana, right? Like, they became petty, they became insular, they became like they no longer lived with the vibrancy that Mana wants and demands. That's why this is one of the 3 quests that let you complete the game, because you have literally taught them the kind of mindset that the Tree of Mana is trying to let everybody access. To live life fully, completely as yourself, even if it's hard, even if the world is arrayed against you. So yeah.
Isn't it nice when a character arc in a video game is about something other than revenge?
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, and that's like again, Sandra's like, you know, the like, I am the one who's walking away from Omolus, and all of you need to die for it, right? Like, and then Blackbro's like, I need to protect protect us, even if it costs Florina or another Jumi their life, right? Like, and it's like, you just need to, you need to care about more than that. Right. And so yeah, this is why we needed to have that quest done, right? Like, they pontificate a little. You know, we see the Northern Lights inspiration here. Right? I mentioned that there's kind of a Nordic thing going on here, right? Like the main theme and the ending theme are the same song, but they're in Swedish. Right? Like, so yeah, this game touches on a number of things. And so yeah, and I mentioned the trailer saying "is back" when they spoiled the game. It was going to be HD remastered. This is that. If you played the game, if you played it through, those words are the only words your character says unprompted. And that's why we knew the second we saw that text, because it's like, they are the most important words in this game, right? Like, from the character. And in turn, this is the only splash screen that features your character. Every other of the 67 splash screens features somebody else. Only this one is you. And that's it. We are ready to proceed to the last 2 quests in the game, the Return of the Mana Tree and then the final Mana Tree event. But to do so, of course, we have to enter and leave home to advance the quest triggers. Last time. And so the Sproutling on the mantelpiece has been sprung. The Sproutling that gave you the color blocks at the beginning is chosen. He's going to become part of a great tree. They're one plant in every dimension. The Sproutlings are the Sproutlings of the Tree of Mana. Many plants join in the spiritual dimension, which is the way that they refer to kind of like where the mana tree exists and like trials and such, right? Right, like then the mana tree will return. We head inside, we head back outside. There's leaves again. This time they are actually leading us in the correct direction. The Cage of Dreams. So we will go that way. And Nunzak, I referred to this earlier, Nunzak trapped the Sproutling in dreams because mankind never uses mana for a noble purpose. Peace will be maintained. Would you like to join us? No. I invite you to play the game and see the text that we're skipping. And in fact, if you go in right after there, you still get half the speech. You have to leave the screen and come back to ignore all of it. But it summarizes with Nunzak being converted. As Nunzak asks the question, for what purpose do the world and our lives exist? Is it to be petty and small and fearful? Or is it to live and thrive even in the face of, danger and a world that isn't necessarily just going to, it's not necessarily just peace, right? And yeah, the game has an opinion on that. The opinion dovetails with Visions of Mana, right? Playing Visions of Mana and Legend of Mana both, right? Okay, like you're singing different songs, but you've got the same, right? Like you've got the same tune, right? Like they dovetail.
A leitmotif, if you will.
Yes. Right. Which is a lot for a game like Visions of Mana, which is basically, it's not Final Fantasy X, but it is in fact, we're going to go on a pilgrimage and collect a bunch of people, and then we're all going to sacrifice ourselves for the world. Right.
Right. Are we really supposed to be doing that? Is that the thing that's best for us or for the world?
Right.
Does what we want matter?
All right. And then, we have found our Sproutling. That's was the Sproutling that was in front of our house specifically. The other Sproutlings will tell us that our love, right, is what caused this Sproutling to be the special one. Take the sword, close your eyes, and imagine the Sword of Mana. what Pearl was looking for and never found. We have it. There's the Cage of Dreams. There's Bell on her tapir. Tapirs have a mythological thing in multiple cultures, like China, Japan, a couple others, around being dream eaters, being nightmare eaters. Right, and we skipped that cutscene too, because we got to skip all of those world flash cutscenes. This is it. This is event 68, the event that never gets completed in your journal. Never, right. You never get the chance to tell Little Cactus about it.
I'm not sure what Little Cactus would write anyways.
I don't know either, but you never get the chance. And we saw this tree. We saw it in the intro. We saw it at the beginning of the game. It's what set us off on our quest. Through Dream, we literally wake into the quest. Welcome to the Sanctuary of Mana. We can get a great big bunch of exposition from that poet. He is literally a poet. He is one of these 6 wisdoms that currently exists. The 7th died at some point in the past. He is a very major character in the way that, and if any characters in this game can be major. All right, we're going to ignore that Malboro because we don't have to fight that fight. We can just sneak up here. It's pretty tough to wiggle in a lot of these place screens. This is the double dragon fight. I don't like it. Like it because the dragon on the ground has fire breath. Fire breath is both a deforming attack and a constant HP loss thing. Not as bad as Snowman. This game does still have Snowman from Secret of Mana, which was never good. Never pleasant. As a status effect.
It's very funny that it exists, and I'm glad that it does. But yeah, you never wanted to see it because it was one of those things that you just get chained into repeatedly.
Yep. And it's like, hey, the whatever those like ice ghosts are in, right, like in Santa's area, right, like just like, yep, just chain Snowman you.
Yeah, you know, the classic RPG trope of, the easiest way to win is not to let the enemy have a turn. Yeah, it turns out there's actually an enemy in at least one game that knows that.
Yep. All right, go through this little hole. All right, hey, it's Chocobo. All the enemy Chocobos are red, or are black, I should say. I was thinking of something else as I said it. Goodbye,
and
Chocobo. You
can have a Chocobo for yourself if you have a Final Fantasy VIII save game on your memory card.
In PSX land. You can also capture them. They are just a different beast egg. They come from the same kind of egg as Rabbites. That's why they give it to you at the same point. It was like, hey, right, like that Chocobo is just about it's close enough to a Rabbite for government work. All right, we are back to we are down to the last 5 fights in the game. The 4 fights at the 4 corners of this 3x3 grid, and then the Mana Goddess. The Mana Goddess has one more confusing way of framing everything that's going on. She thought Nunzag and Pokio were having too much fun, making everything seem complicated, and wanted to add a little complication at the end of her own. Ox and a Basilisk. And some of the guardians of the Mana Tree. Sure, why not? Why not? That is, to me, that's the weirdest fight just because they're both comparably lower tier than the other 3 fights.
Fair.
This fight is the triple dragon fight. Kid Dragon,
Hooray.
Land Dragon, Sky Dragon, and that's what Blamo's for. And I was like, oh, come on, Sky Dragon, you're really gonna do this to me. All right, but it just got in bounds. All right. Last fight, the tree is actually pretty tanky. That's why the first one is anything reasonable. This one, the Tomato Man can jump on your head and deform you for a very long period of time. Not fun. Thankfully, everybody behaved. We get irrelevant drops. Is that Caduceus? No, the Ancient Robe. All right. Here it is. This is the Mana Tree. Basically going, yeah, Evil can use me for evil. That's just what it is. So beat up the evil part of me, and we'll call it good. Right? Like we'll call it good. This song is called "The Gloaming." You look at the background. Look at the stars going by in the background of the dimensional thing. Hey, look, it's an enemy that's about our size. Remember what I said about enemies that are about our size?
I know what to do with those.
I do know what to do with those. One more. Oh, dang it! It's hard to get her in without an ST as well. She dances around a lot. Her STs take way too long. Oh, come on, that was in line. Okay, there we go. That's time.
GG's.
Yeah, sometimes it is funny when you get the counter and she moves into the hammer, right? Like after dancing away from it, as almost kind of happened there. Because your hammer's hitbox remains, even if you don't get her in the first swing. That is the Jumi % Legend of Mana HD Remaster. If you let the eclipse happen, she does an ST that takes basically forever. Don't do that. Don't let the eclipse happen. There's a couple more button presses. Last input is technically a little later, but we end timing when she dies. I'm a Sproutling. You came here to clear the mana tree. All right, and that's last input.
Very good.
And yeah, we didn't meet the fruit seller. The fruit, she's a fortune teller that uses fruit. The wind shall take thee. What could that mean? It's a dandelion. Sproutlings all get to be dandelions.
My fortune says today is an excellent day for fruit salad. Wait, what?
She's a weird fortune teller for sure. I think you have to interface with her once in all events. Yes, the crash.
Perfect.
Of course, we got the crash. Woo. All right.
Runs over, folks.
Runs over, everyone. Folks.
Yeah, good time for self-promotion. If you want to let people know about the other things you run, where they can find you, what they can see when they're there.
Sure. So first, this is available on every platform: Xbox, PS5, PS4, Steam. I think there's a GOG version now, and of course Switch and Switch 2. Give it a go. If you want to be completionist, pick up a fact. For the
and the version that nobody remembers exists. This is also on Xbox consoles.
Yes,
it's actually
on
currently
Xbox
on
consoles.
Game Pass if you happen to have that.
Yep. As for me, GDQ has seen me in the past doing the Virtual Hive Glide and the Running Man, Kuso block type stuff. Yeah, I still those. Racing Lagoon is one that hasn't been able to be featured on GDQ because it's quite long. But yeah, over at Mechalink on Blue Sky, Mechalink on Twitch, Mechalonk on Discord because somebody managed to squat the name and I'm sad.
Understandable.
But yeah, that's I do a lot of games that are kind of a little out of the mainstream, but not drastically so. A lot of mystery tournament stuff, a lot of Kuso stuff, lots of awful block stuff. So yeah, that's how it goes.
Perfect. That's a lovely
this game.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a lovely niche to find yourself in, and I like that you have several distinctly different niches in the games that you play. That's kind of how I find myself. I think a lot of people would be, don't limit yourself. Don't consider yourself, oh, I run this. If there's a game outside of what you've been running that still speaks to you, give it a try.
And since we're talking about kind of intro speedrunning type stuff, the guides here on SRC are quite good. It's not the largest community, but the guides are quite good and have been labbed quite thoroughly. So there's if you want to pick it up as a speed run, there's a lot of tools for you to use and work through and be able to handle. So yeah.
Excellent. This there are great resources.
That back in 2021, this might have been my route, but in 2023, mid 2023, they really labbed this sucker out. And this is their route. So, yep.
Very, very good. But yeah, there's somebody in chat talking about 100%ing the game. There are also resources for that online that can help walk you through where to place each of your artifacts to see and do everything in a single playthrough.
Yep. Or get a platinum percent. Right. Funny because you can't get platinum without starting Nightmare or No Future. So like you actually have to watch the credits
and the game by starting the game.
Yeah,
right.
You end the game at the beginning of the New Game Plus, because that's the last achievement for platinum. Fun one.
Perfect.
Anyway.
Well, yeah, we'll let you get on. You can decide whether to send your error information to Nintendo or not. Thank you very, very much for joining us, Mecha Link, and for that fantastic run of Legend of Mana Remastered.
Thank you for inviting me on.
Oh, my pleasure. I don't know if the camera's on me or not, and if that zooms in well enough, but yeah, no, my love for this series and this game in particular is very, very real. I was also grateful for the remaster and for the Teardrop Crystal anime that was mentioned during the run. Gave me the opportunity to get some lovely collectibles that sit up on one of my shelves.
They put out some neat music boxes. We got I have a little cactus. I got one of those. I have a big rabbite from back when they were making rabbites of a larger size. And then I have 4 of the smaller ones that you can get nowadays.
Awesome. Well, yeah, so that's the end of Legend of Mana. Now it's time to take a little breather and a little break. We're going to go to something somewhat different. Hello and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix, and welcome back to Out of the Box. My name is T-Tree, and we have a lot more runs in store for you tonight because this is an Out of the Box double feature. But what is a series of RPG runs without something totally different in between? You know, you may know Pokemon Puzzle League, that famous N64 game. So we're going to take it one Pokemon generation forward and a few bits and some fidelity back. Did you know there is another Pokemon puzzling game, Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, on the Game Boy Color? And here to show it off is Tauronite. So let's give our runner a big way to go!
Oh man, thank you so much, TJ, for the introduction. Hello everybody, my name is Tauronite. After we're kind of seeing right here, this is Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, which is a little bit different than, actually no, it's kind of the same as Pokemon Puzzle League, and also Tetris Attack, but on the Game Boy Color, and it works just absolutely fabulously, as you'll see throughout the next 15-18 minutes, however much time the estimate is under. We're doing challenge mode, which is essentially this game's version of a story mode. If you know, you could give Tetris Attack a story mode regarding Pokemon. We're basically going through all the 8 gym leaders in Johto, so think gold, crystal, silver, as well as the Elite Four with the difficulty that we are doing. So there's 5 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, super hard, and intense, because if you know, just in case you want your puzzle games to be like Dark Souls. But as the teacher had mentioned, this is a cozy show, so we're gonna style it back to normal. This is where we at least get to do things in terms of fighting the Elite Four and everything, and time will begin when I hit select on normal, so that'll be in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Good luck, have fun.
I did forget to, thank you. I did kind of forget to ask T-Tree, give me a number between 1 and 6. We'll do it for, you can still give it to me now if you want. We'll do it from here on afterwards.
All right, let's do a 4.
Well, you know what's funny thing? The last time I ran this show on Hotfix, Amber also said 4, so...
You know, we work well together, what can I say?
That is true, that is true. But yeah, as you're kind of seeing, if you ever played Tetris Attack or Pokemon Puzzle League for the N64, then you already kind of know more or less how to play this game. This game revolves around connecting these little colored blocks and shapes in series of 3s and 4s. And even more, and you're basically just trying to combine and stack a lot of these types of combinations to deal damage to your opponent.
Yeah, essentially you've got your basic clears that are 3 in a row, either vertically or horizontally, and then you've got anything beyond that, 4 in a row, 5 in a row. You can kind of conceptualize, even without knowing how to play, how to make those. It's literally just 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom and then move 1 into the middle. But there are other things. There are crosses. You can make 5 and 6 and 7 across, and making clears of the pieces that drop down with the gravity when you make, your first clear. That's a chain or combo system that is also worth a bunch of extra. In some of the games where you see both player screens, it's working on what's it called, a trash system, where it sends blocks that don't actually let you clear lines over to your opponent. In this case, we're making those clears to drain a health bar that you can see on the Pokemon here.
Yeah, and the idea, and the one thing about it is that there are different ways you can deal damage. Primarily, obviously, making combinations is the biggest one. Doing the multipliers, even if it's just like multipliers of 2, 3 block combos, they actually do more than if you did a simple 4 or even 5 block combo. And one thing, as we'll get even deeper into the run, is you'll see a lot of these AI try to give even more bigger and more expansive garbage blocks, as we kind of call them, and trying to make things a lot more difficult for us. However, believe it or not, that actually make things a little bit simpler in terms of being able to construct something out of nothing. Because as you'll see, sometimes I'm purposefully making the block bar just kind of go up a lot faster.
Yeah,
just so that
you've got a button that lets you ask for more rows, and that gives you more to work with, in the same way that I assume we'll see later, as we often do in Puzzle League, some of the trash pieces come in as a giant block. So you can clear multiple rows, and you can see what the blocks in the trash are as you clear them. So that gives you the ability to see, all right, there's one piece that's about to drop on me, that's, the purple diamond, and I have 2 more here, so I can make a chain out of the garbage that I just cleared. Stuff that wasn't on the board before, you can start playing in advance with the pieces that you're clearing out of your garbage.
Yeah, and the idea, and one of the really interesting things about it is just how fast the AI just stacks everything. I'm not gonna lie, almost kind of cheating in that regard.
Yeah, there is that.
And this is.
Hey, if you need to take a second, yep.
This is an interesting one. No, but I think we're clear. I think we are most.
And as you can see there, that stop when you're near being knocked out, certain kinds of things will give you a little bit of breathing room, as in the piece. The raising water level won't happen when you do the special clears if you are near getting knocked out. But it's a relatively brief time. It only gets slightly longer based on, making a combo, versus a simple 4 chain is basically nothing. And then it goes up very slightly from there with the quality of whatever other clears you're making. It is also technically possible to move pieces in midair. I think the physics differ slightly by different panel de pon game, but you can, in some circumstances, kind of do the panel de pon equivalent of a T-spin and move stuff into position while it's falling to make chains. That was always one of my favorite things to do in these kinds of game.
Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff in terms of things in midair. And one of the good things about this game is the fact that you have a lot. Even if you do just a simple 3 block combo clear that doesn't even do any damage, what it does, it gives you a little bit of breathing room and be able to maneuver things, even change things up in midair if need be. I'm going to try to see if I can do an example of that, where... what? That's weird. Okay, timing on that.
I think you accidentally juked yourself out of that chain.
Yeah, that was... Oh, well. That is completely fine. The one annoying thing is that it does actually, because of the fact that this is quote-unquote on the easier side of the story mode, and you have opponents that aren't going to do that much damage in terms of giving you bigger blocks to try to clear, it sometimes gives you it's sometimes you almost kind of have to wait and force until you are given something to work with.
Yeah, you have less ingredients to cook with, essentially.
All right, now this should be a nice little combo. Oh, well, never mind. It was already done. Yeah, I'm doing so much ship damage that I'm like, yeah, no, this early game is just giving me like not amazing, not amazing board combo pieces to work off, but that's okay. Usually, this game has does a great job of evening things out.
So I'm going to ask you kind of an off-the-wall question, and this comes from history in games like Tetris and other things that I also really enjoy. Do you happen to know how this game's, like, what piece it chooses to send up in the next line? Is that, like, semi-randomized? Does it try to do certain kinds of pieces every so often? Does anybody in the community even have that knowledge?
It's really more so just trying to figure out, like, almost like planning 3 steps ahead with where you want your pieces to go. I believe it's still, it's essentially random, what you get, but you can, but a lot of times when you really get to like the world record level, like that, like trying to see what pieces are out there available, trying to see what pieces you have, or the AI will give you, kind of almost doesn't matter. Because you're going to be cleaning so many things and just again, making things out of nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I would agree with you that the way I've played these has always just been like, you know, push the stack up and then play with what's there rather than overthinking it per se. Feel more than think it out. But I was curious to know if there is kind of a metagaming level where you can say like, all right, there's enough stars on the board that it's probably not going to give me more of those for a little bit.
The meta is have reflexes of an F1 driver.
Ah, right. Yeah, there is that. That helps.
And that should clear it. Okay, that was finally a good price fight.
Nice.
We're actually already kind of halfway done.
I'm not super familiar with Gen 2. Are each of these trainers ace Pokemon?
I'm trying to remember. I want to. No, they're definitely not the aces, because I just remember Bugsy had a Kakuna when. The ace on that one is a Scyther. Oh my.
I was definitely paying more attention to the board than I was to the Mon being battled.
Honestly, fair. There used to be like an if you search deep into the archives of like game facts and everything, you'll see that, like, it had one of those like near Mandela effects where it would tell you like, oh, you can absolutely get like do better if you have like the right Pokemon type to go up against. So for example, I have a you're going up against a Seal, then clearly the answer is clearly use Chikorita or Pikachu or Pichu, because obviously they have the type advantage. And that's not actually true.
It would be kind of fascinating to make your pieces do more damage if you happen to be using a favorable Pokemon, but yeah, I don't think they wanted to discourage people from using, especially since you get like just the cute animations of your Pokemon celebrating there. You wouldn't want to limit what people are allowed to see there just because of type advantage in a game like this.
Yeah, it's this game is like, some of the animations in this game are absolutely adorable. I've even used like the Happy Chikorita sprite every time Chikorita wins in any setting as an emote, and it's one of my absolute favorite emotes to spam.
Oh, I don't like Azumarill taking damage there. Or Meryl. Don't accuse me of knowing a lot about Gen 2.
Honestly, same. Oof, that's close.
Which is weird given my age, but I played Gen 1 and then didn't come back until like the DS era. So I missed out on a lot and only came back to some of the other early generations much later.
You know what's funny? So growing up, I never owned any of like the mainline Pokemon games.
Okay.
So I never owned Red, Blue, or Yellow, nor Gold, Crystal, Silver. Never owned any of them. These games, plus Pokemon TCG, they were my entry point into, believe it or not, into Gen 1 and 2. And I didn't actually get into the series proper until Gen 5, if you could believe that.
see it. No, it would have been really like what I would have a harder time believing is somebody getting into Pokemon at a mature enough stage where like Rose and Ranger were out, and those ended up being your first Pokemon games. Because I don't think either of those were popular. Well, no, actually, I hear the Ranger games are quite popular. But
I've heard the same. Yeah. By the way, hope you love Jinx's cry. I hope you enjoy it. And if you don't, I have some bad news for you.
Yeah, we'll clear out as quickly as we can, but it's going to keep happening for a bit.
Thankfully, I'm actually getting some decent quick ×2 combos, which is really big because once you get to the Elite Four, like the AI health bar actually gets like a big, not a big, but it does have a sizable increase. So obviously you have to do a lot more. Ooh, this actually clears up very nicely. There we go. Ooh, that is. Okay, not a gold. Okay, that's not gold splitting, but that is a pretty solid start to the Elite Four. Only 3 more. Yeah, but yeah, no, this is. You'll see, like, you're gonna see all the AI just be hyper aggressive now because they're going to be spamming like a lot of like 4, 5 block combos you have to clear, and ooh. May have held down the B button a tiny bit long. No, it's fine. We're good.
I would say you got a couple of blue combos down, up and down the chain here. There we go. To say, as somebody who played a lot of Panel de Pon, I'm fighting my urges to backseat. I'm like, no. I'm not the runner. Stop it.
No, you're good.
Yeah, and then again, I'm thinking that, and I'm like, no. You played like the games that could be played on modern controllers with multiple buttons to mash movements along. Imagine trying to mash things out on a Game Boy controller.
I'm now my fingers just hurt. I'm actually not even playing this on a Game Boy controller. I am playing this on a new Nintendo 2DS XL through the Virtual Console because I actually got this game before, like back when the Virtual Console was still, a thing. Oh man, that's actually how I actually got into speedrunning this game. All right, bye Golbat. But yeah, this has been so far a lot of fun. Obviously when T-Tree came to me and was like, listen, Toro, I have this banger show. We got Make a Link with Legend of Mana, and then you got Illegally Sam with Escape from Ever After, and we need just something to kind of just fill the time. We need like a nice halftime show to kind of give people a chance to sort of get a little bit of a break after like that amazing Legend of Mana run. So here I am, happy to save the day, as always.
It's true, and you could also save the day if you submit your runs to the Hotfix. So if you're interested, if there's something in your back pocket or just a game that you're passionate about that you're interested in learning to run, you can always use !Hotfix in the Twitch chat. Learn more about us, learn more about the different shows that are on the Hotfix, and find the forum where you can submit your speedruns for consideration, like my friend Tora Knight did.
Yeah, no, it was always a blast being on Hotfix. This is now the 8th time on a GDQ platform that I've actually run a Pokemon game, and it's always a blast. So please, I highly recommend everybody submitting. It's, hey, you never know. You never know. You could be me and somehow find yourself on Hotfix running Pokemon Puzzle Challenge for the 2nd time this year.
True. Yeah, both people on stream right now have run a puzzle game for Hotfix this year.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you did.
Right? I'm like, I took a weird SNES game that happened to be from Nippon Ichi Software and learned how to speedrun that because Amber was looking for submissions for that same Passion for Puzzles showcase that Toro mentioned earlier.
Oh, I would have loved a heart right there. Come on. By the way, time is, this is actually the final boss. Time is coming up when you see my cursor kind of disappear when the final hit is done. So should be in about
nice midair combo,
which would be like 30 seconds or so. Ooh, that was a good pivot. That was a nice pivot.
You take your 2 4s, or
I can count. I can't spell, but I can count.
There it is.
There we go.
Oh boy, the laddering of those garbage blocks is really driving the pile up high.
We haven't even really talked about the exclamation mark blocks.
Yeah. You could make one.
No, I wouldn't need. I would still need another one. Actually, never mind. That might be. Oh my goodness! I'm not even. I didn't handle anything. Anyways, that's time.
Nice.
Oh my goodness! Wow, that was really. That just came out of nowhere because. Like, yeah, no, that was a really quick combo to just kind of go for it. Yeah, you kind of see Murkrow just had like a lot of health that like even like big 2x combos just wasn't doing like much damage, which is really funny considering how frail Murkrow is in the regular games. But yeah, there's Professor Elm basically telling you, hey, good job on beating normal. Can you beat hard? And that's when you actually get the introduction of Lance as the final boss. From hard mode onwards, Lance actually becomes the final boss. And really the only thing that kind of changes with the upgraded difficulty, at least from normal to hard, is more health from the AI and just slightly faster speeds with the blocks being pushed up. But either way, this was still a lot of fun. I always have a lot of fun doing these. About it. The exclamation, by the way, we didn't really get to talk much. The exclamation mark, they do a little bit of damage, not a whole ton, but they're always a nice like get out of jail free for like a simple 3-block combo if you don't have anything else to work with. But yeah, no, this was a lot of fun. I'll happily take a 1640. It's funny, I was mentioning to T-Tree before we got on the air. I actually almost PB was actually like at Bruno with Hitmon top that I almost PB'd. So hey, you know, still had a ton of fun. And oh yeah, another thing with the hard difficulty is the AI actually their health increases. So that's another fun thing to deal with.
Yeah, so essentially, one, it makes you work harder for each victory, which is naturally going to draw out the length of the run. It adds the extra character, and I think it kind of teaches you to, like, if you're going to down enemies effectively, you need to do longer chains, times 3s, times 4, and, teaches you how to look for those things, which is surprisingly difficult with a relatively small board like you have here. Like this, maybe it's just the aspect ratio on the Game Boy, but it felt like you had less pieces to work with than in the likes of, like, Puzzle League or Tetris Attack.
It feels like that. Yeah, I've never played either of those games, but I've seen the speedruns of it. It does feel like you are working with a smaller board, but it might also be the aspect ratio kind of playing tricks on you.
Sure. Well, anything else you'd like to let the people know? Where can they find you? What kind of stuff can they watch you run?
Well, you can find me on Twitch, same name, Tornite. I run so many things. Pokemon, a lot of Pokemon games. Currently, I'm trying to grind a lot in Omega Ruby any percent, and slowly gonna start doing some trade alt main category runs, which are gonna be a lot of fun in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. I also run a lot of different stuff like Pokemon trading card game, a lot of PlayStation 1 games, Spyro, as you kind of saw me at SGDQ last month with Spyro Reignited 3, which is phenomenal race with Derek Land, who ran the OG Spyro 3. A lot of PlayStation 1 games, a lot of GameCube or Game Boy games. There's a lot of stuff. So yeah, and I also do some original speedrunning content. Like I did a video on the Super Mario 64 relay from AGDQ earlier this year on my YouTube, same name, Tornite. And yeah, hope you all like it. And T-Tree, thanks so much for letting me be on here. This was a lot of fun.
Hey, my pleasure, friend. That's the thing I like to hear the most, is that the runners and the viewers enjoyed their time watching runs here on Out of the Box. I also want to thank everyone for supporting Games Done Quick by checking out the stream, by chatting, cheering. We had a hype train earlier. Thank you for all of that. And a reminder that you can always support Games Done Quick by sharing the GDQ channel with your friends. So that was our our intermission run for the RPG evening. And welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is Atitree, and whether you're just joining us or you've been here for all of the first half of our Out of the Box double feature so far, we appreciate you very much. Hope you are looking forward to what we have up next. You may not have heard of it, and this story synopsis may seem a little strange to you, but it's time to be a hero by getting together a bunch of other disgruntled employees and taking down a mega corporation. That's something we can all enjoy together, right? This is an any percent of Escape from Ever After with Illegally Sam.
All right then. Hello everybody, I'm Illegally Sam, and this is Escape from Ever After. And I do not come alone here tonight. I am joined by two folks to help me with commentary.
Nobody's trying to be first. Okay. Hi, I'm Fenster Kid. You can also call me just Eric. Yeah, I'm playing this game sometimes, and yeah, I hope everybody likes jazz, because otherwise these are going to be some rough 2 or 3 hours for you guys.
Well, that's good. I do like jazz.
And I'm Brad Parmar. I played this game at launch because I love Paper Mario likes, and then I learned the route for this past weekend so that I could help commentate this run.
Wow. Very good of you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and as you just heard, this is a Paper Mario like, in that it'll be pretty obvious what that means if you aren't unfamiliar with the term. But we're gonna just be in for some good indie RPG vibes for the next 2.5 hours or so. So let's go ahead and just get started. We'll have more than enough time to yap, because there's obviously going to be a lot of text. This is an RPG. So let's get into things, and time will start when I select the difficulty on the screen here. So let's get started in 3, 2, 1.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, we start cheating immediately by selecting easy mode.
Yeah, so there's three
this is our
difficulties for this
hero.
game. There's
Sorry, go ahead.
easy, normal, and hard, and all that affects is how difficult the fights are. It just affects enemy stats, and so obviously easy is the fastest because the stats are the lowest, and that's what we'll be doing here.
So this is our traditional storybook hero with the ironic name Flint Buckler. That's a good name for a protagonist if you want to be on the nose, if you feel that subtlety is for cowards.
Well, I mean, it's Flint Buckler, and we're in Tinder's castle because it's Tinder the dragon.
You'll get to hear the word buckler plenty of times based on the main glitch of this run.
Yeah, for anybody who prefers the word shield, I'm sorry. This is not a shield, this is a buckler. Also, this is Little Red Riding Hood. She's the receptionist here at Ever After Inc., who has taken over Tinder's castle and turned it into a corporate office.
Yeah, we started out with the storybook intro, just telling the basic premise. Flint is the classic hero trying to slay the dragon. He's failed until now, but this time for sure. But as we enter the castle, nothing is as it was, and we meet Mr. Moon here, who is the manager of this new enterprise, and yeah, he just one-shots us without really doing anything, and we get thrown in jail because we are acting up. And down here we meet someone.
The suspicious dragon, who I'm sure is not relevant and doesn't have another fire-related name that may be from the storybook. Yeah, this is Tinder. She is a little bit smaller than we remember. That's because of the collar on her neck there.
She also politely offers to teach you how to do action commands instead of just beating you senseless in the tutorial fight.
Which is very nice casually. In a speedrun, very rude, because you might accidentally take tutorials that lose time.
Oh, the tutorial is so long.
It reminds me of the moment in Deltarune when you first get Noelle in your party. Oh, you've never been in a battle before, have you? You and the enemy took the time to explain how battles work to Noelle.
It reminds me a bit more of like the Mario and Luigi games where it's like, oh, hey, Mario, you clearly don't remember how to play this game, right? Do you want help
True.
from... And Toadsworth just doesn't shut up.
Yeah. 15 hours in and Toadsworth is still tutorializing.
Hey, that's only Dream Team.
Fair.
Partners of Time's already over by then. But yeah, this is the prologue for this game. There's obviously going to be a few tutorials and some pretty simple fights where the game is just giving us the gist of all of the mechanics and everything. So here we learn about Mocha points, or MP, which is how we use our skills. Now we have Tinder in our party as well as our first partner.
Okay.
Classic Paper Mario two character combat. Each one has their own HP, but MP is shared.
Yeah, and this game does have a good number of twists on that formula, but we will get into that a bit later, because right after this Tinder tutorial is our first major trick of the run. It'll go fast. We could explain it afterwards, because I just need to make sure I get it.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Oh, and there he goes. So, what happens there? I don't actually know. No,
There we go.
basically, when you throw your buckler, the game stalls you in mid-air. So during the buckler throw, you're kind of set to 0 gravity. And if you pause the game and unpause, you kind of skip the delay before you can act out of the buckler throw again. So what we're doing, we are trying to throw the buckler and, like, best case scenario, pause on frame 1 after throwing it, and then unpause and immediately hit jump. So while we have this 0 gravity state... Oh, very rude. So while we have this 0 gravity state, we can jump out of it and get like insane height on our jumps. That's very much not intended. And it just so happens that there's no ceiling there, so we can get out of bounds and walk outside of the room, which means we can skip another tutorial fight and some minor puzzles, I guess.
Yeah, so that buckler hop is going to be the bread and butter of the speedrun.
Yeah, one thing that becomes very apparent as you start doing this run is they only built a lot of the vertical walls as tall as they needed to block the standard jump. So as soon as you can get a jump higher than that, you can start jumping onto platforms or walls that were never intended to be reached.
And also, here's the first boss fight. These are the 3 blind mice. They're not blind anymore because Ever After Ink provides vision insurance.
Are they really the bad guys?
I mean, yes, because they are, like, unequivocally the only characters during the run that are, like, always causing problems.
And in a just society, they would have just been able to get healthcare without having to sign up with a megacorp for it.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there, right?
Actually, I guess I have to rescind my statement. In 2.5 hours, they will be helpful because they're the only ones that come to our aid in the final fight.
Spoilers.
Yeah, that is a funny thing. We'll talk about that a bit more when we get there, but one thing to note is out of that chest a little while ago, we picked up our first trinket. This trinket specifically is a new skill for Flint, which is Buckler Barrage. It lets him throw his buckler a whole bunch of times in a row, specifically 4, each of them doing damage. And it just lets us do more damage in one turn as long as you hit the action commands. And that will be one of our main sources of damage for the entire run from here on out.
It's the classic multi-bounce style attack.
Whoa.
Mario.
Power bounce. Multi-bounce is a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That is technically correct.
It's not infinite. It is capped at a certain number of hits, but it's still the best damage per turn we can do pretty much all game.
It is a lot more balanced than Power Bounce ever was, for better or for worse.
Okay, so I'm going to skip over the obvious question of why a different language, and I'm just going to ask how much time over the course of our 2.5 hours or so.
That's a great question.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how much.
Yeah, not laughed out for sure, but definitely faster. Fair enough.
We know it's faster. Nobody has timed it because why bother?
That would be a very large undertaking for a run this long.
Yeah.
Don't forget that Sun Gem. I have forgotten it every single time I've tried to do a run of it.
Oh, is that the one you keep forgetting?
That's the one I keep forgetting.
It's fine. There's more than enough Sun Gems in this game that picking up enough is not a problem. It's just a matter of knowing that you have missed one and need to grab an extra one. Because Sun Gems in this game are kind of like star pieces from Paper Mario in that they're all over the place, they're hidden around every corner, and you can trade them in for extra trinkets and items like that. And as a result, we pick up enough of them to get certain items during the run, which will be important once we get them, but it will be a little bit before we get any of those Sun Gem items. So you'll be you'll be seeing me pick them up
choices. I'm going to assume our choices in that dialogue didn't matter much there since we just answered the first.
No, because that was our entrance interview for getting hired.
Oh yeah, we
like
failed.
most job interviews, you can just say whatever you want. You'll still get the job.
Yeah, as long as you can spin it.
There are options that have like 1 or 2 more text boxes, but it just so happens that the first one is never the long one.
Yeah. And more specifically, like menuing down is not always fast in this game, so if you could just mash fast enough, that's going to be faster anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. We break out of jail and get sent to the next worst thing is a job interview.
It's like the different circles of hell. We just like go up one.
Marched right back into the final boss's office and asked for a job.
All right, but now we get to do another trick already. Because the intended thing is the game is trying to tutorialize some more and make us go talk to somebody and then talk to Mr. Moon again, and that's slow. So we're just going to go straight to the first chapter.
Yeah.
In a very
This game
intended
does
way.
does the classic load the actors into the level thing whenever you walk into the room. So it's just a matter of reaching them.
We do not want to talk to our colleagues. We just skip all that.
We're here for work, not socializing.
Yeah. By getting up on that bookshelf, we can kind of inch around this railing here. It's a bit
There we go.
finicky sometimes, but we can just go out of bounds again and meet Starla here, which is Mr. Moon's assistant. The dialogue is a bit wonky too, because we're not supposed to be there, obviously.
What's wrong with this scene right here?
The camera is
I don't
doing
get
its
it.
best to try to focus on something important.
I mean,
it just doesn't know what that is.
I think it looks good, so
They're well-made bookshelves, very lovingly crafted.
Now we're on to the first chapter, which is the Three Little Pigs. Yeah, so the main story progression gimmick for this game is each chapter is going to be a different storybook that we go into for varying reasons for each one of them, but the first one is the Three Little Pigs. Which, you know, that naturally means we start in the basic green lush area for the first area of the game.
another huge skip incoming here. Do not mash too hard or you teleport.
Yeah, that is why I took that text box specifically very slowly.
It happens so much.
I have done it before. Right. Oops. Alright, this jump is not difficult, but it's very possible to mess it up. But thankfully, very low commitment because you just respawn back on that platform. Yeah. Normally we just hit the switch and bring down a bridge, but that is slightly faster than doing that. Alright, but now we get to actually meet the Three Little Pigs here because they're running a construction site here on behalf of Ever After Inc. And they need our help to convince the Village of Wolves nearby to let them demolish the village and build an apartment building.
That could have been worse. Could have been an interstate.
So yeah, that is why we're here on behalf of Ever After Inc. to assist in this construction project. So we got to go over here and meet with the leader of the wolves. This is Wolfgang.
Yeah.
He's a musician. His stage name is the Big Bad Wolf.
Suspiciously well designed, very unique character model. I wonder if that means anything.
Yeah, it means
Just because his eyebrows animate more regularly and actively than other people's.
It means he is a very good musician. That's what it means.
It means he's best boy.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a convincing musician to make his living.
He can even do the splits.
Okay, we tried the huff and puff and burn your house down. Not so much luck.
But yeah, now Wolfgang. Wolfgang is very happy-go-lucky, and so he's just gonna tag along. Because we kind of got kicked out of the
chat earlier
site.
that Tinder actually very specifically says that she is not in your party and does not wish to be.
Yeah, Wolfgang's partner ability, Tinder's was, spitting fire. Wolfgang's is you can play his lute and play a song. The only song we have access to right now grows plants, but we will get more songs later that do other things. And now that we have Wolfgang, it's time to do Chapter 1 completely wrong.
Excellent. My favorite part of RPGs.
Yeah, so technically we got kicked out of the construction site because we couldn't negotiate with the leader of the wolf village. So they're just going to take it into their own hands, the three little pigs. But we're not going to accept that, and we're going to go back and visit them anyway.
Hey, you okay over there, Wolfgang?
He's fine. Look how happy he is.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to bother him too much, so that's good.
It is genuinely heartbreaking anytime he has his sad sprite. You're just like, don't feel bad, buddy.
All right, now we're back. And we have definitely done everything the game intends for us to at this point.
Yeah.
I appreciate just how many games make their out-of-bounds areas technically still terrain just in case.
The devs love putting invisible walls everywhere, but it just so happens that this is not one of those places.
So yeah, this is the construction site. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff that is not intended because we actually are not supposed to be here yet. Because there is supposed to be another song that we get for Wolfgang that we just don't have yet. And so we're going to be doing things a little funny.
One nice thing also, because we're not in the correct state for this place yet, we can skip an encounter at the very beginning. Normally the security is going to trigger and we have to fight one of these robo-pigs, but yeah, the story has not progressed this far, so we can skip it.
Right, so apparently we have fans of log cabins here in the chat because we did run a poll, and the second little pig was the one who won, who built his house out of sticks and wood. So,
well, we will see that house not too long from now.
Excellent. I'm sorry, you were saying.
So to get across the water there, Sam did Coyote Buckler Hop, where you do Buckler Hop like normal, and then in midair you pause to extend the distance of it a little bit. So in addition to getting extra height, you also get extra distance out of it, which again gets you across places that was never intended for you to do casually.
Because the throwing the buckler in midair reduces your gravity, and then pausing the game lets you regain control immediately. It just basically makes it so that you fall slightly slower for a little bit while still moving further to the right. It is annoying to do in a way that is fast, but in certain spots it is required to get across comfortably.
This gnome can snipe you.
Yes, that is why I was waiting all the way on the left there
He will.
on this platform and not right next to him.
He definitely will snipe you. But yeah, we are not doing anything as intended here. Normally you were supposed to do like 3 back and forths over all this entire place, doing various side missions, I guess.
There's some invisible unicorns here, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. But by jumping higher than intended, we can skip a lot of these puzzles.
So yeah, now that we have made it all the way to the end of the construction site, we will be coming back in a little bit, but here's the log cabin. We can't do anything about it yet, so we will come back shortly. Because this is actually the way to the village that you're supposed to open up later in the chapter, because you're supposed to basically, you know, go to the village, do a whole bunch of stuff, then go to the construction site, and then you can open the shortcut. We're entering from the backside, which means some very unintended stuff is happening, like the 3 little pigs being there.
We skip another cutscene trigger, so none of this interacts.
Yes.
Sam also picked up an ink bottle there. So ink bottles are an item that you get that allows you to upgrade attacks with one of the characters back in Tinder's Castle. So there's also routing, just like with the Sun Gems, to get a specific number of ink bottles so that we can upgrade certain attacks to make them stronger for specific battles in the route.
And a little bit of shopping for another explosive brew. Explosive brews are one of the better AoE options in the early game, at least.
We use them up until the second last fight.
Right. I mean, we get more AoE options, but explosive brews stay useful. Here's another mini boss encounter. Oh well, maybe not.
Yeah, the mini boss is buckler hopping.
Right.
Yeah, we just jump over the entire mini boss trigger, which means we just don't have to fight them. That is why I took the safety save, though, is because if you were to mess up that hop and do the fight, obviously, it is faster to just reset your game, load back in, and do it again than it is to
do the fight normally.
Actually do the fight, yeah.
It's a bummer we'll never get to see that mini boss, though.
Essentially, what we did was just, we're reading a choose your own adventure novel, and we saw a bad end, and we just chose to skip over that page.
We're doing a read your own adventure, choose your own adventure novel, but we're just not following the intended pages at all, and just jumping around arbitrarily.
Choose your own adventure,
but you out of different books.
Right. Choose your own adventure, but you have ADHD. All right, I'm just gonna read this page next. Ooh, what happens on this page?
All right, jumping up here is a little tricky, depending on how you land on this thing. There we go. Then I have to line up a little carefully. Oh, yeah, didn't go far enough down. That's fine. Basically, I'm trying to get onto an invisible wall, and there's not a great visual cue for getting onto it, but that's not too bad. But yeah, just go along the way on this invisible wall, go all the way to the end of this area, go back out, back in, and then find the loading zone, which I always have trouble finding. Where's the loading zone?
Don't fall off the texture.
Yeah, one little bit inconvenient thing is that you do not void out in this game. If you fall into an endless pit, you just keep falling, you have to reset. So we do not want to walk off the plane of existence.
Yeah, thankfully, there's only a handful of places where that's even a risk. And as long as you're careful, it'll never happen. So that is going to be something you'll have to take our word for, because you won't get to see it. Cross my fingers.
As somebody who just started learning this run, it feels bad when you get one of those. You're like, when was the last time that I saved?
So Sam, this is a newer game with a handful of runners at this point. Did you come into this, or did the community kind of come to this game like thinking, hey, this is enough like Paper Mario, maybe we can do some of the same sorts of tricks looking for world seams? Or how did those get found, if you happen to know? Did people just go searching for stuff like that?
Yeah, basically the game came out and people just started messing around with it, seeing what was possible.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think the buckler hopping was discovered like on the first or second day even.
Yeah.
Somehow. Like one of the community members said, hey, the pausing looks weird. Let's mess around with that. And it just happened.
Yeah, and it's like, obviously some of this stuff was found easier than others. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just people are messing around with the game, trying to find stuff to break it, and they succeeded.
Yeah, and speedrunning and glitch hunting in particular is an established and mature enough art form at this point that there's the kinds of things that people know to try and look for, whether they know the engine of a game or anything like that.
Yeah, and it's like once buckler hopping was found, like I said, that's the bread and butter, so people just started beating their head against every wall in the game to see what was possible. Sure. Also, this is a Lost Woods segment, that I've just been cruising through. I know the correct route already, so I just follow that. But casually, you would have to use Wolfgang to figure out what the correct route is.
And if you come in here without Wolfgang, the game is fully soft lock and you can't proceed.
Yeah, that's a common
fantastic.
thing. If you don't have the partners the game expects you to have during a cutscene, it breaks. That is incredibly relevant during Chapter 4 because it prevents us from doing some skips. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna climb this thing so we don't have to actually open this door correctly, which is not like a huge detour, but why open a door and watch a cutscene if we don't have to?
As comedian John Mulaney once said, it is so much easier not to do things than to do them. That the idea that you would be here watching illegally Sam run Escape from Ever After on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick is truly astounding. I mean, I'm paraphrasing a bit there. That's not exactly how he made the joke, but you get the point.
It's close enough. Alright.
So now we actually get our second song.
Yes, this is the Blustery Ballad.
It does wind.
And
A very... Oh yeah.
go ahead.
We also pick up the Blustery Ballad as a battle skill now, as a badge we have to equip. It might come up later, I don't know.
It's basically like if you've played Paper Mario, the equivalent of Spook from 64, or whatever Flurry's move was in T2ID that I forget the name of.
Yeah.
Flurry has moves?
Exactly.
Yep, well said.
But it's basically the move that has a chance of instantly defeating enemies in the fight. Which, if the move wasn't really slow to actually use, would be useful, but plus the fact that it's RNG makes it so that I don't really want to use it if I can avoid it.
And technically you don't need to pick it up even. Just reaching that point unlocks your Blustery Ballad without actually having to see the cutscene. Like after you jump over the water and the flame activates, and with buckler hopping you could jump back over that water pit and skip this cutscene and a little talk with the mice, but it's a really annoying jump, and as Sam said, the ballad has some minor usages where some fights it's just useful enough to use it, so we pick it up.
All right, and now we're actually doing something that we skipped earlier by doing the out of bounds to talk to Starla early. This is how we get our synergy moves, which is our special abilities. Also, this is the person we talk to upgrade. Make sure I upgrade the right one.
We were supposed to visit her before going into Chapter 1. Well, that's the game intended way, but we shortened that entire section, and thankfully we can just pick up the synergies now.
Yeah, specifically the reason why it's worth waiting until now to talk to her and get those synergies is because we want to upgrade one of Wolfgang's skills, and we wouldn't have been able to do that before we have Wolfgang, and so we would have had to make a detour at this point in the run anyways to do so. But the two moves that we upgraded, one of them is the Buckler Barrage. Now instead of 4 hits, it does 5 hits. So that's obviously just extra damage. And then the move we upgrade on Wolfgang is the Reedy Requiem. And now when I use it, it is going to poison enemies, which I will explain what poison does when we get to the boss fight. Because first, we have to huff and puff and blow down this house.
Yeah, that sounds like us. No, wait.
Another nice thing about the design of this game is you notice that Sam used one of those warps. They're called telepages in the game that allow you to jump between the different points in the level. So unlike Paper Mario or some of the other games where there's one access point into the level and maybe a shortcut later, this game is designed with multiple access points throughout to help with some of the backtracking, which helps with routing because you can jump back to the castle, do those upgrades, and then jump back to where you're supposed to be in the level without losing a whole lot of time.
Also, funny thing there, we did crane skip. Crane skip is you leave the room and you come back in. Because if you remember a little while ago when we did that scene with the invisible unicorns, that scene is what triggers story progression in that room, but it doesn't trigger that until after you leave the room and come back after blowing away that house. And so we could just skip an entire section of the construction site by doing that.
And with that, we are already on the second major boss fight.
Yeah, so now
against
we get to fight the three little pigs.
Three little pigs.
They have a mech.
In their mech. Because obviously, the other two pigs have their own health bars, but we can completely ignore that. We just focus on the mech here. If you take them out, these arms would stop working and the boss would do less attacks. But yeah, it's not worth it. Very much not worth it. Just finish the fight.
Part of the advantage of playing on easy is a lot of these fights, obviously nailing blocks is important in a Paper Mario game, but because of how we have everything routed, by being on easy, a lot of the fights, the damage we take doesn't really matter too much.
You mean cheating, right?
Yeah, cheating.
Yeah, we're going to be referencing that a lot because I got a funny comment on one of my YouTube uploads today.
This is the first use of synergy moves. Basically, your star points, I guess.
SP.
Uses, star points.
Synergy points.
It's basically your super attacks in this game. This one just does single target damage, and it stuns. We really want to stun pig number 3 here because he does 3 actions per turn, and usually he summons a little god robot that shields him on the first turn. So by just doing the phase transition when we do and immediately stunning him, we can take him out before he becomes any more annoying than he already is.
And unfortunately, I got bad RNG here, which means I'll have to take a couple extra attacks. Explosive Brew has a chance to burn, and if it burns both of these first 2 pigs, the first time I use one, it will do 2 extra damage, and that entire last turn doesn't need to happen. Unfortunately, I did not get one, but no, it literally is just 2 extra attacks. It's like a 10-second difference.
And the other pig, the Straw House one, Officer Boar, has a defense point, which is also a little bit annoying to deal with, but thankfully Wolfgang's music attacks can pierce defense, so it's not that much of an issue. So did we ever say what poison does?
No, we kind of got a little sidetracked. Yeah, we used poison in that fight on the giant house mech, because poison lowers the enemy's defense by 1. And it's not like, oh, if they have 1 defense, it goes down to 0. Like, no, it gives them a -1 defense if they have no defense. And so that makes every hit of Buckler Barrage do extra damage. And so instead of 5 hits of 1 damage, it's 5 hits of 2 damage, which is obviously twice as good.
And the other status, the burn, that's just 1 damage at the end of the turn. It's sometimes useful to like chip the last bit of health. It would have helped if we burned one of the other pigs to finish the fight like 1 attack cycle earlier, or 1 attack earlier, not even a full cycle. And that's basically the 2 statuses you see in this run.
That will be using.
I don't think we can even inflict another one, can we?
But yeah, stun.
I was going to stun.
Another one.
Right. So yeah, technically you see all 3 status conditions in this one fight.
Because there is one boss fight later that has a unique status condition that only ever gets inflicted against us as a giant pain. Which will be relevant soon, because that is the next chapter boss.
Yeah, and this chapter goes by quick, because most of it gets skipped.
But first, we have to take a little bit of a detour.
An exhaustion status effect that we hopefully will never see.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one as well.
Yeah, it comes up later. It would double the cost of your magic moves, so you have to spend double MP, but you can block against it, so hopefully we never see it.
Yeah, now before we go to chapter 2, we have to take a detour into the Forbidden Library. Mr. Moon was just telling us that, hey, I need your help with something, but I don't have the key for the Forbidden Library, so I need you to go steal the key to it from the head of HR. So that is exactly what we're going to go do.
So in the plot, we are at the point where one of our colleagues has gone missing. Sherlock Holmes, you might have heard of him.
Yeah.
And
not to be confused with Sherlock Holmes from The Great Ace Attorney.
Right. So yeah, we're trying to figure out what happened to him. I think, is it controversial to say that Chapter 2 is probably the best one casually?
No.
No, I'd say it's probably the best one casually.
Yeah. Which means we are not seeing anything of it in the speedrun because Chapter 2 is extremely broken.
It's like Chapter 1, Chapter 1 has more skips, but Chapter 2 has a bigger skip. That's just one skip.
Chapter 2 is also supposed to be kind of a mystery, and the thing about mysteries is once you know the answer, it's pretty easy to get to the conclusion every time.
Would you rather have 100 room-size skips or one chapter-size skip?
Whichever one's faster.
Exactly.
One chapter-size skip to skip Chapter 3.
Do we have time for a question from chat?
Go for it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Can you ask Sam if he likes this game more than Bug Fables, and which one would he rather replay in 5 years?
I think, casually speaking, I think Bug Fables is the better game. Not because this one is bad by any means, I just think that game has a more heartfelt story at its core.
That's fair.
And as a result, I think that just is a better driving force, but this one is still very, very good. Also, this jump is very
This game, it's very annoying.
There we go.
The trick is to complain about it.
Doesn't really take itself all too seriously. It's a very funny game.
It has its moments for sure, but yeah, it is a lot less serious than Bug Fables most of the time.
Here's another fun application for the backlog jumping. By going as high as we do, we can actually de-aggro the enemies. So by backlog hopping in front of some of them, not all of them, some just ignore it. But against most enemies, you can just do a backlog hop and then out of sight, out of mind, you can just walk past them.
Oh yeah, and the other reason why I think Bug Fables is an easier recommend is just because Bug Fables has more content to it. Not that this game doesn't have content by any means. There's a bunch of side quests and there's the main story, obviously, but Bug Fables just has more. And so, if that is something that matters to you, then yeah, Bug Fables has a lot more to it, so to speak. This game, I was able to 100% this game, I think, under 20 hours casually, which is a good length still, but for an RPG, that is obviously not the longest in the world.
No, there's something to be said for a game that doesn't overstay its welcome, that does the things that it wants to do and says the things that it wants to say, and then it's over. It kind of respects your time as a player. You know, obviously there are games like roguelikes and you know, the big long RPGs of yore that give you as much to do as you can possibly handle, but sometimes that's not what you're in for.
So you could definitely just have a nice cozy weekend, play this game, beat it the whole time throughout the weekend, and, you know, go back to work on Monday having finished it.
And then spend the next weekend learning the run.
There you go. You might do that.
It is certainly something you are capable of. Chat, you have free will.
Oh, good. I was worried for a moment there.
All right, I'm going to do a quick quip here, just to help speed things up a little bit. So one of the items that I picked up from the Cheshire Cat earlier is a trinket that increases attack by 1 and decreases defense by 1. Think P up, D down from Paper Mario. And I gave that to Flint so that now he is doing extra damage. Also, earlier from a chest, we picked up a upgrade for his damage that lets him do 1 extra damage, just in general. So now his basic attack is doing 3 damage on the first hit instead of 1. And that, yeah, by doing just extra damage, that makes it so that I can take out these guys in 1 less hit, and that just makes things a little bit faster, because we would need to equip this for the next boss fight anyways. So by just equipping it now, we can save 1 second on each kill.
one slightly sad thing. The damage buff only applies to the first hit of your Buckler Barrage. They nerfed it from the demo. In the very olden days, it used to work like Power Bounce, where the first hit would do, let's say, 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, but now it's only 5, 1, 1, 1. It's still very strong for what we can do otherwise.
Yeah, I don't blame them for nerfing it, but it is a little unfortunate.
And it makes a lot of sense with strategies we use against the final boss.
Yep. Despite their best efforts, they cannot stop us. Alright. But now that we have the book that we stole from the Forbidden section of the library, we can move on to Chapter 2, The Shadow over Innsbeek. Which, if you know what that is referencing, if you can pick up on that, you have an idea of what to expect from this chapter.
Yep.
If you don't, you'll see.
I can't say I would peg this author as a storybook novelist per se, but fair enough.
They wrote books, so therefore they're eligible.
Fair enough.
But it is Innsbeek because it is populated by a lot of birds. Specifically,
no, that's a good twist. It's
ducks.
usually more aquatic in nature for these stories.
Also, best area theme. This game has very, very good music, and so I will try and call out some of my favorites along the way.
I was really enjoying even like the theme when we started the last chapter and got into the initial area with the pigs.
Yeah, the construction site is another really good song, and the Three Little Pigs boss theme is also a really good song. But if you like smooth jazz tenor sax, this is the song for you. Yeah, because a lot of the songs in this game do have a live saxophonist playing them. And this is one of those songs.
Yeah, you can tell.
You can also tell, yes, the composer does play saxophone. He even plays saxophone on a few of the tracks in the game.
Nice. Yeah, there's a certain level of expressiveness that a live brass or woodwind instrument being played gives to the performance, I would say.
Right. Unfortunately, we have to cut that specific song a little short because we got to go in here. We pick up this specific page because it's a story trigger, and that's the one story trigger we need to care about.
Yeah, in the story, we were supposed to slowly check into the hotel in the main plaza, find leads on Sherlock's whereabouts, start picking up pages for his journal. We skip all of that. We just picked up the final one here, and that skips all the rest and sets the story trigger to the next part we need. Using another buckler hop for a little shortcut, there's a teleporter up there, which is obviously faster than walking back, if we can get up there.
Yeah, that one is close to max height, which is tricky.
Yeah, as we mentioned at the beginning, the height of the jump really depends on how well you can pause and unpause, and it's also dependent on the frame rate. PC runs at a higher frame rate than console, so console runners have a natural debuff on getting really good heights.
Yeah, there's a lot of quirks to buckler hopping, one of which involves my control scheme. I have two Xbox controllers here that I'm using, partially for text mashing, because it makes text mashing faster, but also I can't get perfect buckler hops with one controller. I don't know if that's an Xbox thing, I don't know if that's a me thing, I don't know if it's a my controller thing, but my solution is I just use two controllers and then it works.
So here we have Eva again, revenge of the HR department for stealing her key. Yeah, as you do, you beat her up and she joins your party.
The standard.
So how does she get here if we stole the book?
HR.
Don't think about it.
I just had that thought, but I was like, wait, you need the book to get in here.
Or she's a witch. She has magic powers. I believe she can do what she wants.
Yeah, her overworld ability is to transform NPC characters and cats into mushrooms and chickens, also as you do. The mushrooms are useful as bouncy platforms, the chickens not so much. But you can also transform enemy encounters on the overworld into chickens to not have to fight them. It's a bit inconvenient, so our method of backlog jumping to de-aggro enemies is more useful most of the time, all of the time. And
So this is the big skip.
Yeah, this is the completely intended way of beating this chapter.
It skips at least half of the chapter, if not more.
Yeah, basically we go out of bounds and like very carefully maneuver ourselves so that we end up under the water plane. Go over here, jump up into the water hazard to end up on this island where a story trigger from much later in the chapter activates, and now we have the spell that lets Eva turn us into a seal, which lets us traverse all of these areas with water.
another spicy question from chat. Do you guys think she's better than Vivian?
No.
No.
No. Sadly, no.
Because Eva's great, but she doesn't give as strong of an excuse to say trans rights.
Yeah.
True. Excellent
She has
reasoning.
a really broken battle skill we picked up right here. But
She is more useful in battle than Vivian, unfortunately.
This is true.
Vivian is not the greatest partner in battle.
Yeah, Eva's kind of
As a-
broken in this game.
as a character, Vivian clears, but Eva has the more battle prowess. So yeah, there's an entire character we haven't met, an entire boss encounter. We are skipping an entire area.
Yeah, there's like
which
the
is-
whole thing where like half the party gets captured and we only have Flint and Eva. That's when you're supposed to get that spell where it's like, oh, now you have the spell, you can go rescue the rest of the party. But because we were not doing that, we already have the rest of the party, so we can just go straight to the end of the chapter.
And as I mentioned, we skip an entire boss encounter with Duckster, which we haven't met.
Yeah, Duckster, the Build Butcher of Innsbeek.
Duckster was one of the hardest fights for me casually.
Oh yeah, no, he is legitimately one of the hardest fights in the game.
He's
It is very convenient. That is the one major boss fight we can skip. Because for a quick synopsis, imagine Tubbo Blubbo from PM64, but both him and the Heart are in the same fight, and he actually is strong without the Heart.
Okay, don't love that.
And if you don't balance your
Yeah.
damage, it's just instant game over.
Yes.
right. The heart starts healing itself, and it ever gets to full health again, you immediately die. It's incredibly fun.
Like it is legitimately a fun fight, but it is
Yeah, it is a good
for
fight.
where it is in the game, it's very difficult.
It's, they had to patch in a free heal before the fight because people kept getting stuck there.
I played post-free heal, so I did not suffer that.
I played pre-free heal, but I'm a gamer, so I didn't get stuck. Instead I just lost to the fight like 4 times and then won. No, it's legitimately a very difficult fight, and patching the free heal was the right play because people were getting soft locked because they couldn't win the fight. All right, but now it is time for the boss of this chapter. And for anybody who's been watching along, but has never seen this game before, try to guess in chat what the boss of this chapter is going to be.
Okay, I have my guesses.
Because we're about to find out. Before the boss reveals itself, feel free to let us know what your guesses are. So we get this ominous music.
And does this patch allow the boss to be poisoned? No, we are running on current patch, and as the comment mentioned, Cthulhu here
Okay, yep, just
Used to
straight
be,
up Big C. Fair enough.
used to be able to poison her. Not anymore. It makes the fight a lot scarier, honestly.
Yeah, this is unironically the hardest fight in the run, just because there's no cheese strats you can really use, and it's a very RNG dependent.
Ooh, good block.
Got good block, yeah. We do not want to get poisoned, especially.
That's not great, but it's fine.
And this is the other scary thing. Cthulhu can buff herself by +5 damage. It is.
Yes,
That sounds terrifying.
And
it is.
she gains some multi-attacking moves later. So just imagine
Yeah, and then
those with
+5 for
+5
attack.
damage. And even the basic attacks dealing 8 damage is kind of insane.
Yeah. But hey, one, I appreciate everyone in chat who guessed Bird Cthulhu. You were clearly doing the synthesis work that you were actually not supposed to do. And two, if you're going to try to fight an evil corporation, who better to have on your side than Cthulhu? But that's a powerful ally.
All right. Thankfully, we have a bit of a safety check in our back pocket here, which is Wolfgang's synergy move. This is jam session.
slow.
As we use it,
It's a
basically we get some stat boost based on how many party members we have. And
It's a bit slow to execute, but first of all, it gives us a bit more safety with the +2 defense, and obviously the +2 attack is also very useful here. We routed it so that Cthulhu gets put to like, what is it, 31 health here?
I don't know.
And
I don't
at
remember the
30
exact
health,
numbers.
at 30 health, the phase transitions. So very nicely with the defense buff, this move just does nothing against us. But yeah, we do not want to spend any unnecessary time in this phase. Cthulhu here can inflict the fear debuff, which means we just cannot attack for one turn.
Yeah, thankfully,
Every time
the character can still use items and switch out to another party member, but not being able to attack is very rough.
Thankfully, we can use our SP also to switch party members and immediately attack again. They did nerf the SP gain from Buckler Barrage at some point, but it should still work out nicely.
Did we actually talk about what the icon floating at the top center of the screen is during the attacks? At any point so far?
That's your synergy meter. You build it up by hitting action commands and blocks, and it's used for your super moves as the whole party. The Buckler Blowout against the pigs, jam session here, Whirlwind, which we will see later. Eva gets shafted, her synergy is really bad. But
And then the unnamed last party member will also have their synergy used one time. Also, here's Sherlock Holmes. He's fine. And as it turns out, he's in a loving relationship with Cthulhu.
oh yeah, they're just dating.
I mean, somebody who, a creature that is a complete mystery and somebody who loves solving mysteries. I could see the vision.
But yeah, Sherlock Holmes and Lulu, they're off to just have a good time with each other now.
Happy for those crazy kids.
The side quest helping them is one of the best parts of this game when you play it casually.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
It is very funny. This game does have a good number of side quests, thankfully. So I mentioned earlier, it doesn't have a ton of extra content, but it does still have a good amount. All right, we're going to take a quick little detour in the lighthouse to pick up an item for later. A cookie.
This lighthouse is full of
Wait,
good
for
items.
later? But I want a
we
cookie
only
now.
Need to pick up this one.
Unfortunately, while we have a cookie for later, right now, you can actually go get a cookie yourself, because I think it's time for a break.
All right. Well, if you are hungering for a cookie yourself, now is a perfect time to get one. Get up, get a snack, unshrimp, hydrate, take meds if you need to, and come on back for more Out of the Box and more Escape. Welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Thank you so much for continuing to be here with us, or welcome if you're just joining us. It is time for more storybook action in Escape from Ever After with Illegally Sam.
All right, let's get back into things. I'll just give a countdown. We can get going. So I'll start going again in 3, 2, 1. Back to mashing.
All right, so we're clearly asking
like
for a
we have
promotion
one
here,
left.
right?
Yeah, we just got promoted. That's what that little screen was. We're on.
Yeah.
There's 5 roles on that screen. I forgot what they all are, but we're gunning for the Director of Storybook Affairs position, because that is the position that will give us access to the real world.
The real world. I don't want to have to go back there.
Technically, we don't know that yet, but
When I played this casually, I was almost expecting the real world to use photorealistic graphics instead of the storybook
that
ones.
would be perfect.
oh, yeah, it would be.
All right, but now we have to go talk to Mr. Moon because he's going to tell us that it's time for a corporate retreat.
Are we gonna go to Glitzville?
Not exactly, but kind of. All right, first, take a slight detour to upgrade Fang Feast, which is an ability we picked up for Eva a little while ago. You'll understand why we picked that one up in a little while, but we're not going to be doing any fights just yet. First, we get to do a little funny thing. And now we're up here.
The respawn trigger works a bit weird here.
Yeah, some of the respawn zones,
But yeah,
when
it's very
just-
convenient.
not quite what you would expect, and also very much not what you would intend either.
We don't need to be here yet, but it's useful to just unlock the door for later.
And I need... Actually, I forget exactly if... I actually might have had it. No, the cookies are... I got rebounds to 44, I was right, yeah. They used to be 48 coins, now they're 44, but I only had 42 coins, so I will come back and buy a second chocolate chip cookie the next time we go into that room.
Wait, did prices stick? I thought they reverted it along
They did.
SP. No.
Because it wasn't 44 coins when that changed it, but it still ended up somewhere in between, and it is slightly cheaper than before.
Oh, okay.
But at launch, it was 48 coins. And they are not 48 coins anymore. But in corporate retreat fashion, you know, you gotta like mingle with your coworkers, you gotta like talk around, network. But we're very antisocial. We're also secretly plotting to destroy the company, so we're not gonna do that. Instead, we're just gonna go out of bounds instead.
We're gamers, we don't social interact.
And we're always plotting to bring down the companies we work for. I mean, wait, what?
Yes. Yeah, did we ever explain that?
Yeah, GDQ, stop watching real quick.
Oh, I meant my day job, but also, yes.
Yeah. The entire point of joining the company is to sabotage them from the inside, if that wasn't clear by now. And we are slowly rising up the ranks to reach the real world, where Ever After is based.
Now it's time for a trust fall exercise.
This will go great. We've got a shield. We can catch someone with it. Well, never mind.
Or with our hands. We have hands as well. All right, now it's Wolfgang's turn. Do you think he can catch Humpty Dumpty here?
He's got this. He's got it.
He's got this. He's such a nice guy.
He's going to catch him by the shoes.
Oh,
Okay, well.
So close.
That'll be a little difficult to get out of the rug. As Starless
Starless gonna try.
there.
I hear there are people who can put them back together again, yeah.
No, I thought the entire part of the story is that they can't, despite their best efforts.
Well, okay, so we don't want them. We don't want the king's horses and men, but they don't seem to be anywhere here. So we should give other people a try. Look, we're stimulating the economy by giving somebody a job putting Humpty Dumpty back together.
I mean, Starla already started tweeting.
We did already
Sounds just like Ever After Inc.
we did already establish that they give healthcare at this company, so
Yeah, true. Oh gosh, I don't want to imagine the physical therapy after having your shell put back together.
I imagine it involves a lot of swimming.
Yeah, probably.
also some duct tape.
So for the first week, you're not going to move anything. You're just going to let the duct tape set. For the second week, you can move your fingers and toes, and we'll take it by ear from there.
All right, this jump is harder than it looks, but it's not too bad, thankfully.
And you only have to do it once.
Thank God.
Because then you can do the switch.
The water really tries to pull you in.
Yeah, now that at the corporate retreat, they announced a like a giant team building exercise competition where they gave everybody the first part to a treasure map to find Blackheart's treasure. and they're asking everybody to just go on a giant treasure hunt. So we need to find somebody with a ship. Thankfully, Captain Silver here works in accounting. And so we could recruit him to join us on our journey. But first we have to figure out who stole his compass. So that's
And then give him the compass back.
Yeah, so we're going to talk to Patches here, who is the head of security, so we can watch the security cameras and find out. Oh, it's the 3 blind mice. They stole the compass. So yeah, that is why we...
Are kind of like Junior Troopa.
Yeah, they are kind of like Junior Troopa. Also, funny thing, now we have the detective outfit. It's gone because we never actually unlocked the detective outfit.
You're supposed to pick that up in chapter 2 and follow some footprints. We don't do that.
Yeah, so it just has the funny side effect of it's like, oh yeah, we'll let you wear the outfit for approximately 1.5 seconds, and then it's gone. But yeah, this is why we opened the way to their shop earlier, so we can pick up the compass from here. And while we're here, we'll buy the cookie this time because I have a couple extra coins. But yeah, they're selling it for 999 coins, and we're like, yo, we know you stole that compass. Why are you selling it? They agree to give it back without any fuss as long as they can join us on the treasure hunting expedition. So they will be coming with us.
Look, we thought we had a treasure here for 1,000 coins, but if you lead us to something bigger, we'll get our piece of the action.
Yeah.
Rude businessman.
The real treasure was not the friends we made along the way. There's actual treasure at the end of this. It is a pivotal plot point. But first we have to turn the compass back into Captain Silver, something that I have definitely never forgotten to do before.
Never ever forgotten to turn it in.
Just ignore my current PB. Yeah, that is a minor consequence of playing this game in not English. It's a lot easier to forget small stuff like that when you don't have the text reminding you to do it. All right, but now we're on to Chapter 3 proper. Oh yeah, Patches, yeah, we've just been discussing our whole, plan to overthrow the company in our office, which has security cameras, so, he knows.
We are not very subtle, honestly. I mean, the reason Eva joined, fully in the end is also because we were whispering among ourselves and she's just a feed next to us saying, I can hear you, you know.
Look,
And,
I mean, in Flint's defense, he started out as a storybook character. He may not have the finer points of subtlety and subterfuge in his vocabulary.
Yeah, he's not the smartest. That's a point of his character.
Yeah, he's trying his best.
That's okay. No one would ever accuse Adol from the East series of being especially smart, and he gets along just fine. People like him because he's charming.
All right, but because we're on a pirate ship, naturally that means you cannot progress unless you're wearing a pirate outfit.
And since we have to menu to put on the outfit, we might as well menu to do all the other equips that we need to in the moment.
I will do another equip shortly because I will hold off on doing all of the equips until I get one more TP upgrade from one more level, because the way things work out, it just works out to have 6 TP total, which you start out with 4 TP for each character. Obviously each trinket costs a certain amount to equip, and each upgrade gives you 1 extra TP for every character in your party. So by upgrading it twice throughout the run, we get to 6 for everybody. But yeah, we joked about the Glitz Pit earlier. Yeah, that's because this chapter is just the Glitz Pit. There's a lot of scripted fights that we can't do anything to skip.
Well, while we're working on one pit, we have a question from chat about another pit. This is for anybody who has an opinion. Out of all the Pit of 100 Trials and similar things in Paper Mario games and Paper Mario likes, do you have a favorite?
I mean, the funny thing is, most Paper Mario likes, this is like the first Paper Mario like to actually have it like an actual pit of 100 trials. Bug Fables has like something, but it's not 100 and it's not exactly the same.
Gotcha.
Born of Bread doesn't have anything of the sort. But this game has the Stairs of Success. It doesn't live up to the Pit of 100 Trials personally, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think the TTYD Pit of 100 Trials is probably the best one.
Probably 1,000 Year Door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially in the remake, where you could have a special surprise the second time through, and you could skip the first half of it that second time. And you could also just retry fight the floor you lost on, so you don't have to redo the entire thing if you game over.
I think one of my favorite ones, not as a player, but to watch, is actually Super Paper Mario's.
I can agree with that. That one is definitely the most interesting in the context of a speedrun.
Yeah.
And then there's the flop side Pit of 100 Trials, what you just have to do twice, no gimmicks, other than you just have to do it twice.
That's the gimmick. Do it again.
Isn't there also the samurai chapter where you have to fight 100 in a
Yeah,
row?
the Samur Kingdom.
Yeah. It's so good you have to do it 3 times.
4 times.
Gosh.
4 times even.
Now saying samurai makes me think of the PS1 game Bushido Blade that had a mode that was technically defeat 100 enemies, but it was Bushido Blade gameplay, which if you know it is kind of built like a fighting game, except each of the characters have the ability to permanently cripple enemies' limbs with well-placed hits. So you need to make your way through 100 enemies while fighting through a system where that can happen to you. You can just lose the use of a leg for, 30 more enemies and have to limp along. It's quite brutal.
All right. And there I
We got to see Fang Feast there.
Yeah, exactly. Fang Feast, I mentioned earlier, is going to be very, very important, very, very broken. The way the move works now that it's upgraded is it does 5 damage that pierces defense to the enemy in the back, and then it restores Eva's health by 5 in the process if you hit that action command. We also equipped Eva with an item that we picked up from the Cheshire Cat, which is a trinket called Dark Magic. It converts MP costs into HP, so instead of 4 MP, Fang Feast now costs 4 HP. And so we're doing 5 damage per hit that pierces defense, and it restores 5 HP at the cost of 4 HP. You can see why that's a little
I'm not
broken.
great at math, but yeah, that seems like a good deal for you.
No, Fang Feast is such an insane skill. There's like nothing in the game that can block it aside from like impenetrable shields.
And you do 5 damage and heal 1.
Yeah. It hits from the back, so no shields ever affected. Well, the shields the enemies hold in the hand, not like energy shields.
And most importantly, on
it
easy,
heals his defense.
enemies don't really even go above 5 HP in the first place.
Yeah, like some of the bigger ones have like 6 or 7, but none of them we fight really.
Like, as far as required fights go, I should say, none of them really have more than 5 HP, specifically in this chapter. So basically, every time Eva attacks, she will just be deleting the enemy in the back. I would say for free, but it's literally at a net positive for HP.
Yeah, her refund.
So yeah, Dark Magic plus Fang Feast is a very, very busted combo. I did not realize that casually. I just thought Fang Feast was just like a pretty decent move. And I thought Dark Magic was not worth it because why would I want to lose all of my HP I'm playing on hard mode? But yeah, it is the bread and butter for the route that I used during this chapter. It is very good.
Yeah, it helps speed up that you don't have to go and heal between these fights, because there is a free heal in the lower level of the ship, so theoretically you never have to worry about running out of health and Mocha points, but it's nice to be able to just constantly be able to use a strong attack without losing any of your stats.
Yeah, it's like casually, yeah, you could just heal between every fight. It's not really that big a deal. But in a speedrun, why would I waste 15 seconds healing when I could just not heal?
So these pirates are the first ones that can inflict the exhaust status with the sword attacks.
Yeah, they're the only enemy that does outside of the final boss.
It's really annoying, but
Just hit the block. It's not that big a deal.
just hit the block, yeah. And with dark magic, it's not as punishing.
Yeah,
Because it would just double the HP cost instead of the MP cost.
Yeah, the issue comes from you took damage and now it costs 8 HP to use the skill. So if you have 8 HP or less, you just can't use it, even though you would restore a bunch of health in the process.
Yep, that happened to me the last run that I did, was that Eva's health got too low and then I couldn't use Fang Feast for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, it's obviously not optimal, but
Yeah, these fights are all easy enough that even if something does go wrong, you can come up with a backup strat that gets the job done slowly. Yeah, also we had like a little encounter there. Mother Goose is on the ship now because she kind of just like washed ashore after her expedition went south. Mother Goose is like the very annoying gossip lady at the office. She's just constantly causing problems and gossiping. Like, we're having a huge heartfelt conversation with Tinder here. Like, it's a big heart-to-heart about like our whole situation and everything.
I miss when things were simple and we would just try to wail on each other.
And then we get interrupted by Mother Goose because she's like, I have a question of the utmost importance. Heels or flats? And no matter what you pick, she's like, oh, honey, you don't know what you're talking about. So there is no right answer. Both of them are wrong.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, the writing in this game is delightful.
All right.
Oh, as somebody who doesn't think terribly much about their footwear, you know, you said heels or flats, and my brain like didn't quite pick up what you said at first, and then heard and flats. I'm like, no, clearly drumsticks. Why flats?
Fang Feast can also devour health from things that aren't organic life, such as a cannon.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. And also, T, we are not eating the wings on Mother Goose, unfortunately.
No, she'd have a lot to say about that, I'm sure.
All right. Yeah, we are coming up on the final meaningful fight of this first stint of our pirate expedition. Because each of these segments has about 5-ish fights before the next segment, and there's 3 segments of sections like this. Which is why this chapter is the least interesting in the speedrun, because it's just a lot of required fights that you can't skip. It's very nice in routing, because it gives us a lot of levels, but it is slow and a little boring at times, but that's just how it goes. This fight here, this is the first time we're actually using, or second time we're using Tinder Synergy. I didn't mention it first time. But basically you just do a bunch of damage to every enemy. And it sets them all on fire. And it's also not too slow. And so it just will instantly, because of how much health these enemies have, it will just instantly end the fight in one turn, basically. Very, very.
So you mentioned this section of the run potentially being boring. Is that, would you mean to watch, or like for you as the runner, are there parts of it where you can to a certain extent turn your brain off, or are there parts of these fights that will still keep you on your toes with potential debuffs or other things that you might have to be watching out for?
It's less that you can turn your brain off and more just you need to make sure you're not doing stuff slowly, but the fights for the most part are pretty deterministic.
I see.
So it's like, if you enjoy the fights, it's not like a bad section of the game by any means. It's definitely the weakest section of the game, I would say, even casually, but it's not bad. And there's definitely a few parts in between all the fights where we still get to do some interesting overworld stuff. But first, it's time for Humpty Dumpty's revenge.
Oh yeah, there are mini bosses sprinkled in here and there, and Humpty Dumpty is on first one.
He gets the first attack. Thankfully, we're a pro and we can dodge it. All right, so that was Humpty Dumpty. That fight was really difficult.
I had the whole thing about the physical therapy. Why did he not listen? I suppose at this point you can say he deserved it.
I mean, to be honest, he's entirely justified in crashing out at us.
Right. No, I mean, yeah. But he had to know how fragile he was at that point.
Unfortunately, his mental state was also very fragile.
I suppose so.
But yeah, this is Port Cutlass. This is our first detour, as we need to find the second piece of Blackheart's treasure map.
Are you gonna go for crab skip?
No. Crab skip is a skip here that saves like 7 or 8 seconds if you do it perfectly. It's not that hard of a skip, honestly. The problem is if you mess it up, you can void out, and yeah, that is very bad.
Perfect.
I mean, if you don't land too badly, you can make it back out of bounds by just walking around the left side and enter back in from the front. But obviously, that's super slow.
Yeah, and like it's very much a trick that you just have to get first try to save time. Even though it's not a very, like I said, it's not a very difficult trick. I was able to get it like a lot of times in a row when I was learning it. But in a marathon setting, there's no reason to tempt fate for 7 seconds of time save.
This whole island is set up around a fetch quest, so we're just picking up items and trading them in for other things. What are we even trying to find? The password or something? I don't know.
Well, that was the initial thing, is trying to find the password to get to where Blackheart's crewmate is. But we don't need the password because we can just buckler hop into the loading zone.
We also do a little bit of shopping here.
Yes, we buy
Now we need
as many
proof.
explosive brews as I can afford.
Now we're looking for proof that we're somebody that the captain would have known and wanted to give his treasure to.
Yeah, so the way we do that is first we have to talk to the unicorn trying to catch a crab. Find out, oh, he wants a crab, and he's not going to move until he gets his crab. And so we got to go to the crab trader. He says, oh yeah, sorry, I just sold my last crab. But if you give me that rum, I'll tell you who took it. And he's like, oh yeah, somebody from the Ever After Inc. headquarters took it. And we get here, it's like, oh yeah, somebody microwaved crab in the office. They have committed the greatest sin known to mankind.
Oh, I mean, it could be worse. Crab is bad, but I definitely had somebody in my office a few months back who did like what had clearly been like spiced, so it was salmon, but had a bunch of extra stuff on it. When that went in the microwave, it was all you could smell for the rest of the day.
Yeah, as it turns out, it was Sherlock Holmes that microwaved the crab.
You'd think he would know better, but you know, for all the detective capabilities, he may not have common sense.
It's also funny if when we give the crab to the unicorn, he says like, "Hey, this crab seems a little soft. Did you microwave it?" And you can choose to say either yes or no. And if you say yes, he just responds like, "Oh, well, I've never had crab before, so much just," or like if you say no, it's like, "I've never had crab before, so must just be that way." And if you say yes, like, "Oh, I guess that's just how they prepare crab around here."
Just how the locals make it.
Well, God bless their low standards.
They're just excited to have crab.
Fair, whom amongst us?
Who doesn't get excited by carcinization?
Right?
Yeah, now that we
One
learned
of the best things about speedrunning. I mean, wait, what?
Now that we learned Blackheart's melody from his parrot over there, we could play it for this guy, and he'll be like, "Oh, you know that song? You must be cool. Here's the piece of the map."
We use the song exactly twice, and it does nothing else outside of these two occasions.
Yes.
Which is a bit of a shame, honestly. Like the wind and vine ability are used for puzzles, but Blackheart's melody is really just story progression in 2 places.
Yeah.
And nothing else.
It is what it is, though. It is used for what it needs to be. All right, but now that we're back on the ship after that short stint in Port Cutlass, it is time for some more fights.
More battles.
I didn't mention it earlier during the library segment, but we're going to fight the enemies from there again. These are librarians. because they're barbarian librarians.
That's the whole gimmick. They even say so in this pre-battle introduction. They're fun guys.
Yeah, but they have... Oh, that dropped early by accident. That's fine. I need to do 2 turns with Eva anyway, so it doesn't matter. These guys have 5 health.
Just because we're uncivilized doesn't mean we can't be well read. Maybe they're learning how to be better barbarians. Who knows what they're reading?
Maybe they're learning to be better librarians.
True.
Yeah, and then the upgraded version of them are called Librarians, because they're librarian warriors. Because it's in true Paper Mario fashion, obviously. There's a lot of reskinned enemies that are just stronger versions.
Always a time-honored tradition.
I thought you were going to say in Paper Mario fashion, there's just a lot of puns, and I was like, yes,
I mean,
yes, there are.
Well, also yes.
But not specifically. Also, as it turns out, Patchy's got a stowed away on the ship.
Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, a lot of the more annoying enemies are thankfully confined to the stairs of success, so we don't have to bother with them. And even then, we can avoid most of them on the map.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, Patches.
Yeah, Patches is joining us. He won't tell us why, but he's joining us. Also, he's blackmailing us in the process. Because he's like, hey, you idiots were on camera the entire time. Let me join you, or I'll tell the entire company what you're doing.
His special ability is to punch things really hard.
It makes a little funny, like, teddy bear squeaky noise when you do it.
Not the most versatile special ability, but definitely useful to have.
Oh no, he gets used a lot, actually. Because there's a lot of things that he can break, and then he can also first strike enemies with it, which even comes up once or twice. Alright. Now that we have retrieved Captain Silver's rum from down below deck, we can continue. But yeah, Patches is casually a very, very good partner. All of the characters can do up to 3 damage. Patches starts out at 4 damage, and he also has +1 defense by default. His only downside is he can only attack the front enemy, but like that's not really even a downside when like so many enemies are just all over the place.
Flint and Tinder get their attack power upgrades during the story, and we could have picked up an attack upgrade for Wolfgang in Chapter 2, and it was used in the route earlier, but we figured out that we don't actually need it all that much. Cthulhu is still possible without the attack up, and because Wolfgang is mainly used to poison from this point on, we don't really need his raw damage as much.
And plus, since we attacked equipped the attack up, defense down item on Wolfgang, he's still doing 3 damage anyway right now.
Yeah.
So that offsets it a little bit. But unfortunately, yeah, his upgrade is behind like not like a terribly long side quest, but a long enough side quest that it's not worth it.
Yeah, just enough side quest.
This next fight is actually the first time we're fighting Robo-Pigs, because we skipped all of them in Chapter 1.
I think we almost got fire breathed on by one of them as we were crossing a body of water. But
yeah, they are very aggressive in the overworld, and so it is very easy to accidentally encounter them. But thankfully...
Any enemy, honestly, like, the devs do not want you to skip encounters. The enemies just go at you.
Yeah, some enemies are easier to dodge than others, but without the ability to break their aggro with buckler hopping, we would not be able to avoid a lot of them.
Oh yeah, it'd be a lot of running away, which would make money routing so hard.
Yeah, thankfully, from this point forward, money routing is not particularly important. Because at this point, the only thing that we're using money for is heals at vending machines. We don't actually need to buy anything else. So yeah, like I said, money routing, not too important at this point. from now on.
So getting another level up here, one of the things that makes this chapter work so well is, in addition to Ava's Fang Feast constantly healing you, level ups also refill all your stats. So by doing these battles, since we're under-leveled, we get a lot more experience for them, which means that you get level up sooner and can just cycle through those full heals quickly.
Also, we mentioned there's a lot of mini-boss fights. Yeah, 3 little pigs, they got a yacht, and they're back for revenge. So if you missed the banger that is their battle theme earlier, we get to hear it again.
I will say this is a much sturdier house than the ones they had before. More mobile too.
Yeah, and we actually see the little god bot that Duke Porkington puts up, which shields him from damage, but thankfully by just using Whirlwind here we can take it out without issue.
This also doubles as a way to burn the wooden shield that Pudge has in the front there, which is very important. And that also burns them all for good measure.
Yeah, it's a neat interaction. If an enemy is burned, you can use your buckler to transfer the burn over to other enemies. I would say in general this combat is a little bit more puzzly than normal Paper Mario, with all the shields and attacking from different directions for advantage. Yeah, it's
There's
nice
definitely a complexity to it that requires you to think about how all the different characters can attack and what direction they attack from.
You definitely do not want to stick with 2 characters all the time. You want to switch out and use the best of their abilities.
Also, their yacht broke down, so now they're stowing away with us.
Yeah.
As we have to tow their yacht with a sailboat.
Yeah, this definitely won't slow our travel time any.
I was about to say, at this point it's maybe a little bit late to mention, but yes, you can actually swap out Flint from the active party and just use partners.
Yeah,
it's actually something I was thinking about during this battle gauntlet, that it adds that much more flexibility and encourages you to think laterally with, like, you know, you're playing a Paper Mario, you're just going to use, okay, well, in this battle, I'm going to use, Vivian, because you're not, but, I like this power for this group of enemies. But the idea of having to think of that for 2 different party members at once, because none of them is static, is, I think, asks you to think more laterally and really appreciate what your partners can do in combat more than many Paper Mario style games.
Even more than that, this game has a fun thing where the first turn of battle, you can freely swap either of your characters out, and you don't have any penalty for it.
Nice.
And any other turn after that, you have to spend 1 SP to switch a character and still use them that same turn, which even just having that option is a very nice bonus, because then if you have the SP, you can just switch a character for free and still use them that turn, but like I said, it uses a resource at that point.
Right. The fact that it genuinely encourages you, kind of like in a strategy RPG, like, all right, where do you want to place all of your units to start battle?
Also, now it's time for the ghost ship. This is Blackheart's ship, and that ghost was Blackheart. This is just like a short little platforming segment where we just gotta avoid all the spikes. Emphasis on short, because this really is not a very long section of the game. Which is a little unfortunate.
2 screens.
Because ghost ships are always a very fun aesthetic in games. Gives very big Phantom Hourglass / Wind Waker vibes.
If someone wants to join the community and find a way around these spikes here, then go for it. With all our abilities to buckler jump and whatnot, we cannot make it past this room any faster. Pretty much have to do everything as intended here.
Yeah, because we are very good at gaining vertical height. We are not so good at gaining horizontal distance. But now we pick up Blackheart's skeleton, his remains.
Just the entire skeleton in our pocket now. As you do.
Yeah, because he asked us to bury him where his treasure is.
Yeah, learning this route, I was honestly amazed at how few rooms you actually do have to do intended, just because of how much you can either just jump over the puzzle, jump around the puzzle, or some other shenanigans that have been found already.
All right, and we've got one more fight here before our next segment in between these fighting segments. All right, switch to you. And then Fang Feast. Just on loop. Yeah, because Patches has a very useful move called Teddy Tremor, which just does 2 damage to all grounded enemies and all enemies on the ceiling. And that pierces defense. And so whenever there's a bunch of small adds like that, like the cannons or like shield bots and stuff like that, is a very useful move for just clearing them all out right away. And it is a very fast move as well, which is why it's useful. One more level for the road. Yeah, from here on out, all of the levels will either be going to HP or MP, and we're just going to be alternating between the two of them. Because while we do have some very, very nice routes for the bosses at the end of the game, we kind of need to be able to do those routes and not die in the process. So that's why we need both HP and MP.
Yeah, the boss at the end of this chapter is not that much of an issue, but chapter 4 boss. Oh boy, yeah, he's a scary one.
The boss of chapter 4 is the second hardest boss in the run, behind Cthulhu.
Notice the final boss did not make that list.
No. Final boss is maybe 3rd at best. And that's only because if you get bad enough RNG, the fight can actually go a little off the rails. But if you get good RNG, the final boss is a pushover.
And you do have safety heals, so the route is not that strict.
Yeah, the reason why we picked up 2 cookies, one of those cookies is for the final boss. And if things go well, we don't even need it. Because the chocolate chip cookies heal 20 HP to both active party members, which is almost our entire health bar, so obviously that is very useful to have as a backup.
These red and blue platforms, you're supposed to use patches to switch around which one are up and which one are down. We don't do puzzles here. That's not our style.
Yeah, this is Molten Maw Volcano. This is like the one area of Chapter 3 that's like actually a proper dungeon type thing. Yeah, that enemy was being rude.
Yeah, they took the aesthetic of Chapter 5 and Thousand Year Door, the mechanics of Chapter 3, and then the backtracking of Chapter 4.
And then the volcano of Chapter 5 of the M64.
You'd think you can make this jump from the beginning of this room to the exit there, but it's...
I have tried.
No, you can't.
It does not work. It's very unfortunate.
Ooh, what?
Incredibly unfortunate.
Right, this guy's being rude. I'm not getting past him. Sometimes I can bait him to falling into the lava with me, and that lets me get past him safely, but he was not cooperating. And I do need to be careful in this room, because if I were to encounter him while falling off into the lava, I would accidentally do an origin warp, which sends me back to the start of the room. I have done that by accident before. It is unfortunate.
Another little unfortunate thing here is what we are trying to do here is find 2 of the mice who got lost once again because they need to build a bomb to blow up the rocks blocking our path. With some buckler hopping and I guess out of bounds, clipping, whatever you want to call it, shenanigans, you could get behind that rock early, but the loading zone isn't active. So we do have to find the mice here.
Also, I took that fight for XP routing reasons. It just makes things work out a little nicer once we get to Chapter 4. basically, without doing that, I would not be able to get a level up before the Chapter 4 boss, but with that, I can. That means I don't need to use a vending machine for healing, and that also just gives me a little bit of extra stats in the process. Oops, that one didn't. I forget. There's a weird way of like hitting the lava here and ending up on the left side of the volcano dude here, but it's a little finicky, so I'm just gonna go walk around normally. It just makes it easier to avoid that encounter, but it didn't want to cooperate. I need to lap that out a little bit more. I still don't know the exact parts where that triggers. But it's very, very low commitment, so I figured I'd try it like once or twice, see what would happen. All right, thankfully we could skip like half of the entire section for the second mouse by just jumping up here.
Again, so much of this game is just gated by they didn't expect you to have that much height to your jump.
Also, this is a dark room. You're kind of intended to use Tinder's fire ability to light things up so you can see where you're going. But you don't need to see where you're going if you already know where you're going.
Do we even use Tinder's ability outside of the tutorial?
Yes. One time in Chapter 4.
Oh yeah, right, we need to melt the ice. Right.
It's used a couple times to blow up the barrels in the construction site, too.
Yeah, there's that, and then we also need it to light the dynamite here.
Yeah, Tinder sadly is getting a little bit shafted in this run. She doesn't really do anything exceptional.
Her fire is almost more useful in combat than it is in the overworld.
Yeah.
Thankfully, she does have the best synergy attack out of all of them.
Yeah,
So it's the one we use the
she's
most.
a synergy bot and nothing else much.
Right, these guys were very rude to me, so unfortunately I will have to take an extra turn for this fight. If I first struck the mushroom with patches, he would have been able to take them out immediately, and I wouldn't have taken an extra attack here, but they wanted to be rude to me, so it is what it is.
The hit detection on first striking with patches is a little bit weird sometimes.
Yeah, it is not as nice and lenient as you would hope it would be, but it gets the job done unless you get stuck against the wall like I did. With both those mushrooms to feed, we could save the second of the 3 blind mice that got lost, and we can head back to the main room. Also, I do just want to shout out the song for this area, specifically just because it uses muted trumpet in it, and I am a trumpet player, so I appreciate whenever a composer actually uses muted trumpet. It doesn't happen very often.
It's
lacking.
It's really good. It's a shame
lacking.
you don't hear it all that long.
I just need some tuba like I play.
Yeah, this game, the composer is a saxophone player, so it's very heavy on the woodwinds. The brass is a lot lighter across the board, unfortunately. But it does have a couple songs with jazz clarinet, so that makes up for it.
No, this whole soundtrack is great. I don't think there's a single bad song in here.
There's a few songs that I'm not the biggest fan of, but that's not because they're bad, it's just I'm not the biggest fan of it. Also, we did the escape sequence. Good job.
Good job. Yeah. We found the final piece of the treasure map here, and obviously the mice stole the map from us and left us to burn in the volcano, as you do as friends. So yeah, now we are trying to chase them down and get our treasure map back.
Yeah, the funny thing there is the volcano's erupting, there's a whole escape sequence, but they just made it so if you fall in the lava, you just instantly end the sequence.
All you miss out is some extra coin, and we do not need that.
Yeah, I mean the platforming section is actually pretty fun, but why would you do it when you don't have to in a speedrun?
And it's also silly that it just boots you out instead of resetting you, but good for us.
But now that we're back on the ship, you know what that means. It's time for more fights.
mean, talking about the soundtrack, this chapter also just has a lot of good music, including the battle theme for being on the ship here.
And because these small pirate dudes have 4 HP, 2 teddy trimmers will actually kill them. So I can use this to kill the 2 small ones, and then I can just finish this one off with Eva. Oops. Wait. Oh, I forgot about... He was on the barrel, right? I forgot about that. Whoops. So he had 3 health. Oh well, doesn't matter. He's dead. I like very recently rerouted some of these fights, and I'm kind of just figuring some of them out on the fly right now with those reroutes. That was one of those fights where I'm like, I didn't like actually bother to properly reroute it. I'm just figuring it out as I go. Literally, I was loading into that fight. I was like, oh yeah, these guys have 4 health. That means I could just kill them with 2 teddy trimmers. I'll just do that real quick.
I mean, Tinder's synergy whirlwind attack would solve a lot of these fights, but sadly our synergy points are not recovered by level ups, unlike everything else, so we have to route around that a lot.
Alright, now we are coming across the toll booth. And yet for some reason he's just irrationally angry when he sees us. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I've never seen this man in my life.
Never seen him in my life.
Yeah, this is the mini-boss we skipped. Back in chapter 1. And what happens is back in chapter 1 we come across the bridge, we have to pay the toll to pass, but we just like, no, we're not paying the toll, so we beat him up. It makes him go out of business and he gets really mad at us as a result. And so he sees us here, is like, you again! You made me lose my toll business! And he just attacks us on sight. And it's also really funny because both times we're chasing after the 3 blind mice, and both times like we go up to him, it's like, yo, like, how did you get past the troll? It's like, how'd you pay the toll? And it's like, what'd you do? It's like, oh yeah, we just paid the toll. What are you talking about? Like, what's the problem here? We're upstanding citizens. We just paid the toll.
There's also a secret interaction if you enter that cutscene with 0 coins. Trollbot actually takes pity on you and gifts you 50 coins because you're so poor. Because you're ungrateful, he fights you anyway afterwards.
I actually didn't know.
So yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah, and just in the first encounter, he takes all your money, and then he charges a convenience fee that you can't pay for, so he still fights you.
Perfect.
Yeah, I tried to route in the 50 coin gift in the very, very early route before I knew that we can skip things. But yeah, it didn't work out like that, and it's better that way because routing around exactly having 0 coins is annoying.
Alright, now it's time for the 3 blind mice refight. Thankfully, they are all in a stack, and the way 3D Requiem works is the vine attacks all of them and poisons all of them. And so all future attacks from the vine will also do extra damage due to the poison. And so as a result, just spamming the vine ability with Wolfgang does a ton of damage to all of them, all at once. So this fight is very, very easy despite how much HP they actually have as a group.
And we have another spicy question in chat. Which series do you like better, Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi?
Paper Mario is higher highs, Mario and Luigi is more consistent.
Yeah.
That is my
the early Paper Mario games are better, but the newer releases are...
Right.
I mean, people exaggerate how bad the series was, Sticker Star and onward, but they are definitely not as good as the original games.
I did actually just recently get a copy of Brothership. I should open that up and actually play
I still need to finish
it.
Brothership. I got like 20 hours in, and then I got distracted and I haven't gone back to it yet. And I was enjoying it. Like, it wasn't because I wasn't liking the game. It's just I got sidetracked.
I have a save file that is on the final island, and I said, let's do some side quests first, and then I got so bored by all these stupid side quests that I never finished.
Yeah, there's no shame in it. It's something I had to learn over years as somebody who usually played RPGs or for a long time played them and like, all right, I got to do everything there is to do. I got to do all the lightning dodges in Final Fantasy X. Every time I played Secret of Mana as a kid, I had to go, do 20 extra hours of grinding at the end to get all the final weapon orbs. And one day I was just like, I don't really enjoy all the extra content that much in most of these games. Maybe I should just do the main quest.
Yeah.
All right, so we have one final fight before the end of the chapter here. It's against these 5 pirates. We could just use Tinder Synergy, and we're done.
Excellent. It's always good to have a plan.
These synergy attacks take longer and longer to execute the more party members you have.
True.
So if we can avoid it, we try to use other moves, but as we mentioned, the whirlwind is just such good AoE damage.
It's like ending that fight in one turn is always going to be faster than anything else.
Right, then letting enemies have any attacks, etc.
Especially when there's 5 enemies.
Sam, you have another question.
Oh?
Which final boss is harder? This one or the one in 1000 Year Door?
Shadow Queen is way harder than this final boss.
Yeah, this final boss is a bit of a letdown.
Even casually, I didn't think it was that bad, especially if you do all the side quests.
Yeah, the side quests make this final boss kind of not that much of a challenge.
Oh yeah, hard mode specifically, but I think even in hard mode, she's very manageable.
Yeah, I think I beat the final boss like second try on my casual playthrough on hard mode, and my casual playthrough, like my first time playing this game, was on hard mode, and yeah, I got through the boss. I think maybe second try. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah. The hard mode in this game provides a good challenge, but it's reasonably balanced. It's not unforgiving for no reason.
It's not like double damage or anything like that. It's like, oh yeah, the enemies, like a bunch of them will do like 1 extra damage. Some will have 1 extra defense. The enemies will have like not even like 50% more health total, I don't think, depending on what the enemy is.
I think maybe metal shields show up a bit more often compared to wooden ones.
So it's like, it's definitely harder than the other 2 difficulties, hence the name hard mode, but it's not too bad.
Oh, you're not picking up the pumpkin spice?
I didn't even remember that was there. Because I don't need it.
Well, yeah, pumpkin spice latte is another recovery item. It heals 12 MP and some amount of HP. But I guess we don't need safety. We have cookies.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I maybe could pick it up as safety for the board fight, but like, the odds of the board fight going poorly enough to need to heal are so low. Also, it's time for Captain Silver. Because we're like, oh, we want to turn the treasure into the company so we can get a promotion. And he's like, no, that disrespects the wishes of Captain Blackheart. And so, because of that, we have to fight each other in a pirate duel.
Yeah, is it a duel if it's 2 against 1?
I mean, he calls it a duel.
But yeah, we are locked into specific party members for this. We cannot swap around.
Yeah, that is the whole gimmick for this fight.
Thankfully.
Is Captain Silver will force us to use 2 specific party members for each phase of the fight. It is static each time. It's not like it's random or anything.
Wait, did you poison him with
Yes.
explosive brew? That can happen.
Yeah,
That's possible?
That has happened to me
I did not.
multiple times. Like, it has happened to me more often than it hasn't. It's really funny. Specifically on that one.
Merriam-Webster. Technically, a duel can have more than 2 people involved. In fact, it's supposed to, but everyone except the 2 duelists are supposed to be witnesses to make sure that no one was doing anything untoward. So, yes and no.
Is attacking someone from behind as a bat untoward?
Yeah, that's...
Is summoning a bunch of parrots untoward?
There you go. Yeah, this isn't really a duel anymore. This is just kind of a fracas, so... do whatever you need to.
we'd think Tinder synergy would be really good here as well. But because we actually only have 2 party members right now, the damage cap is locked at 3 damage. And also the tornado, if it's small enough, does not actually hit flying enemies. Which is a shame for this phase.
Let's go.
You have the best poison RNG.
See, I don't think we actually mentioned it, but a while back we picked up a trinket called Poison Infusion, and we equipped it on Flint, where all of his attacks just have a chance to poison enemies. And there are specific spots throughout the run where that saves us a turn because of the extra damage, and this is one of those places.
Shoutouts to this boss theme, now that we're on the final phase. It's really good. But all of the battle themes are good, so what am I saying?
Oh yeah. Like, as good as a battle theme this is, I don't even think it's in my top 3 for boss themes for this game. Oh yeah, right, I forgot I have to charge that up. Oh well. That's fine.
We wanted to show off the cannon attack enemy.
Yeah, that was clearly what it was. Yeah, each of these phases has 12 HP, so several of these phases we do like exact damage in order to take them out as quickly as possible.
I think casually Captain Silver could use a little bit more HP on each phase.
On hard mode, it's definitely a lot more balanced because he has 20 HP in each phase.
Yeah.
And that is definitely a lot more of a challenge, especially phase 3 with all the parrots.
Yeah, phase 3 is pretty brutal, honestly. There's few things that can deal with the parrots really well.
Yes.
There's an AoE move for Tinder we could have picked up at some point. Well, not on this route because it's blocked off by an invisible wall. If we try to get it from the back. But like...
Also, this is the CEO of Ever After Inc., by the way.
Oh yeah, white woman jump scare.
This is the scene where we learn that we can't get the promotion because she's actually just going to give it to her nephew.
Yeah,
that sounds right.
Kind of ruins all of our plans.
Yep.
The curse of nepotism strikes again.
Nepo baby.
You have plans? That's cute. I have a nephew.
Tinder's entering her valid crash out arc now.
Yeah, thankfully there is a bit of a backup that we can do that is a bit risky, but we'll get the job done. Which is, Patches is telling us about how, in order to get to the real world, they have this Lexi chip that they would put into our ID that lets us have security clearance to reach the real world. And so if we can't get it the way we're supposed to, what if we just go, like, there has to be a book where the company is creating all of this technology. So if we just steal the book that houses the R&D department, then we could just go there and get the Lexi chip from the source. So that's exactly what we're going to go do. First, we have to I'm taking a small detour to get one more thing from the Cheshire Cat and then upgrade it. This will not be relevant until the very end of the run, so I will explain it then, but keep it in your back pocket. But yeah, in order to find this secret R&D book, we have to make one more trip over to the forbidden section of the library, because now there is a part of the library that we can go to, now that we have Patches, that houses the book. Yeah, and because of how this jump went earlier, I'm just going to take the slightly slower but safer route. Which is boring, but...
route that I would take.
It's boring, but it means I am not going to be stuck on that jump for a while, potentially. Whoops. Let me... get out of the way this time. There we go. The fastest way to go through this is to do that jump off of the fax machine back up to the top again, and then avoid that guy on the upper route. But if you don't get the jump first try, it basically doesn't save time, and that is a very difficult jump. So sometimes I'll go for it in PB attempts to try and save the time, but right now, there's no reason to waste a ton of time. Yeah, this is the forbidden section of the forbidden section. Forbidden section.
I'm not sure we're allowed to show the kind of stuff that's back here on Twitch.
Yeah, Richard, can you just like censor the entire game real quick?
Yeah, honestly, these
Hey, this
these
is the
books-
route that I found.
These book stacks are such a mess.
New out of bounds, fresh off the presses.
Nice.
There was another max height buckler hop in this room that I was struggling to do. So I was like, is there any other way to get around this room? And
the
this was
answer
the
is
route that I
yes.
found.
The out of bounds movement's a little weird to get used to.
Yeah, we can just jump into the room transition from below.
The problem is like finding the room transition is a little difficult.
Doesn't help that you can't see anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a black texture right there where the camera moves to.
I'll find it. Here, let me reposition myself so I know where I am. This is why I'm not the biggest fan of this, is because finding this is a little finicky.
It helps to go right under the gate and then move to the right just a little bit.
Yeah, the problem is it's hard to tell when I'm next to the gate. Because you can't see anything. That's fine. Alright, I got this a lot quicker every other time I was doing this in practice, but that's fine. There we go. That ended up probably not being faster than just doing it the other way, but it's fine. It was funny.
First-ish try, who cares?
All right, and as we get the forbidden book here, let's teleport to chapter 4, and before we get into it, we can take our next break.
Perfect.
So we'll just warp there, and everybody else can go warp to the bathroom or the kitchen or wherever you want to.
And so can we. But yes, as Sam said, if you need to take a break, now is a fantastic time to do so. Feel free to leave the stream on because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, but make sure you unshrimp, get some water, get a snack if you need to, and come on back for more Escape from Ever After on Out of the Box. And welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix, and welcome back to Out of the Box. If you've been enjoying our programming this evening and are looking forward to more, I want to remind you that there are also Games Done Quick events happening in the extended Games Done Quick-averse from both Seattle, PAX West September 4th through 7th, and Cologne, Germany, with Gamescom GDQ taking place from August 28th to the 30th. To learn more about each of those, you can go to gdq.gg/schedule/Gamescom for that one, and /schedule/PAX to check out the schedule for PAX West, which just dropped earlier today. Heck, you can probably go onto Games Done Quick's Blue Sky and catch that one as well. With that all said, let's get back into the finale of Escape from Ever After with Legally Sam.
Something, greetings from Germany. Let's get back into
Yes, there will be a lot of those. I have little doubt. The greetings will actually be coming from inside the Germany this time.
All right, so let's get back into things in 3, 2, 1. More text bashing.
Yay.
All right, there's not too much here.
Starting with the good stuff.
Yeah, now we're in space. We're on a space station. And naturally, that means we have to put on our spacesuit.
Inside the space station.
Because we're going to leave the space station to get to the planet down below.
All right, okay. That's fair.
Yeah, they do not let you progress if you don't put on the spacesuit, unfortunately.
They put time into these costume designs. You need to wear them.
No, this game has a ton of alternate outfits that you can get through various means, most of which involve buying them.
You can take off the spacesuit at any time, and there's no issues. They just won't let you through the door.
Yeah, but that's time lost to take off the spacesuit, so why would I do that?
Yeah, it is.
So this is our final boss defeating outfit.
Yes. So anyway, Mr. Moon caught onto us, going behind his back for the entire game. So now he's sending security after us again.
Thankfully,
But thankfully Patches can hack the PC without fingers.
not well, clearly.
Yeah, he's just punching the keyboard, but it works out. Well, not really.
Something happens. Whether it is good in the slightest is debatable.
I mean, those red lights mean good things, don't they?
Yeah, red means go, right?
Yeah.
Red means incoming pizza sauce.
All right, but yeah, we all took our escape pods, crash landed on the planet below, and now we're all separated. So for a period of time here, we only have Flint. We don't have any of our party members. And we have to go around the area here and just slowly recover everybody. Thankfully, because we still have Flint, we still have buckler hopping. And that means we could still do stuff that is not quite intended. Like grab this berry early. Which, fun fact, used to soft lock the game. And then at some point a patch came out, and now it no longer soft locks the game if you get that berry early. Which is very useful because that saves like over a minute.
They took away Cthulhu poison from us, but if this is the exchange, then we'll take it.
It is a worthy exchange because Cthulhu poison is significantly less consequential than getting that berry early.
Yeah. Makes the fight less scary, but I mean,
Doesn't save so much time.
you saw how well we can still manage pretty well.
Yeah, as long as the RNG is not literally as bad as possible, Cthulhu's not that bad. Yeah, now we're in the alien village. I'd say they don't speak English, but neither do we right now, so... it's no different. I can't understand either of them. I'm sure some people in chat might know Chinese and they can read what's going on, but I am not one of those people.
So yeah, there's Wolfgang. In typical dog fashion, he ate stuff he wasn't supposed to. And now he's poisoned and we need those berries to cure him. 3 in total. We picked up 2 already. And as Sam mentioned, this would have soft-locked us in an earlier patch, because for some reason this door would not open if you already had the second berry in your inventory. Something about the item flags.
Yeah, because I think what would happen is it wouldn't let you give the first berry to Wolfgang, and that's the trigger to open that gate, and so that was the problem. Oops. That's definitely not making it, but as long as I don't get the encounter, I can try again.
The encounters in this chapter are really annoying.
Okay, let's jump.
So
You
close.
can see how hard these enemies try to follow you.
All right, at this point, I'm just hitting the buttons.
Yeah.
Ah, shame.
That jump, I can normally get that jump pretty quickly, but it wasn't cooperating, and so instead of wasting my time and avoiding this encounter a whole bunch, I'm just gonna do it the casual way.
Yeah, save that skill for the jump that needs it.
Yes, because there is a very difficult jump later in this chapter. Why is this guy still following me?
Wow, he is out for you.
Thankfully, I didn't encounter him a second time, but...
There's Patches, now it's his time in jail. Every party member's been in jail in this run, right? Chapter in the intro, Patches now. Oh no, Eva never got thrown in jail.
Did Wolfgang get thrown in jail?
Yeah, in chapter 2, which we skipped.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's why I forgot about it, is because it's not in the speedrun. Also, this guy, we can technically skip this fight, but it's not fast to do it, because every time we go through this room, we would have to skip it, and that is not worth it.
Sadly, this chapter is a little bit heavy on backtracking, so we have to pass by this point like 3 times, and having to avoid that encounter every time. It just ends up being less convenient. And with how the AXP routing works, we pick up another safety level up at this point.
Yeah, basically by leveling up there, that refills our MP, and we don't have to worry about healing later. Because, bit of a spoiler, there's no more fights for the rest of this chapter until the boss fight.
Yeah, best case.
I'm enjoying the what is it? This is like an SNES like adventure / platformer style. It's almost a little classic Mega Man-y, but
no, you can see
liking
the
the
inspiration from the 1,000-Year Door moon base
The X-Nuts.
all over this chapter.
Which is good, because that is one of the best songs in TTYD. And a very, very good part of the game as well. But yeah, this is definitely one of the best songs in the game, which I have said about a lot of the songs in this game, but it is still true. Because this is still a very good song. Also, we got patches a little bit unintended by climbing that pipe. That just like cuts out a whole room with a bunch of lasers. We don't have to get a key that we would normally have to unlock a door. It's a whole thing that we just don't have to worry about. Now we just have patches. Unfortunately, we can't get the partners out of order, even if we wanted to, because each partner cutscene where we save them uses all of the partners that we've saved before in the cutscene, and so if they're not there, the game soft locks. So like we mentioned, we just kind of have to deal with the game's intended progression through this chapter to an extent.
I think we could pick up Tinder immediately, but sadly no.
Yeah, the game
She'll have to wait.
Because the way the game actually gives you the partners back is it gives you in reverse order, where it's Patches, Eva, then Wolfgang, then Tinder, which is the reverse of how you get them during the story initially. And so yeah, because that Tinder is the last one, which sucks because Tinder is the one that we can easily get out of order if we were allowed to. All right, good, the snail's out of the way. That's definitely not making, I did not get enough height. But it's fine because the snail's out of the way. Okay, mate.
At the end of the day, we would still need to make this entire track for Eva, which is very, very far out of the way.
Yeah, there's no faster way to get to Eva, unfortunately.
And again, more blue and red alternating switch puzzles like there were in the volcano and the last chapter, which become trivial when you can just jump over them or around them.
Yeah, we do have to interact with a few of them to an extent, but it is very limited. And thankfully, if you just mash through the dialogue fast enough, you can make this platform cycle. And this encounter. Nope, okay. I didn't get first struck, thankfully, because for some reason, the first strike's a little weird when you're mid-jump like that, and you just encounter the enemy neutrally instead, but it would have been better if I just outright avoided the encounter, but it is what it is. That guy is one of the hardest ones to avoid in the entire game. Alright, let's try to get around this one. Thankfully, those flying guys are so fast, and no other enemies even compare when it comes to how fast they chase you down. So it is a lot easier to avoid every other enemy in the game. With like maybe one exception. That is only relevant in one room because we skip every other room they're in. Which...
So yeah, there's Tinder. She's chilling.
Yeah, she's definitely having a day.
And as we mentioned, we could have Buckler jumped up that ledge. We just dropped down, and Buckler jumped up to her to save her immediately, but yeah, the game will soft lock.
Yeah, we need Wolfgang for that to actually work. Unfortunate, but not that big a deal. Thankfully, this room is significantly easier on the way back because there's no red switch on that side, and also the enemy gets replaced with an easier enemy to dodge. Which I actually didn't realize that casually, but if you think about it, it makes perfect sense because that snail enemy has like a whole gimmick with defense that is like partially unpierceable outside of like a couple specific moves, and so if you were to fight them with just flint the game would basically say, screw you, you can't win this fight until you get your partners back. And so that's why they give you a different enemy the first time around, so that one that Flint can actually fight by himself. Like I said, you probably won't even notice that casually because it's one random enemy in a room you don't even go to that often. But I just think it's an interesting little bit of game design.
Yeah, I just learned something.
It's like I legitimately didn't notice that until I was speedrunning this game, and I realized, oh yeah, the way back's way easier. I wonder, oh yeah, right, that's just not the same enemy anymore. That's why it's easier to dodge, is because it's not the same enemy. Right, but now that we have Wolfgang, we can go save Tinder, and then we can get through the entirety of R&D definitely the way they want us to.
Definitely. R&D gets populated with way more enemies if we have Overflow Party as well. And yeah, some of the encounters can be a bit annoying to avoid, but maybe we find a way around all of that.
Also, I learned that that guy can shoot you while you're doing the Wolfgang loot
Yes.
thing.
Yeah, that guy is very annoying. That you're able to just buckler hop up to that ledge, and you don't need to grow the vine, which would be faster. But if you mess it up a single time, that guy will shoot you, and you'll get the encounter, and that's a lot slower than just being careful, growing the vine, and avoiding the encounter entirely. Yeah, you might have noticed throughout this run, there's a common theme of, yeah, I could do something that's a lot harder and a lot riskier, and I will save like 5 seconds, or I could just do the easier method and get past it faster because I'm doing this game in a no reset setting.
You didn't blow out the campfire. Did you not want the achievement?
That's my secret. I already have all the achievements. All right, back into the R&D department and back to the banger. The rest of the areas in Chapter 4 have good music, but they're not my favorites personally. But while R&D department, this one slaps. All right, very, very important.
Oh, yeah.
Go to the left here. Again, definitely have never forgotten to do that during runs before. Definitely have not lost more than 1 PB to forgetting to do this. 2 hours in. Definitely didn't do that literally 3 days ago.
And technically we're fired right now, so we need to reactivate our key cards. And if we don't do that, we cannot interact with these terminals spread around all over R&D. And the intention is that you follow all of these colored pipes to the terminals, activate 4 colors, and that will unlock the final door. About that.
Yeah, have you ever played a game before where the developers said, oh, you have to do 4 things in sequence? That means if you do the 4th one, you've done the other 3 before. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Fun fact, that is even a thing in Paper Mario to an extent. If you've ever heard of seed duping in PM64, that is a very similar concept. And also, that is just the entirety of how story flags work in the Paper Mario games as well. You did something, so that means you did everything else. Definitely.
My favorite example are the puzzles that solve themselves in Mount Lava Lava.
That is, yeah.
Because if you made it across the room, you must be able to make it back.
Yeah, this game doesn't automatically do anything for you, but it uses the same principle where if you use the last terminal, it opens the door because you can't... How'd you get to the last terminal if you didn't use the other ones? You must have done that. And so we'll just open the door for you. We don't actually need to check the other ones. And so by going over
As a
here...
side note... Oh.
We can go
Talk about the important stuff.
There's that green terminal up there at the top. That is the last terminal we need to interact with. And so this is the hardest trick in the run. This is R&D skip.
And shoutouts to this enemy that for some reason gets duped after falling into the water. He'll be zooming around in the background if you keep an eye out. But the important thing here is this buckler jump up onto the ledge. How do we explain this? We kind of want to have coyote time by walking off the edge.
Yeah, so
And
I can explain it a little bit since I've been
yeah,
practicing.
you did it recently, so
When you do the coyote time buckler jump, you can walk off of a ledge and you still have a couple of frames to be able to activate the buckler hop. And then when you come out of the unpause, it's possible to guide yourself one direction, and then when the game is fully unpaused, guide yourself back another direction. So what Sam is trying to do is he is trying to walk off that crate, pause while throwing the buckler, then unpause, aiming away from the platform, and then regaining control, aiming back to the platform to catch the ledge above. And what makes this difficult is there isn't a lot of visual cue because that platform keeps obscuring his ability to see. So you really just have to be able to get this trick by feel. The best you can do is, because of the costume you're wearing, you can see Flint's expression change from a smile to like an attack face, and you know that you've got a buckler throw in process, but like otherwise it's mostly just you practice this enough until you get the feel for it and know exactly what your muscle memory needs to be to get that out and back motion. Just like that.
Yeah, that one took a while,
perfect timing.
which is a little unfortunate. Sometimes you get it like within like 5 attempts. Sometimes you're stuck here for like a minute. This was more of a stuck here for a minute situation. But spending a minute on this trick,
exactly enough time to explain what you were doing.
I mean, yeah, there's that.
Yeah, it's
and spending a minute doing this trick
almost
still saves more time than I just lost spending on that trick. That is how much you skip. Because you are skipping
as if
the entirety of this
built
area.
this. And you do not want to encounter that one specific enemy in front of the door there. You cannot run from him.
Actually, is that? I don't know if that's still true the second time around, but it is definitely true the first time you're in that room.
Yeah, because when we got that one key we never used, that is technically encrypted fight, so they do not want you to run away from it, and somehow that flag gets carried over to the other enemy that's in the room there.
Yeah, because the guy that gives us the key, we have 2 dialogue options. If we pick the first option, he just gives us the key and leaves. If we pick the second option, we have to fight him. Obviously, we pick the first option. But yeah, that other enemy is not meant to be in the room with him. Because that guy only spawns after you have all the party members, and you're supposed to get that key when you only have Flint and you're trying to rescue Patches. So
Right.
yeah, all of the wires get crossed in the process.
Anyway, Mr. Moon's here. He's not happy with us.
No,
once
he is
more.
Also, I hope you like dialogue mashing. We're going to be here for a while.
This one's the long one.
Big reveal, Tinder betrayed us. She sold us out to Mr. Moon, told him all our plans in exchange for having her collar removed so she can go back to her original self. So time for some dramatic flashbacks or something, I don't know. Just keep mashing.
Yeah, it flashes back to the scene where it's like, yeah, like it does like give us some more context afterwards, but it's also like kind of like Ace Attorney or Danganronpa. It's like, oh hey, remember this scene from 10 minutes ago that you literally just did? Here's the flashback.
Here's what happened when you weren't there.
It doesn't even really make sense, right? She has this whole talk with Mr. Moon, and then like a minute later she's in the office with us discussing future plans. Like, when did this actually happen?
The power of off-screen transitions.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Moon steals the Lexi chip back from us. We still can't damage him because his shield is invincible with its lightsaber noises.
And in addition to Lexi chip manufacturing at the bottom of R&D, this is also where the shield production facility is.
Yeah, and even though we can't even damage Mr. Moon, we still have to try and stop him from walking out with the Lexi chip. Unfortunately, like I said, we literally can't do anything to him, so we just defend twice and then he insta-kills us.
Oh, yep, sure did.
Also, we get a sneak peek of the absolute banger that is the Mr. Moon fight.
It is, in my opinion, the best song in the game. We will hear the full song shortly, but not yet. I'm curious what the two of you think the best song in the game is. If you have an opinion.
I mean, I feel like it is
currently
Mr.
playing?
Moon.
Good choice. Do you have any strong opinions, Eric?
Whatever's currently playing, I don't
Good
know.
answer. Good answer.
They're all good. They're all good.
Just here to vibe. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no long-term memory. My favorite song is what is currently playing.
It's also just fun to
I
play
mentioned that I
Spot the
really-
Motif
That too.
in the soundtrack.
True.
Yeah.
That's true for any game, not exclusive to this game, but it is especially true in this game.
Right. Like all the battle themes, like the regular enemy themes, are remixes of the base one. Just
Even-
with different instruments.
Even Mr. Moon's theme remixes it at one point and uses it as a
Right. It
motif.
has the main theme as well.
Yes.
But yeah, as I said earlier, I really enjoy the Captain Silver battle theme, and the volcano theme is really chill. But also R&D has really nice energy. It's all good. I don't know how to decide.
There was also one that we heard because it was an encounter that you didn't need to get, but the chapter 2 battle theme that uses the xylophone.
Oh yeah.
Also, very-
It's because it's the spooky chapter. It's like the spooky
Yeah,
scary
scary
skeletons version
skeletons.
of the theme.
Yeah.
No, that is the best basic battle theme in my opinion. Because it also has like a clarinet solo halfway through. Also,
Really never hear that, huh?
we never do a basic battle in chapter 2 unless we take an encounter by accident.
Yep.
Also, this is Mr. Moon's home world, and as you can see, it's in disrepair because it's starting to be forgotten. And so that is Mr. Moon's whole motivation, is like escape. Ever After Inc. is giving him a place to live since his original storybook is basically going to disappear eventually.
There's another huge puzzle here where you have to go all over the place, collect a bunch of items, and sort them in the right order to unlock the gate here. We can just jump.
The huge puzzle is we jump over that wall.
Which is also a really annoying jump, so good job on getting it that fast.
All right, but now because Tinder damaged Mr. Moon's shield with the shield generator back in R&D, now we can actually damage him. And this fight also has like a very interesting gimmick with how the shield works. But we're gonna get to fight Mr. Moon properly now, so be sure to jam out at home, because like we said, banger.
So yeah, Mr. Moon is shielded here. We have to use any attack to break it, and that opens holes so we can attack Mr. Moon directly. After each turn, the shield will rotate, and every few turns, Starla will fully restore every broken shield. One thing that comes into play here, I think I mentioned earlier at some point that attacks can obviously come from different directions. So with Wolfgang's vine attack, you can break the front shield with the seed, and then the vine from below breaks the other one. And it's pretty convenient that it's a two-part attack like that, so we can always break a shield and poison in the same turn. And one other thing we saw earlier, this laser attack, like every shield that isn't broken will spawn one of these lasers, and the damage can get really out of hand. There's also a second phase to this fight where Mr. Moon gets a bit angry and gets right now gains this additional attack, and I think also an attack buff at some point.
I think the attack buff is to Starla.
All right. When she does the shield restore, it also does like an attack buff or something. I don't.
Yeah, unfortunately, this fight's gonna take a little longer because it got abysmal poison RNG at the beginning.
Yeah. Right, there's the attack buff when she does the restoration. So if you do not break enough shields, the damage will go crazy. And like obviously any multi-hit like the Starfall Mr. Moon does. Yeah, it's very much advised that we have healing items for safety.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why we picked up those cookies, is because one of them we use here.
You could take out Starla. She has like 40 HP, so it's not recommended. And if you do that, Mr. Moon will enter his rage phase immediately, which is also not recommended, so it's nice that we can ignore her completely.
Yeah, the game kind of lies to you, because if you use this game's version of Cattle, it basically implies like, oh, Starla's buffing him, you should take out Starla first.
Yeah.
No, that is wrong. You can just completely ignore Starla. She does basically nothing.
If Starla's buffing him, you could take her out first. I don't think so.
Because do you know what else would stop Starla from buffing Mr. Moon if there was no Mr.
Not
Moon?
having anyone to buff, right?
It's a little unfortunate that we get through that fight so quickly you don't even get one full loop of the song, though.
I was thinking, there are so many groups out there on YouTube or SoundCloud or the like that do like big band covers of songs. Like, obviously you don't have to adapt the style of that, but just having them, noodle on and do variations on that would go really hard.
Oh yeah, no, hearing any song on the soundtrack played by a live band would be really cool.
That seems like the kind of song where you could literally just have every instrument in the band do their own solo, make it like the finale of your set.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with like the second half of that song is basically made as a solo section.
Nice.
And that's exactly what they do with the saxophone. Because like the last quarter of the song is just one extended saxophone solo. Also, now we're in the real world, by the way. This is Ever After Inc. headquarters. And
there's Patches on the screen.
Yeah, we get to find out his backstory finally.
Yeah, he used to be a mascot for Ever After until he replaced him, or the manager replaced him, because he's like the edgy phase is over. We are doing cute now, so we need a cuter mascot.
Yeah, because the whole lore behind him being the mascot is also they needed a mascot, so they made a storybook so they could pull the character from that storybook and use them as a mascot.
Yeah.
Yes, the artificial storybook character. I don't think I care to think about the implications any further than that.
This game does some weird things with like the philosophy of what does it mean for these characters to exist if they're being pulled out of their stories.
No, for sure.
And here in the real world, we start encountering recolors of older enemies. They hit really hard.
Oh, yeah.
So
thankfully, none of them are required to fight. So we can just try to avoid as many of them as possible. And the one required fight that is in this chapter before the boss fights, we could skip. Through the power of cheating.
I love cheating.
Now, this entire final dungeon is basically just one giant like room by room gauntlet where you have to avoid some enemies and you have a bit of a puzzle room, and then you avoid some more enemies, then you have like a story room, then you avoid some enemies, and then this puzzle room, and yeah, you get the gist. It's just like back and forth as we ascend.
Very questionable safety regulations in this place. There are signs all over saying, "Oh yeah, we're cutting back on some costs, so there's no floor in this room." It's insane.
Look, we found that nobody really used much of this room anyway, so
yeah,
we just got rid of the unnecessary parts.
I also learned you can origin warp in this room.
Well, I was in the air and I'm like near the edge of a platform, so that might happen here. Let's see. Okay, no, I was still on the platform. That Robo-Pig is very annoying to dodge. Robo-Pigs are brutal to try and avoid at times.
Yeah, when you were talking about the flying enemy in the last chapter, I was like, I think Robo-Pigs are about the only other enemy that's about as fast to try and dodge in the overworld.
All right, and by buckler hopping up here, we could just skip an entire story segment with the forced encounter. That it kind of serves as a bit of a capstone to... an unsatisfying capstone to Patch's little story that we learn about him here. But what's more unsatisfying than not getting a satisfying conclusion? Not getting any conclusion, because we skip it.
These are the Chapter 2 cultists, by the way. We never saw them.
No, we did. That's the guy that I encountered by accident in Chapter 2.
Did we? I already blocked that from memory.
Yep, that is fair.
No, but
that's where we heard the Chapter 2 battle theme for like 5 seconds.
Quick side note though, did we ever explain what an origin warp is? Or did we only say it exists?
I did actually explain it back in the volcano.
Oh, okay.
But as a reminder,
Thankfully,
because that was like an hour ago, people might have forgotten. Like if you encounter an enemy while you're in midair over a hazard, some hazard types will like forget where you were last standing in the transition to and from the fight, and so it'll warp you to like the origin of the room after you exit the fight, and that is unfortunately not helpful. It is actively detrimental in most rooms it can happen.
Essentially, the game's error handling for the game doesn't know where it should put you down.
Yeah, I think I talked to the devs about it at some point. It has something to do that some of the battle screens are just in the same room, just somewhere else. You basically just get warped to a different place in the same room.
I see.
And then technically, that was the last ground you touched. So if you respawn and fall into a pit, it tries to respawn you in the battle screen, and that just defaults to 0-0, or like the closest place to 0-0 that the room has. Something along those lines.
Also, I genuinely don't know how I
dodges.
dodged that flamethrower guy. I should not have.
Oh yeah, Flamethrower guy is legit the worst enemy in the game.
Also, for fun, this boss fight has some of my favorite dialogue in the entire game. I'm going to switch back to English real quick. It doesn't lose that much time just to do it for one fight. But yeah, we have to fight the board of directors now. Forever After Inc.
Perfect.
Casually, this is a really difficult fight, but we absolutely demolished them.
Yeah,
This is
I'm
one of those
thinking like
fights-
the cop battle in Earthbound instead of the board of directors. Sorry, go ahead.
This is one of those fights where you have to have all of them taken out at the same time. So you have to have a plan for how to take them all out, or they'll keep recovering each other, making this fight go on way too long.
They stay down for 2 turns, maybe.
And for budget cuts,
And then-
it comes at you with scissors.
And then the other members would heal any downed one, so you are on a time limit. But anyway, we picked up Bear Boost at some point, which is a move that Patches can use to give himself 2 attack. And by upgrading it, we can also use it on other party members. That move stacks with itself and refreshes the countdown every time you use it, which is not useful on Patches himself, but buffing other party members, the numbers can go crazy. And here's the one usage of Patches synergy move.
All right, and the fight's over.
And the fight's over, just like that.
Yeah, Patch's synergy move is not great casually because it costs your full SP meter, but it does 9 damage and is very fast, so it's good in this fight specifically. Also, my favorite line of dialogue is coming up here. I don't really have anything else to add to all that. Whatever, I sit on 6 other boards. At least Walmart doesn't make me engage in combat. Sheesh.
Huh. I actually would have expected if any other boards that they probably would be, but good to know.
Yeah, it's just hilarious to me. It's like, oh yeah, they just name drop Walmart specifically for some reason. I don't know why. It's just really funny. I get the feeling
Maybe
Walmart is
they
not aware that this has happened.
No, probably not.
Maybe they were Kickstarter supporters, who knows? Just sponsored by Walmart.
I feel like that would be some very, very heavy clashing of ideals if this game was sponsored by Walmart.
Yeah, who knows?
All right, the fact that I've had to hear the phrase sponsored by Walmart several times in close succession is making me queasy.
Well, I'm sure they sell something that can help you for that at Walmart. No.
I'm actually proud to say that the nearest Walmart to me is in a different state, so I don't live particularly near one.
Yeah, also, now the CEO is just giving like her whole backstory, where she's actually the author of The Adventures of Flint Buckler. And she was like an author. It's like, man, all of my like heartfelt, like really well-made stories are just not making any money, and so I'm just gonna write the most generic kid slop possible. And then it sold massive money, and now she has a giant company, and now she ruined everything.
Kid slop. Oh boy. Speaking of other cursed phrases we could have used today.
I mean, that was the whole point, is like she specifically wrote a book that is generic to be successful.
It's evocative. You said what you meant to say. It scans properly in 2026. It's not a word that I needed to have in my lexicon.
All right, but we are coming up to the final boss here.
Yep. And this is another really good song.
Yeah, and like you saw, we used Bear Boost a lot during the previous fight to do a lot of damage to all of the enemies at once. This fight is just Bear Boost the fight. Because the way Flynn's basic attack works is the first attack does the full damage that he's supposed to, and then the second attack of the basic attack does half as much. Normally that's like, you do 2 damage and then 1 damage, or you do 4 damage and then 2 damage. But if you use Bear Boost like 6 times, you do 16 damage and then you do 8 damage, and it's like, oh. Yeah, no, this fight's not that bad.
Not much else to add to that. You could take out the hands of this mech, but why bother? There are some annoying attacks, like they can poison you, but
like this.
At some point, like this.
Thankfully, I didn't actually get poisoned.
At some point, we do so much damage with our basic attack that we just immediately phase transition, and phase transitioning skips the attack cycle of the hands for that turn. So they become a non-issue.
Yeah. Also, this final boss has a very, very cool name. Just not even joking. This boss is called the Page Ripper. It's like for a Paper Mario game based around storybooks, that name goes pretty hard.
Yep.
The CEO starts stealing your books here and warping all over the place. On each transition, there will be a special attack she does. This one buffs her defense. And with each phase transition, the characters we helped in each storybook will come to our aid and dealing a little bit of extra damage. For this one specifically, it's only the 3 blind mice because they are part of the story. You have to do a bunch of side quests to recruit other characters, so we won't be seeing any more helpers this game.
The other characters that would help are the 3 little pigs, Sherlock Holmes and Lulu, and then Captain Silver.
Doesn't the Space Captain guy also show up?
No, there is nothing for Glacius 9.
Okay. I remember there was a side quest there, but I couldn't remember if he shows up.
He doesn't help you, he just pieces out. I don't know why. But yeah, as you can see, we are transitioning these phases incredibly fast. There's this one scripted attack she does. This one would poison you multiple times. The last one was an attack buff.
Yeah, the problem with the InSpeak attack here, right, is that it attacks 3 times. So if she were to do like her big attack buff, which is like +5 attack, that attack basically like insta kills whichever character it targets in that case.
Yeah.
So as long as that specific combination of moves doesn't happen, this fight is trivial. And on top of that,
this one
she's just not.
You don't want to hit that.
Like she's just not doing any damage to anybody. So I could have skipped this Bear Boost because I got a perfect fight. Because if you get a perfect fight, you can skip the last 2 Bear Boosts, but I forgot about that, and so I didn't skip the second last Bear Boost. Also, funny thing about the final phase transition, if you were to do enough damage to lower health to 0 before you get to this phase, the transition happens, she's just sitting there with 0 health, and she dies the moment you do any more damage. Alright, and time's coming up in just a second.
Another defense boost on this last phase, but with 16 and 8, it doesn't do much. And
time.
GG.
There's more dialogue mashing after this, but we didn't want to include that in timing because that's not fun.
Thank you so much for that, because it's so much dialogue mashing.
I didn't make that decision, but I'm not going to argue against it because it makes my life easier. Because there's like 5 or 6 minutes of dialogue mashing before the credits. There's a lot.
Phew.
But that was Escape from Ever After 90% as we mash through these ending scenes here.
I was going to say, if you want to mash while the 3 of you do your shoutouts, please feel welcome.
Yeah. Also, I am looking at the time, and that was like a minute off my PB. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Nice.
My PB is a
Very
232.
solid.
Really excellent.
So I'm definitely very happy with that. I definitely want to go for a sub 230 in this game. It is very doable. It's just I need to not beef all the tricks because there's a lot of tricks and several of them are not easy.
True.
But-
and add in the extra ones that are worth it if you get them on the first try.
Exactly. But yeah, if you want to see more of either my face or just this game in general, because like I said, I do want to go for a sub 230 in this game at some point, you can feel free to check me out over at twitch.tv/illegallysam. I stream occasionally. I mostly run indie games of varying capacities, including but not limited to this one. So if you want to see more indie games that you probably haven't heard of, you can also head over there. Either of you two have any shout outs before I just shout out the game itself?
I'm probably also going to try and do another couple runs of this. My PB is like an hour more than Sam's, so I want to try and close that gap just a little bit. And also, if you like Paper Mario's, shout out to the Paper Mario randomizer community, specifically the N64 one. There's going to be a mentor-mentee tournament happening soon, so we're going to have a lot of newcomers. So if you want to get involved in another Paper Mario-like game, now's a great time to get into that community and to start learning about how the game works.
Yeah, the best Paper Mario, like Paper Mario.
It's a good one. There's the reason it sparked the whole genre.
No, I don't really. I mean, I guess shoutouts to the Ever After community. We are not many people, but we do our best. And there's news threads discovered every few weeks, I guess.
Every so often. Whenever somebody picks this game back
Every
up
so
again,
often.
somebody finds something.
There's always new stuff to find. I guess shoutouts to hashtag RKS with nothing to do with this, but like Anime Mega Man Forever.
But yeah, shoutouts to just this game as a whole. This is if you enjoy RPGs or Paper Mario like RPGs, this is a very, very good vibes game that I would recommend. It's got a lot of fun dialogue. It's got a lot of fun combat. It's not too long. Like I said, I 100% of the game in like probably under 20 hours. So if you want to just vibe with this game for like a week and then you can move on to something else, perfect. If you want to speedrun it, feel free. We'll be happy to help.
Vibe with the game casually and then hang out and vibe with some excellent speedrunners.
Or just listen to the soundtrack. That's also valid.
Good.
Perfectly acceptable.
But yeah, I think this game's on like every platform under the sun that people would want to play it on.
is.
I'm playing this game on Xbox Series X because that's just my preferred platform. And the speedrun is not meaningfully impacted by platform either. So if you wanted to speedrun this game on something, Switch might be a little bit worse because of the frame rate differences that matter. But besides that, it's pretty much the same on all platforms. The frame rate differences
Very,
don't
very
matter
good.
casually.
Sure. Well, thank you for sharing a lot of what this game had to offer, as much as you could in 2 hours and 33 minutes. Obviously, there is more. You had things to say about the writing and how enjoyable that is. So, play it in your language of choice and enjoy that. The side quests, and of course, more of the soundtrack, which we only got so much opportunity to hear. But again, thank you, Illegally Sam, you and your crew, for bringing Escape from Ever After to us here on